All right, guys, let's start the show. I don't know. Is there music? Can you hear the music? I'm on the new computer. Somehow, at the end of the day, I fixed it. Spent another 6 hours. Spent another 6 hours yesterday until I fixed the computer. So basically, anyways, I had to put new drivers on the camera, find a different type of software, but everything is working. So let's get on with the show. Hey, OC!
Hey, Tim. Good evening.
Yo,
Yep.
what happened yesterday? Where were you?
For all those who thought that all those super chats just go to endless beers at McSorley's, they are wrong.
For coffee.
They
Or
are
coffee
just
at
for coffee.
Dunkin' Donuts.
He invested in equipment. He invested in equipment. Oh my God.
And guess what? I was editing Australia the movie yesterday. It's
No.
so freaking nice. Yes, I was. Yes, I was. Finally, for the man, everything is now on the same computer. I'm just gonna do one more thing. I'm gonna get the same type of floating arm for this other monitor that I have. It saves like tons of space. And
New monitor, new computer, new 36 terabyte
36
storage
terabyte of
drive.
storage.
Easy.
That's right. Tim Wright LLC is ready. It's future proof. I'm future proofing for
You've shifted.
2023, guys. I'm excited. Are you excited for the new generation of content?
I'm excited. Anytime you shift away from hoarding fragrances to hoarding technology, I'm all for it.
Hoarding technology, but I'll be selling a lot of my fragrances. So if people are interested, let me know. Let me know if you're interested in amazing fragrances. Actually, let me put some fragrance on right now. I feel pretty terrible. So let's see here. Ooh, that's good stuff. That's good. That's good stuff. Aventus, guys. If you want the best fragrance that a man can buy, that the money can buy, Creed Aventus probably as good.
Love the Aventus. Love the
There
Aventus.
you go.
Yeah.
You know, Creed Aventus had a lot to do with the reason me and Lolix met Sean. Because we stopped by like a Creed boutique and we spent like half hour there. Thank you.
And if it weren't for that,
yeah, we wouldn't have met him. Yeah, we would have. You know, every second counts on that day. Just in time. Okay. Love this name, but that icon is very sus.
He forgot Brick. He forgot Dave Portnoy and Brick Watch Company. We got to cover the hot topics.
The hot topics. Oh my God, my Mac guys. I did that. There we go. The roommate. Did I say something about the not yet?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a video.
Yep, make a video.
You did that one.
Yeah, Moritz Grossman, Ming, CPO. Wow, we're out of ideas here at the Tim Wright LLC. We gotta come up with new original ideas, guys. What happened to the new and original? What is the original GMT? There is the answer to your question. What was the original GMT? It was the Pepsi. It was the Pepsi. Oh, I think it's the topic. It's a nice topic. Blondie! I'm going to go with the software update. Hey, I did say it. I did mention it. I had to update the drivers. Sorry. It was the firmware update on the camera that finally did it, and it was very tough to install.
Yeah, gotcha.
Dirk Diggler, welcome to the show. Dingo Dave, Rene de la Pons, Hawkeye. What is he saying? GMT. GS Grand Seiko Spring Drive GMT is the most technically advanced, accurate, and beautiful GMT on the market today.
I love when people provide comments to the clickbait question that you draft about 30 seconds before the show and actually answer it, not realizing that you have no intent whatsoever of covering that topic.
Originally, I had no intent of covering that topic. I had zero intent. I just had to, because you can't create the show without putting something in. Anything. It could be anything.
I apologize for not being on the show. It was a much better show without me, as it always is. But I did get a last-minute invite to the event in Manhattan, the Vempe event.
Oh shit! Well, why didn't you tell me? I didn't want to go because I didn't have a +1.
Yeah, I didn't have a +1 either.
They didn't tell you can have a +1?
No,
Oh,
they did not.
shit.
Well, they told me explicitly I did not have a +1. But it's funny. Wow. I got there. There were people with +2s.
Yeah. Congratulations. Shit. Yeah.
Yeah. But it was good. I bumped into Q.
Yes.
Who was there?
He picked up a new watch. We might be doing an unboxing later.
Unbelievable. Tonight. This guy's insane. He's insane, Tim.
But he's got the good stuff.
Insane. I bumped into Prasad last night as well. Prasad is an animal. He's a party animal. That guy.
Prasad.
Prasad. Cool little. Would you? He asked me to pass along a message. He definitely wants to do a watch collection review video with you. Just reach out to him. You guys will figure out a time and do it. But he has an amazing collection. He was wearing a Patek Philippe World Time.
Was it that salmon dial one?
No, he got a different one.
No, he has the blue one.
Blue one.
Right.
No, blue one.
Yeah, he's got the blue one, platinum case blue. Without.
Very beautiful. And he was there. I better stop right there. He was there. That's it.
The original, the real Nival $2 super chat. Put the Speedy on the rubber today. So comfortable. Hells yeah. Speedy on the rubber is the most comfortable Speedy ever. Loving the Speedy. Whew, still wearing mine.
Do you know that?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Yeah, I said, did you know that Lord is in the New York area? Lord Hellasmont.
No, I didn't know that.
Yes,
really?
He's moved. I reached out to him and reached out to him.
I might have a room.
He can
stay with me if you want.
I think he has his own accommodations, but he was not. He didn't appreciate my offer. Let's just put it that way. He was not receptive to my offer to get together. Unfortunately.
What was the offer? Huh?
No, I said, I know you're in the New York area. Do you want to meet up? And his response was not favorable. And he did it on air, and it wasn't polite. I almost cried. It was sad, but
I would love to have dinner with young Brando. Young Brando.
Yeah, Loose Tooth says, when are you getting pizza with Lord? On his show, on his show, I dropped the comment, said, "Hey, let's go hang out at Joe's Pizza." Well, I know that he's vegan, but so I knew it was meant as a joke. But
the tomatoes. Well, he doesn't eat cheese.
He doesn't. Well, no, he does. It just has to be, vegan. But he went into a long, not long, maybe a 2 or 3 minute answer, and it wasn't.
Why
not
he's
that
not
wasn't
gonna
polite.
Why?
He basically. Yeah. I don't think he likes you very much, and
he doesn't
as
like
a result,
me. What do you mean? Why?
I think, and by I'm guilty. I'm guilty by association.
They don't want to say why. I don't get it.
Along those lines, I just a little bit to close out, Lord. I think he's a nice guy. I gave him a nice comment. I said that. I like to think that I'm on friendly terms with him. But I gave him a comment that his show is always full of good content and serious content. But he didn't like my offer to get together and hang out, and that's all cool. But I am not welcome.
What did he say? Did he give a reason?
You can pull up the video. If you want. It was an online.
Somebody will send me the link. It's hilarious.
Yeah, someone sends the link with the timestamp.
Q.
Very good content. Q.
Hey. Q, how are you doing?
Good. What's going on, guys?
He's being very matter of fact.
Lord doesn't want to have lunch with OC.
Oh,
he
Said
doesn't
thank
wanna
you,
hang
but
out with
no
me.
thank you. You
I don't even want to have lunch with OC.
OC, you should have said I'll take you to the kosher pizza place.
No, it's not. It wasn't about that. But he did
Oh.
say some things that he thought that I was a
I did.
betrayal to my kind and things like that, which I thought were a
Where's
little harsh. But that's okay.
Where's Marcella? I'm ready.
Betrayal to your kind.
I'm ready for
I
Marcella.
betrayed my people.
You betrayed your people. And what exactly are your people? White cis men?
Q, you jumped in at the right time. Save us! But,
Save the show. Save the show. We're sinking. I'm out of content. Oh, nobody wants to have. Oh, sorry.
No one wants to hang out with OC.
AKA Lord, doesn't want to have dinner with OC. We're all struggling here.
I don't know. I didn't want to hang out with OC either. It was so boring last night.
You sons of bitches.
He stole those bitches. Oh my god, they were
what?
They were cute.
It was an epic point-by-point takedown of OC, starting with the pizza crust, then onto the associations, then Tim. How did I get involved? I wasn't even there. I didn't even mention the guy for 2 months.
Someone please send Tim the link on WhatsApp or whatever to the video with a timestamp of when my comment came up.
OC is going about other channels and causing drama for me.
It was not my intent.
René de la Panza will always want to have a lunch or dinner with OC as long as he pays the bill.
Oh, gee, thanks, René.
You should have
Very
said
heartwarming.
that. You should have used that with Lord. You should have said, "I'll pay for you," or Tim will pay, or we can split.
No, but and then after that, he attacked Meech.
Meech? What did Meech? Meech is the kindest person on the planet.
He called him like a fair weather supporter or something like that. And then
fair weather friend.
Something I don't want to.
Fair weather.
Not exactly.
Support?
But basically, Meech. Basically, he said, Lord said, anybody who associates with him is my enemy, and I will never have anything to do with him. And Meech is like, wait a minute, that includes me. You realize that?
Ooh.
Yo, what did I do?
This is all your fault, Tim. This is all your fault. You know the kind of heat I take in this community because of you?
Guys.
I can't walk the streets of New York without getting, people giving me the evil eye.
I wasn't even do anything for the past week.
People at the party is like, you're the OC.
Oh my god! Tim. Yeah, that's right. I had security almost escort me out. They're like, people have identified you as someone who should not be at this party. I'm like, what are you talking about? I wasn't there. Are you friends with Tim Wright? I'm like, no. Guys,
fucking
unbelievable. My endorsement. Listen, I won't say endorsement, but listen, I'm on the panel. I support Tim's show. I think it's great entertainment. If you don't like it, don't
greatest
watch.
Supporter.
Okay?
We'll see what you're talking about. You're the greatest supporter. Number one supporter. Hey. Wait, but where is young Brando staying? Maybe we can go visit him. He doesn't want to hang out with us, but maybe we want to hang out with him.
He's like a block away from you.
Shut your face. Let's go right now.
What do you mean, let's you go? He's like literally he's in Brooklyn. He's like right around the corner from you.
Who's in Brooklyn?
Why? Is he trying to do the same thing that was done to
I don't know. We may very well bump into him at Christie's.
Did he move here permanently?
Phillips. No. He's here on vacation, but he's thinking about moving here. He's thinking about taking stealing New York away from you.
Tell him I'm gonna be soon renting the roommate's bedroom. Roommate is most certainly leaving.
You just drop a note in the chat. Like what is the rent? Because he may want to take you up on that. As long as you're.
Where is she leaving to? Where is she going?
Korea. You know, I would love to have. You know how they say, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. I wanna be with Lord in
So
the
you
same
want
bed.
so
That's
you
how
want
close. I
so you want AC to move in next to
am,
you.
Brandon. No, 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 no. I said keep your friends close. So I'm keeping my friends close. But enemies have to be closer.
Right.
Got it.
So you're
Lord,
kicking
I
your
went
roommate out. Your roommate's gone. Now AC3 is coming
Dirk, Nicola, Lord, and Watch Nicholas both hate him now. What? Why? Oh, that's Blondie's room. Oh, Blondie's room. Oh, sorry,
in.
sorry, sorry, sorry. Blondie is free to stay with me if she wants to. She
Guys,
doesn't have to pay.
I have to go in 10 minutes to dinner.
Oh,
So I
okay.
really have to go. But just want to show you guys what I got.
What is this? This is a weird box. That's not a paddock box.
Oh, my
It's a
bad.
tutor.
Oh,
Wait, you got a
my
tutor?
bad.
Oh, oh.
Dramatic
I got a
effect
setup.
by Q.
Me. Wait,
All
what
right,
is
let me
that
see if I
tutor?
could. Let me see if I
I think we
could
want
turn
to
the
see the
camera
tutor as
around.
well.
Let me
What
see
do you think
if
that
I could
tutor
turn the
is?
camera around.
Go into settings.
Settings,
And then
camera.
choose the different. Yeah, choose the different camera.
Go to the back.
Up,
All right.
You did it. Oh, you just stalked yourself. We're now looking at your computer screen.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, there's nothing there. Nothing there.
Okay,
Oh, we can
I
see you
gotta
got the
figure a
same
way on
vacuum.
this.
You got that Dyson, that amazing Dyson
Oh,
vacuum.
that one? I don't use
Yeah.
it anymore.
That thing is a beast. It's a beast.
But you know what else is better than that beast? Is the backpack.
The backpack.
Yes, the
It comes with a back.
vacuum. Oh my god, that thing sucks everything.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You should. I'll show you later.
Okay.
Okay, you guys ready?
Are
We're ready.
you
We're ready.
guys ready for this? It's a brand new Patek Philippe. Do we need a scale? Do you need to weigh it?
Oh yeah, this is for Marcelo.
I actually witnessed.
Oh,
the
you have an
purchase, so I
actual
can.
weight. Oh, there's a scale. You have to point
There's
the
a
camera a
scale.
little bit down. There's
Yeah.
actually a scale there. I
All right, hold on.
cannot believe it.
Okay, how's that? That's
Wow,
good.
that's perfect.
All right, are we ready?
Here we go.
Ready.
We're gonna weigh the whole box or just the watch.
It doesn't need to be weighed. Trust me, it's authentic. It's
It's an
real.
authentic box.
It's an authentic box.
Why? Why do we have to trust you?
Oh snap! Left
He's
hand
everyone's trying
drive,
to
boys.
everyone's trying to one up Diego in his unboxings. You know that.
Man, so far there's been more twists and turns on this unboxing than the latest James Bond movie. Look at that. Left hand
It's
drive.
beautiful.
Oh,
It's a Patek Philippe left-hand
why'd
drive.
you turn the bezel? It's so
Oh.
No, the bezel.
No,
the bezel.
that bezel. I know the bezel.
Mm.
It was taught by the original OC. This is how
Really?
you're supposed to do it.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
Yeah. Oh, we learned that at
'Cause
Vembe,
we don't want
actually.
it that way. We want it
Yeah.
this way.
Guys, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Congratulations, Q,
Thank you.
on that amazing left-hand
And
drive.
it fits in the
Sprite.
theme of the show. It fits in the
Sprite.
theme of
Yeah.
the show.
We were talking. You're right. The greatest GMT. That's possibly the greatest GMT. And here's the second possibly greatest GMT: a Tudor Diet
Pepsi.
Tudor
Beautiful.
Diet Pepsi.
We ruined it, but it's okay. It's a Tudor Diet Pepsi is a beautiful watch. It's the best watch under 2000, I think.
The best watch under 2000. Big Meech, what an abomination! Thank you, Meech.
It's hard to open the box with one hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got the bit that.
This is too
Why
difficult.
do you think they would invent a box that?
Oh snap! What the?
This is the new Tudor
Holy shit!
that just came out.
You're out of control, Q. You're absolutely out of control.
Okay, let's see how this.
That's the brand new Tudor
We can't see the
Aquanaut.
watch. We can't see the watch.
It's a brand new Tudor
I'm trying to
Aquanaut,
fix the
from what I
camera,
believe.
right? I'm trying to fix the camera. This is so
The
difficult.
camera does not want to be fixed.
No, it doesn't. I don't know a way to get this. All right. So, anyways, okay, guys, let's just do it this way. Forget it.
The Tudor Aquanaut.
Tudor Aquanaut.
Yes,
That's
the brand new Tudor.
Blue, white gold. Holy shit. That's probably like the best one that they make right now. There was also the grenade, but grenade, the green is a little bit polarizing, especially that shade of green. This blue one is sporty AF. Wow.
I
The
love
only
it.
thing is that it's not a GMT. It's not a GMT. It does
It's
not
not.
qualify for
Nope.
this show's title.
Well,
that is
I
sick.
just showed you a GMT.
I'm joking. But wow.
Okay, so we're gonna do this.
Let's see it on the. Oh yeah. Let's weigh it. Is it the real GMT? Now, here we go. Is it the real?
Counterfeit.
Is it
Absolutely
gold?
counterfeit.
128 grams. Is that the weight? Is that the weight?
Kilogram,
Kilograms?
ounce,
We need
fluid ounce, ml.
we need fluid ounces. We need in fluid ounces.
We need
How many
grams.
fluid ounces?
That's
How many
grams.
Fluid ounces.
Grams, kilograms.
Grams.
Okay.
128 grams. 128 grams.
4.5 pounds or ounce.
4.5 pounds. Yeah, 4.5 pounds. It's the heaviest wristwatch in history.
Wow, that's not 4.5. That's ounce.
4.5 pounds. I'll pay that
fluid
right
ounce.
now.
Okay, 4.5 fluid ounce.
I'll pay 4.5 pounds for that watch right now. Let's go. Kill. I'll Uber to you. The Uber costs more than that.
There we go. There we go, guys.
128.
Yep.
It's so subtle. Like the blue is very dark blue.
I know. Yeah, on the clones, they've got the blue a little bit.
Did you
wrong.
see it yesterday, OC, or they didn't? He didn't show it. They didn't allow him to show it, right? It would have started a riot. Well, if Q showed everyone yesterday that he got this watch at the party.
Oh, he showed everybody at the party.
Oh,
really? He showed a lot of people.
I kept walking to everybody like, hey, what's up? Look at what I got.
Look what I've got. Look what I've
got. What you got? What you got? You didn't get shit.
I went into we were in the Patek Philippe portion of the store, and they opened up one of those secret cabinets. They have hidden secret cabinets throughout the entire Patek Philippe section, and they opened a secret cabinet with a whole bunch of shelves and drawers in it. And
I definitely think I should take two more links out.
Yeah, Q's only here for 10 minutes, so let's let him have the spotlight. And I can tell the story afterwards.
But you can shut up,
I really have to go for dinner, so I gotta
give Q some spotlight. Come on, man, let the man talk.
This is it after it's cut. After it's cut.
Looks like you can put
2.
Yeah, you could cut 2 more. Yeah.
All right, let's do it right now.
No. What are you talking about?
Just be careful with your computer in the background. Your computer screen in the background.
Don't do it.
Oh, there's nothing there. Look,
just want to make sure.
Screen.
All right, just want to make sure.
Like got the curved display. Look at this fancy.
So don't worry. It's only like I'm looking at. There's no porn. There's no porn on my computer. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys. I gotta go for dinner. Okay. You guys enjoy, and then I have to go. I have to go watch my Niners game.
Niners. Whoa.
Yes, I gotta go watch my Niners game. I gotta see how they do. I hope that they win against the Miami Dolphins. So I'll definitely see you guys around.
Whiskey Reaper says, "Go Miami Dolphins."
Oh shit! Oh shit! No, go Niners. Okay.
No, Captain Kirk. They sized it for him, but they're very careful when they size it because if they cut too much, well, apparently the strap is what $240. The new strap.
Yeah.
They told Diego, man, I wish we had Diego on here because they told Diego it's like $800 for the new strap.
It's not. It's not. I'm gonna buy another one.
The strap, just an extra.
Yeah, just
Are there color options that you can get?
I don't know. I'm hoping so. What color should I do it?
Well, you should get a green one if they have. Get the black one. Get the pink one.
Get the green, blue, red.
Oh man, if they have the red one, that's the Singapore edition. Came with the red.
Cool. That works. All right, I really gotta run. So you guys have fun. I'm meeting up with friends. We're gonna go have some Italian food. So
Ooh,
yes.
very nice.
Okay, bye guys.
Bye
Love you guys.
Q. Bye
Okay,
Q.
bye.
Peace
Take
out.
care. Woo! Interesting.
Yeah.
What a watch. What a watch, huh?
It's a beautiful watch. They were selling a lot of watches last night.
Really?
People flew in from all over the country, and they were.
Did you get anything? If you got invited,
I did not. Nothing. Zero for OC. It's okay.
So sad. Yeah, I mean, they told me, "Hey, just come to the door," and I thought, oh shit, I don't want to.
I'll be okay.
Yeah. Look, I wasn't feeling right. It's just it's been tough. It's been tough. Captain Kirk, when I get that watch, they are sizing it for me.
No, they did cut it. They did size it for him. It's just that they didn't size it as tight as. Now that he's home, he's realizing, it's not as tight as.
Not as
probably
tight. I
as he
think
wants it.
Diego also went back to get his size like twice.
Measure twice, cut once. But in this case, measure many times, cut twice, because you don't want to get it wrong.
Who Ada says that they won't sell other colors that didn't come with the watch. Interesting.
It would look absolutely ridiculous with the khaki green strap with the blue dial on it.
Blue dial, green strap. Well, that's the whole point, to make it look a little bit ridiculous. A little bit.
It's actually a good story. I think I was with Q a few weeks back. We went there, and he ended up buying the cufflinks, blue Patek Philippe cufflinks. And he basically said, "Listen, because I'm buying these cufflinks, I want the blue Aquanaut." And they said, "Okay."
Those cufflinks were like $10,000 though. No,
expensive. I think like 6, 7, maybe 10. But
you reckon they're also going to sell him the 5811? Yes,
100%. He's the kind of guy that they would give him the 5811.
Damn.
Yeah, you have friends in high places.
Yes. That's good. That's good for Q.
At one point, I was in the Patek Philippe portion. They had a secret cabinet with shelves in it, and I don't know if you know what. Here's my analogy. I don't know if you can understand it, but like when I go to CVS to pick up a prescription, they have like a Tupperware filled with all kinds of envelopes with people's prescriptions in them, and they have like 20 envelopes per bucket, and they have like all these buckets that are alphabetical. When they opened the secret room and you saw the shelves, they had baskets or containers with pouches, and each like 20 or 30 pouches per shelf, all of brand new Patek Philippe's that are that were ready to be delivered. I mean, probably 150 watches. I mean,
Whoa.
It was like,
you saw that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Holy shit!
Just like directly delivered from Geneva, all the original pouches. Yeah, and that night they were just.
Oh no! It's like this brown cardboard, right?
It's a pouch with a brown cardboard with a thing. It's like a whole thing, and with barcodes and everything. And for people who were showing up there, they were just like cutting through the plastic right there and just opening the shit right from the factory for everybody.
Wow.
It was chaos. Q actually forgot a watch there. I mean, Q actually there was so much chaos going on.
Yeah,
he had a watch that he left it somewhere, and someone spotted it and.
What?
Saved it for him. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Forgot.
Like he took it off his wrist, or
It was in a box. It was in a small travel box, and I don't know. He just forgot that it put it on the table or something.
Very lucky. He got lucky.
They really needed more security there. Honestly,
Yeah.
if I were to advise them in the future, because he had so many people there, with a lot of Patek Philippe Nautiluses last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. Atis, I traded my 5167 for 5065 for that reason. How big is Q's wrist?
Like 5 3/4 or something. He has a very small wrist.
That watch is too big for me. After a Patek showing, I stopped lusting after all the new Aquanauts. Wow. Oh. Well, but 5167 is smaller though. 5167, because the white gold Aquanauts, they're 42 mil. 5167 is 40. But I'm not sure what is 5065. 5065.
It looks good on his wrist, but the way the strap may never form tightly around his wrist enough. That could be the case.
5065 is the previous model of the Aquanaut. So I guess it's even smaller. Let's see here. It's as you can see, it's the previous version where the rubber strap does not hug the case. Let's see.
Is it okay if we drop the link and get some other panelists?
It's the 38. Huh? Yeah.
Drop the
let
link?
me drop. Oh, by the way, how's my reception? Because I'm getting this icon that my internet is not good.
So far, so good.
Okay. Because right now I'm streaming from Wi-Fi. I haven't gotten. I need to get the dongle. Didn't realize it. Let's see here. He says that's what I'm saying. The watch is too big for him. I have a 6.65 wrist, so that's just a little bit smaller wrist than mine. Mine is 6.75, but Q's wrists are really flat. They're thin but flat because he was wearing blue dial sky dweller. It looked fine on him. So I don't know. Big Meech dropped the link and let the Meech get nasty with the punters. Ooh.
Oh, Meech.
Okay, Meech, just don't get too nasty.
Meech and OC are guilty by association.
Aw. HST Timmy, every now and then your audio glitches. Modulation is otherwise strong and clear.
I haven't noticed any glitching so far, but great report though. The modulation is strong and clear.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. Hey, let's drop link for young Brando. Link for young Brando.
Watches in style. He's gonna be doing all kinds of lifestyle
why
content.
He doesn't want to have dinner with OC
or lunch.
What have you done? Oh, lunch. Yeah.
Chances are we'll bump it. Chances are, I mean, if he's in New York, we're gonna bump into him at Phillips or Christie's or Sotheby's because that's all this weekend. This is all the big weekend is coming up, and he's gonna be there.
Oh.
Should I bring security? No, he's a very nice guy. I like him. And
speaking of security, Dirk Diggler, save me.
What up, boys?
What up? Are you? Have you passed the loyalty test recently? Are you okay to be on?
No, man. I gotta tell you a funny story.
Hold on, your audio's really low. We gotta crank you up or something.
Oh yeah, he was cranked down. Somebody.
All right, there you go.
There you go.
Now talk. Testing 1 2. Go ahead.
Test.
There we go.
Yeah, I gotta tell you a crazy story. So I'm guilty by association. I'm guilty by association now, man. I'm with Lord and Watch Nicholas now.
Oh.
Yeah. So check this out, dude. Like, I guess Lord was on Nick's show, and then Lord was saying, I pay for dinner or lunch or get-togethers too for a lot of people that want to come see me or whatnot. I pay a lot. And then I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? I was just joking though. But I go, last time I paid for everything. I paid for dinner and drinks for 4 people. And then he goes out and tells everybody and watch Nicholas's guests or his panel and his show. He goes, Dirk skipped out on a bill. He didn't do that. And I'm like, you freaking liar, dude. And I go, I got receipts. I got witnesses. Like,
what the fuck?
Like Alex was with me. Chris Cooley was with me. I'm like, you really want to fucking go there, bro? I go, I got receipts. And he goes, well, you skipped out on a bill. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. We went to the second place. I had 1 beer. And after I bought the lunch, after I bought the dinner and the drinks for the 4 of us, yeah, I would expect like I could skip out on 1 beer.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
How petty.
It was so petty, man. And it's only because like I'm associated with you guys. So I was like, yo, fuck off, dude. I was like, you know what?
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Speaking of people who are not afraid to be associated with us, Oshin. Yo.
You're live.
You're
You are
live.
live.
I thought you were going to say, speaking of people who are petty, because
That would have been a fine segue.
you usually use the last word of whatever anyone's saying
That's
before.
right. Speaking of those who are well known to skip out on the bill,
That's a real ugly thing, by the way. If you ever catch yourself doing that, that's
hey, listen, Loshin. When he said that to me, I was so fucking pissed off, man. Like he triggered me, man, because it's basically calling out my character, right?
Yeah, that's a really brutal character assassination.
Yeah, and I'm like, don't go there because I got the receipts, and then it was just freaking stupid, dude. I made him look. I was pissed, dude, but whatever.
Yeah, because there's nothing worse than that. You can be like a quiet person or a dismissive person or even a grumpy person, but it's never as bad as being the opposite and skipping out on the bill. You don't want to do that, you know.
I love how one of the funniest yet relentless trolls in the audience is now concerned about attacks on his character.
Oh, God forbid.
Wait a minute. God forbid. Listen.
Don't call me that.
Don't call me. Don't accuse me of skipping out on the bill.
No, but there is honor amongst trolls. Like we look at the trolls and we just think like, oh, they're just fucking trolls. They're scum of the earth.
Dude, don't call me somebody who welches out, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's like calling me like I gamble a lot. And if somebody says you didn't pay your debt, that's a huge thing, man, right? You always pay. If you owe somebody money, you fucking pay your debts. And then the same thing with like
Unless it's Nico.
Speaking of skipping out on one's debts, Oshin, everybody, has joined.
Skipping out on debt. Oh,
we got endless segues.
Yeah, I love it.
Unbelievable.
I just came on because I was a little bored. I just put out a video and I was like, okay, well, it's go to bed or stay up for a little bit, have a drink, have a little smoke, see who's around. And there you guys were with the Dirk Diggler.
Tim's always here.
We love the Dirk.
If there are any other enemies of Lord that would like to join the panel,
what's going on with Lord? What's happening?
Apparently, he won't have lunch or dinner with OC. He's here in New York City. He's here in my neck of the woods. He's in Brooklyn. He could be behind me, but wait, he's not. But he won't have lunch with OC.
I think he lives there now, right? Because he was last time I heard from him, he said that he doesn't like living in LA anymore. He hates it.
He's moved. I remember back. He was saying that he's gonna move to Brooklyn, and I thought, oh shit, I don't want to hear that. But
you're not in Brooklyn anyway, man. You're down in Coney Island. That's like it's like way down, but way down at the bottom.
Hey Tim, I was gonna come on your show earlier, but I was gonna have a list of demands that I need to have met before I go on your show. like Lord. Remember when Lord was working with Arch and he had all those demands he needed? He's like,
Yeah.
I will not come on unless if Tim is on, I am gone. It was just
God.
hilarious, man.
What did I even do? I didn't even do anything to the guy except try to help. But that's how it is. That's the cycle of.
I want to party with that guy, man. He seems like the life of the fucking party, doesn't he? Sorry,
Dude, he's not the last.
Bring Lord to any party you're going to for sure. That guy's going to be doing somersaults and doing vodka shots.
He'd be a great wingman for you, Oshin.
Oh yeah, you can tell everybody how horrible I am. Turn all the girls off me. Probably be doing me a favor, really, at the end of the day, wouldn't he?
Probably a huge favor. Meech.
Oh God, Meech, $10 super chat. OC and Tim, I'd love to take you out to lunch to the Four Seasons and pull a cars on you and dump on you guys and speed out of there. Vroom.
I think he means the Four Seasons strip club.
Oh. Oh God. Meech, thank you for that.
Big Meech, this super chat solidifies that you are now aligned with Tim Wright, and that association will.
By the way,
permanent enemy. Anyone
DC
who's
says,
Tim's enemy is now your enemy.
By the way, DC says, I think Lord hates Timmy more than.
Is that even possible?
Is that possible? Daniel Katz 279. Dirk, don't let clown ruin your day.
Oh, I'm over it. It was like, I think it was a couple weeks ago. I'm over it.
Are you also banned? Are you also banned from the dungeon too, Dirk? Like I am?
No, but I heard I can't listen to Dungeon now because it's so long. I seriously need Cliff Notes every day, right?
Oh, I get Cliff Notes. I get Cliff Notes sent to me.
Well,
but
last I heard, I listened yesterday for like 30 minutes, and I guess I got lucky. Supposedly, they're trying to unban you.
I was about to say, usually I get a note with a summary of what was talked about on the dungeon, so I could quickly spend 3 minutes recapping it. They spent an entire 12-hour episode last night talking about OC and replaying clips of all my interviews for 12 hours.
12? Jesus.
I think these people might be a little bit.
They are obsessed with me. They're completely obsessed. And I gotta give a shout out to Palway. Palway was on the panel, or they were playing a clip of him on the panel, and he actually was talking sense, and they would just cut him off time and time and time again. He's actually a super smart guy who actually understood everything that was going on, and it didn't fit their narrative, so they didn't want to listen. But shout out to Palway. He's a class act, and he has integrity.
He's a good guy. I actually email and talk to Poway personally a little bit. It's funny because I saw a little bit of the show, and even Bear was getting tired. He's like, I don't want to keep watching this. It's getting boring. And it was.
Who wants to watch 12 hours of a show about me? That's the stupidest thing I could think of.
It was a show about the community with you, Tim, and then it was when Hoff went on, and then Bear's like, I don't want to keep watching this. It's boring. So.
Amazing.
They're out of their minds. But they get all their content from us, and then they go that you don't. They say that you don't have content. Are you kidding me?
This guy's
you're their content.
Clown. I am the content. God, it's crazy. They're crazy. But
it's actually pretty. It's actually pretty dumb because you ever heard that people say, there's no such thing as bad publicity, right? I mean, if anything, if people say somebody's new and they just go into the dungeon, they're just going to be like, who is this Tim Wright guy, or who is Oshin, right? They're going to go look it up. They're going to go, oh, okay.
And it drives traffic to you. And new subscribers. It is unbelievable. And by the way, I gotta say one more thing that Paulway said, which is absolutely super smart. And I want to reiterate it because it's very important. He said, everyone on the dungeon always calls OC the master manipulator, and he's the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. And Paulway said, no, you have to understand, Tim was successful way before OC came on the scene. Why are you people are the people who are trying to stir up this stuff have it completely wrong. OC hasn't. Tim was on his own, successful way before OC came into the
Don't
picture.
tell them
OC
that.
I like that you refer to yourself in the third person.
I have to. Yeah, OC has to refer to himself sometimes as a.
Don't tell them the truth.
Not a real entity.
I was enjoying this bit of respite. At least they're not talking about me. That way I can concentrate.
This is the kind of stuff they call me the puppet master. It's like, I'm not doing anything. Tim is very successful on his own. If I left the show, it would be way more successful than if I'm a hindrance more than a help. Trust me.
That's exactly what a puppet master would say.
It's exactly using that circular logic. Look at this. Look at Oshin.
Oshin. When you meet women, do you say I'm Oshin? I'm the Oshin.
Jesus, no.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of Oisinomalley? He was in Mr. North.
Do you know?
By the way, I happen to
know I'm royalty.
Come on, Dirk. We need Oshin on the show.
I'll be right back.
Big Meech super chat, another $10.
Big Meech.
Tim, you want to read it?
Big Meech. OC deserves respect. I can't imagine it's easy having his arm shoved up Tim's rear every day. Working his mouth like a puppet.
Oh man.
Oh God. Thank you, Meech. It's hard work puppeteering this fat ass. No, at least maybe that's why I want to lose weight. So this because OC complained to the HR department that it's too difficult. It's too difficult. Restrictive.
Shout out to Palway. Love that guy. Guy with integrity on the panel who actually spoke the truth.
No integrity is allowed. DCNLV. Yep.
This is where I usually say something like, "We have a really smart and clever audience," but that just then they'll do a 1 hour episode on the dungeon about how I say that all the time. I always praise the audience.
Oh God.
Oh my God. Funny. These guys are hilarious.
I think they like Poway though. I mean, I know that Curly was supposedly he liked him a lot.
Hey, listen, I don't want to get involved with that guy.
And they have a fake Tim Wright and a fake original OC in the chat now doing comic relief the entire show. So it's like we're pretending to comment on their commentary of our show the entire time.
Welcome to the club.
Well,
yeah.
Oh God.
I love it. It's so smart.
But it's whatever, man. Whatever. Let's let them do their thing. But Asheen. So what was the video that you made today about?
Just about the Rolex shit this week. Excuse me, and the conclusions. You know.
Do you have any additional news?
There's that rumor that hit today. I'm sure you heard or yesterday. I'm sure you all heard that they're going to reduce production because of high gas prices. Austin Daniels got straight on it, and other people. I don't know if there's truth behind it, but I mentioned it in there. But really, I was just talking about the rude awakening that the whole thing is a bit of a slap in the face to the haters of the gray market. It's like, all of a sudden, all is forgiven, gray market, come back. We're sorry we didn't mean it. Because as that happens, the ADs are way more greedy and way more ruthless than even the gray market. So it's a bit kind of that kind of rude awakening. Just a little bit of that.
Interesting.
That's all. Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing we haven't already covered ourselves, but if I put out an official video, like, real content or whatever, close enough to that description. Me walking around Venice chatting with the camera like a lunatic, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Then it gets shitloads more views. You know what I mean?
Oh, shit.
The message reaches farther. That's all I'm saying.
One thing I did hear yesterday. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Tim.
Where do I go?
I was gonna say that one thing I did hear yesterday, as I was at one of Rolex's biggest, probably their biggest dealer in the United States. They said that they will be participating in the certified pre-owned program, and they don't sell any pre-owned watches now. So this would be completely new for them.
Who is that?
So,
Whoa.
Wempe.
Oh,
in New York.
Wempe on Fifth Avenue.
And on Fifth Avenue, and they are going to be participating. And they also said to me that every watch goes back to Rolex, that they do not allow Rolex certified technicians to perform the service, that every watch that gets the seal of the approval of the program has to go to RSC for the service. Now that
RSC in New York or RSC in Switzerland?
Well, no RSC. Well, there's an RSC in New York. So
yes,
whatever your local RSC
a very good one, apparent from what I understand.
Like very good, but I guess the point is that the authorized dealers won't have the flexibility of taking in a watch, having their own guy do the work, turning it around quickly, and putting it in the case. This is something that will take 8 to 10 weeks to do before they get the watch back. The other thing that someone brought to my attention today is that Rolex, over the past many years, has been putting the squeeze on the independent watchmakers getting access to Rolex OEM components and parts. And this, they could actually squeeze it even more. They could say, listen, if you're not part of the certified pre-owned, or it may be even if you are in the program, we're going to really put the screws on the parts, on the crowns, on everything else, the gaskets.
Put the screws on the screws.
Put the screws on the screws, and basically force more stuff to go to RSC and get certified.
Right.
Interesting. Yeah. I wonder why they decided to go with this requirement. Is there like,
so there's no confusion? Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Can you imagine the quagmire, the mess?
Yeah.
You know, at least they're guaranteed that it's going to be top notch. It's going to be as new, or the best possible. When I set off my gold sub that time, I was talking to Alex Foti in Britain there in Liverpool. Fucking amazing guy, top level. But he's like, where are you sending it for service? I'm like, it's going to Rolex. And even he said, when that comes back, it's going to make you want to cry. It'd be so perfect.
Yeah.
The job will just be so beautiful. They have all the best shit, all the best machines, all the best trained technicians. Those guys go back into training every 6 months. Even working with them for 20 years, they still have to go back into retraining for new models and so on. They keep their standard extremely high. So, that's what they want.
Wow.
Hey, I got a question for you, Oisin.
Mm-hmm.
If you play Mr. North music on your channel, will you get a copyright strike?
Yep, already happened.
Really?
Yeah, on the remember I did a video of remember I did that shoot for Canali, and it's me on a boat with a cigar and wearing all these jackets and stuff. I used music in the background as kind of fun, allegro, kind of rock. That's one of our own tunes from years ago. I went back into the hard drives and I found an instrumental version with the vocals removed, just because it just worked well for the video, and it got fucking hit at the copyright shit. Because of course the publisher originally of those songs is still out there. Now I fought it. I put in the appeal. You can appeal. You have to be very careful. If you appeal, you better win it, because if you don't win it, you get a copyright strike. So, but I put in the appeal. I was like, that's my fucking music. And then they lifted it, but it took like 3 or 4 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah. They didn't want to get into a dispute about the publishing and who owns it and blah, blah, blah.
Maybe you can dispute all sorts of stuff, but people are scared to, because they get copyright strikes if they lose. So they just don't do it. And I guess they figure anybody who's so vehemently defending their own position, owning the music, probably is telling the truth. Either that, or someone actually saw the email and had to go in and search me. I doubt they even went that far. Google's far too big.
I have to run and pick up a frappe for Mrs. OC, but I'll be back in a little bit. Catch you guys later.
See you in a bit.
Peace out.
Bye, OC.
Even if you didn't, even if they did strike you, right? Like, or that you have a very valid argument for fighting it. You know what I mean? So even if you did lose it, I think you could say, well, hey, dude, I didn't know, right? Like, you have an argument.
There's no one on the other end of the phone with Google. I mean, now that the channel is bigger, I have my person I can live chat with, which is nice. You get that after you get a little bit bigger. And I'm sure if you're Mr. Beast, they're on the fucking phone anytime you need them, you know? It's a hierarchy. But these are battles just that you have to kind of step away from because they're just not even worth fighting. And I'm a fighter by nature, so coming from me, you should definitely, I definitely mean what I'm saying. Like, some stuff you just don't want to fight. There's no point,
Yeah.
But I did it on that song, and it came through okay. But the first 3 weeks of it being live were all riddled with ads. That's my main problem. It's not the money; it's the fucking commercials they put all over the stuff. It ruins the whole continuity of the video.
I actually there's an option to enable the ads before starting a live stream, and it's a huge difference. I can't stand it. When the ads are enabled, every time you try to turn on one of these live streams, it first plays like 2 ads. You can't even while the live stream is even happening. So
that's super annoying.
So messy.
Yeah, you want to get straight in on the conversation, right?
Yeah.
Now, it's annoying for me because, I mean, that video was a bit silly. It was just me, fucking standing there in front of a camera, but that's okay. But some of the videos, I put a lot of effort in for the continuity. There are moments where it's supposed to bring you to an emotional place, and moments that are supposed to pick you up and drop you, It's kind of an emotional play, Any great director would know exactly what I was talking about if they were listening. Yeah, you bring people to a moment and then, let them go. It's something that viewers and audiences do all the time. They allow the director to play with their own feelings if the director knows how to do it well. And I've gone back sometimes through my older videos where I have those moments, maybe moments of darkness and silence, and then back into new music. As a fucking commercial just dropped in there because YouTube see a silence and they go, oh, this must be a pause. Let's put in a commercial. Boom. Fucking kills everything. I'm like, why did I, labor over that for weeks?
Yeah.
And now they just fucked it. It's like being in bed with a woman and then someone walks in and goes, happy birthday with all your relatives or something. You're like, Jesus Christ, this is the wrong moment. Like, get out. You just ruined it.
Oh, God. Boston Collector says, Tim OC and Asheen, or we can say Dirk, I bet Rolex has the best machines for even adding the correct metal to make sure the cases are perfect. European watch company has machine that can do that. Should be, I mean, at Rolex they got all the special dyes. So if they're polishing a watch or they're brushing it, they're probably putting like the parts into some kind of enclosure. So that's
gone are the days where they would, if there's a big gash on the side of the case, that they would just shave it down until it was smooth and lose half the fucking case. Those days are gone since the laser technology. They will drop in the steel, liquid steel, surgical steel, and manipulate it with a laser, fill out the entire gash, and then finish the whole edge so you don't lose. And
because they make their own steel and their own gold, they can basically they know which gold to use or which steel to use, so that it's not visible. Or sometimes some of these brands, I mean, they source the stuff and they might not have the same type of gold or whatever to be able to fix it in the future. Sean, $10 super chat. Timmy OC, Darkster, and Asheen, drinking to your health, gents. Cheers.
Cheers, man.
Thank you.
Dirk, what do you think about this whole RSC just thing? It's not going to affect you, but what do you think? What do you think? Is this going to change everything or changes nothing in your
I
opinion?
don't. Truthfully, I haven't looked at it or analyzed it as much as you guys have to even comment on it. I don't know enough about it. I just know. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it's just like a certified resale type of deal. Like, is that basic? Rolex is just getting into that game.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't.
But you know what? Now that we know that these watches have to be serviced by Rolex, RSC, to be certified, that adds an extra step. I thought these authorized dealers would be able to service it themselves, and then add these little certified trinkets to the watch. But it's not as easy as
Well,
we
an
think.
it's very rare, I think, that an AD, certainly here in Italy, the ADs don't serve. They have a guy in the back who can change a strap, or he can do basic things. But once it goes to service, it gets put in a pouch, and you fill in all these forms, and it's very surgical, you might say, and off it goes. And then you get a quote after a week, because they check it and see if there are any parts that need to be replaced. The flat fee on any Submariner, be it gold or otherwise, is $700 right now. They actually reduced the flat fee on most of their watches about a year ago, I believe. And it goes. They give you the quote, and then you can go ahead and choose what you want out of that quote. So in the case of my gold sub, there was a missing link. So I wanted the real link put on there, so it was complete. They said the crown needed to be replaced, not because of the outside, but because of the inner stem of the crown. So I have a brand new gold crown put on there. I said I didn't want the dial or the bezel replaced in any way, because they're beautiful condition. And that was it. And then it took 2 months. And I was precisely 2 months. It was very shocking. I was coming up to the end of the 2 months, and I was beginning to wonder, should I call them? And almost like to the day, I think it was to the day, actually, precisely. Then I get the text from my friend. It's like, oh, your watch just came back in. Pick it up whenever you like.
2 months is nothing. That's actually quite quick.
It's kind of nice because that watch isn't in your collection for those 2 months. So it's almost like going to get a new watch. You almost have that feeling like you're going to get a brand new watch, because it's like you got used to not having it around. So you're kind of excited to pick it up, because it's like
get it back.
You get it back, and you're like, oh, there it is, and you stick it on your wrist, and you have that feeling all over again.
Nice. It's like getting a brand new watch. It's like you bought a new watch. Big Meech, $2 super chat. Dirk, I love you. You know this, right?
I love you too, Big Meech. I love you, man.
Aw. Yeah. That is interesting. It is interesting to see how this is going to play out. If Rolex is cutting the production as well, that would be a very interesting thing. I think cutting production is the smart move here, because eventually, if these watch brands just keep producing watches nonstop all the time, they'll eventually get to the point where they can no longer sell watches. And
hey, I'm gonna bolt out, boys, real quick. All right.
Okay.
I'll catch y'all later. See you, Sure. Bye,
See you, man.
Right,
I'm gonna drop the link. Maybe somebody wants to join us. Maybe Bourbon Heart, $5 super chat. Great video, Oshin. I purchased a naked watch and sent it to Rolex for service. Mine was polished. My local AD had me pre-authorized up to 1,100 for Explorer 2.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing I say in the video, because I figure, like, I can't call myself a decent YouTuber if I don't give people solutions, right? It's one thing saying about the situation and giving your opinion. Now give people a solution, give people an answer. So that's what I did. I said, listen, if you want a smart thing to do right now
Yes.
Seeing as it's acceptable to get this piece, it's even more acceptable now to have a watch that's been used pre-owned. God knows from what year. They don't even specify in many cases what year.
Mm-hmm.
And you get your cream tag and your new warranty. That's only 2 years.
Yes.
So go out and find the cheapest possible naked watch that's all banged and pranged. Bring it in, have them service it for $700.
Yes.
If you're not in a hurry for the watch, in 2 months, you got the same thing. But no cream thing.
No
You don't get a
cream,
tag,
no
but
cream.
No cream. Cream is
People
the
want
new
the cream.
word.
Speaking of cream, Daniel Katz, he's now sponsored actually by cream. Where's the cream? Where's the cream, Daniel? We want to see the cream.
Well, are you referring to me being the cream of the crop?
The
You're bound
creme
to
de
mistake.
la crop. The creme de la creme.
Mistaken.
But the Explorer 2, they charge a little bit more for Explorer 2 service than the Submariner.
I got a friend that really depends on servicing Rolexes. He's one of those outside sources that somehow used to get, used to source parts somehow, and he wasn't part of the Rolex thing. And a lot of people, high-end customers, would come there because after warranty, I guess they thought it was just too expensive to service their pieces, and they were pretty happy with what his people did.
Yes.
Yeah, so I can understand what Oishin is saying, that it's just like done super well, coming from the Rolex people. But that's giving you my other end. It's
Well, for me, it was I had a gold sub.
Yeah.
The thing I got it for 22, 23, I can't remember.
Wow.
And on the market, there are about 10 more. They're about 32, 33. They were not affected in any way by the spike earlier this year.
Yeah.
Neither up nor down. And so to me, it made sense. Now, the link was missing.
Yeah.
And I went on eBay to see if I could get a cheaper one. But I'm well aware that a lot of, especially gold links or two-tone links, aren't really the one that came with the watch or should come with the watch. It's somebody using a slider, and there's lots of fakes and stuff out there. And they were all up at the same price range. They quoted me $650 from the service center here.
Yeah.
And I looked on eBay, and they were all $657 anyway. So I was like, oh, fuck it. I'd rather Rolex do it, and that way I'm sure it's the real link. They wanted to replace the crown. That was $250. So the whole lot came to $1650. And when I went in to pick it up, and they showed me the whole thing, and there's a clip in the video. That's my buddy there, Tiziano. And he looks at me, he goes, give me $1450. It's fine. You just give me $200.
That's a good story. I mean, that makes sense. And you're paying for the reassurance too, of course.
It's a $30,000 watch. You're going to pay $1,000. It's okay. Whereas maybe if it's, I don't know, like what's cheap, like an OP, like a 39 mil OP or something, maybe then it makes less sense. There you go. That's the clip.
Yeah.
But I think it makes sense even now. Like I was showing that 114060, that no date sub, going for 19,000 from Bucherer. And I thought, well, you can get an 08 sub scratched up, no box, no papers for about 10. So go get that, hand it in, pay the $1,000 or less. You might look out. They might say everything's great. We're just going to overhaul the movement a bit and give it a nice polish, and you're good to go. That's $700, and then you've just saved yourself. What have you saved? $8,000. You're getting basically the same thing. You've got your 2-year warranty card. And you have the green hang tag. Who knows? Right now, we're all talking about the cream hang tag.
Yes.
But as the dust settles, the cream might land a little lower. It's like the cream's good, but the green is the real shit, baby. Like we might get that way about it. You know what I mean? It might become like Rolex versus Tudor, or something, or Gibson versus Epiphone or something.
When Rolex, before this new announcement with Rolex, when it was serviced, was there some kind of warranty after the service for a length of time, or is this a new thing? I'm ignorant.
Always. It was always a warranty after. It was 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what was ringing kind of strange for me when they announced this new thing and they said 2 years. I was like, why not give 4 or 3 or distinguish it in some way from just a service, for crying out loud? At least make a midpoint. I think someone was at OC was saying if the watch is relatively new, they should give a whole 5 years. Why not? 5 fucking years. Let's stand by our product.
Yeah.
It's built to last, apparently, right? And if it's an older one, then 4. And if it's a very old one, then they're 3 or something. And figure it out that way. When I saw 2 years, I was like, well, you're hardly really giving anyone anything more than you're already offering them.
It's almost like they're actually, it almost seems to me right now, when I think about this, it's almost like they're taking the service that they already do and they're providing a different version, like not even a different version, different packaging for the same service. Let's say, Oshin, if you want to service your watch, you can go to RSC and they'll give you the green box, blah blah blah. But if an AD has, got their hands on the used watch and they want to service it to then resell it, it's basically the same process. The watch is going to go in, it's going to get serviced, and then it's going to come out. But this time, instead of giving AD the green stuff, they'll give them the cream.
Like when McDonald's when McDonald's launch a new thing in their menu, some new barbecue, God knows whatever, chicken thingy, and it's not really catching on, and nobody's ordering it.
Put different,
and then they just they repackage it then for the kids, and they remove the bacon or something like that, and then and it's the same fucking thing.
And in
they
this
just
situation,
reprice
they
it.
added the bacon. They added the little tab.
They added the bacon,
and they reassure the clientele that new chicken McNugget or whatever it is will not go bad for 10 years outside of the fridge.
Well, no, they're saying it's not gonna go
bad in 2.
For 2 years.
That's what was the contradiction, by the way, because they started out with, because our watches are built to last, they can live many lives.
Yeah,
we all agree with that. But then why don't they back it up then? Own that and say, we're giving you another 5 years, not 2. 2 looks like you're not that confident. It might fall apart after 3, and then you're not responsible. You've got to go pay again for the service. It just it looks really awful. I think they just phoned it in. These guys, they had a meeting over the phone one night, drunk, and they came up with this bullshit.
By the way, I'm sure they also have the numbers, and they know how often these things break within those time periods. Like they probably know.
I'm sure.
Maybe it's possible they made a calculation. They were like, listen, if we're going to offer 500, if we're going to offer 5 years warranty, then it's going to cost us like double. This program is just going to be too expensive for us to do. So I don't know.
All this is mute to me because I may not last 2 years, because remember I told you, Tim, I had my suit fit, and the tailor said that bring things in. He said that I didn't have a butt. So how am I going to exist any longer?
Oh, you keep going on about your butt. You were talking about that the other day. Somebody's asking in the chat, am I wearing the Royal Oak? I'm not. I'm wearing the Sea Dweller, the ST43.
43, the red line.
The red line Sea Dweller. One of my favorites.
This server, this 2 year, whether 2 year or 5 years, it doesn't matter for Cats, because he might not have the 2 years to begin.
That's right. That's right.
So it's a good deal for you, Daniel.
I won't.
You gotta win that lottery before you.
I won't mention it again here. I know I'm over talking it, but that's it.
It's okay, man. You're not.
Big Meech.
I'm the only over talker in the room.
Yeah.
You get blamed for that, but it's okay. I mean, that's what what are we doing this show for? To talk to.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Tim, I sent you those exercises so you don't have to go to the club yet. Don't forget, they're in there.
I have to go tomorrow. I'm waking up tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Big Meech, $2. Like how the term "I love you" is so casual. I love you, Meech. I love Meech. Showcase watches, £4.49. Super chat just purchased some cream paint for my hand tags, and the wife is stitching me some cream pouches. my collection is going to explode in value now, for sure. Oh yeah.
Well, Dirk was saying the other night there when Tim, you were on with me and Dirk and my brother, he's like, how long till Noob Factory have perfect replicas of these things? Like, they'll have them by next week.
Yeah.
The cream pouch, etc.
The cream pouch, the cream tag, the cream papers, the in the box, It's all gonna come out very soon. I hope that the new tag has like NFT or what? It's not NFT. What is it? NFC in it. That would be interesting. I disagree. Okay, Mark says he disagree. Not that Oshin, the way Rolex works, I bet they were in the market secretly buying watches to stock this progress.
Who knows?
It's a possibility. Andrew Volkovich, Oshin, all my previous comments on your videos, I'm getting spam that says it's you and
ignore it. Yeah, Andrew, I pinned it. Always ignore that shit.
Yeah.
Always ignore it. That's just nonsense. And there's nothing we can do. We have to go through manually and delete them. It takes forever. I just have to rely on people having a bit more common sense. One guy got scammed last month and sent some scammer like $160 or something. Then he got angry at me because he still thought it was me. He was like, Oshin is ripping people off. I was like, okay. Luckily, a lot of people say that, so you're kind of in a sea of conspiracy, so whatever. In the end, he kind of came around full circle, and he's like, well, I'm sorry. I was like, Jesus Christ, dude. Whatever. People fall for anything, I suppose. Just ignore it, Andrew.
Ignore it. That's what I do. Casey Jones, Brooklyn. $2. I missed the Bear Clooney drama. What happened? Bear Clooney was caught flexing a fake Daytona, and it was proven beyond a shadow of a doubt on the live stream. It's very sad. Mark, Rolex does not lose and then play for the very long term. They do play for a very long term, so we'll see how this plays out. I think gray market used to have this criminal associations with it. Not that it was criminal, but not like high-end luxury associations. But now that the gray market has gone mainstream, I could see the potential that a lot of these brands, not just Rolex, but other brands, will get into the business of selling used watches. We'll see how it plays out. Showcase watches. James, Rolex has a secret buyer and have for years trying to catch out ADs. What do you think is going to happen to all the stock they purchased for themselves? Yep.
There's each AD has its own secret buyer, at least one. He might be in the staff or outside the staff. Sometimes disgruntled buyers, guys who get blacklisted, go back and say, listen, I know I'm blacklisted, but how about I work for you as a guy who finds people to blacklist? I actually know about that for sure. So the ADs hire them themselves. Not funny?
Wow.
Yeah. Crazy.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting. I didn't realize that. That's why they have to be so careful the first time. Whenever ADs meet someone for the first time, freaking cautious.
Well, they'll vet you. I mean, the second you leave, you have a nice conversation with them and you express your interest. The second you leave, they're on Google immediately looking for you and checking out who you are and what you do. For many reasons, I'm sure, not just the flipping. See if you have the money or if you're just a person who likes talking to sales staff, like Glenn Ross.
Wasting their time.
Yeah, the Patels, right? Glenn Ross. They just like talking to salespeople. But you've got to be you know, the stupidest thing to do is get a watch and go down the street a few days later or within a few, a couple of days and even show it to a potential gray market, because you could get in, these guys are out there, they're sending in people to have a look at stuff. If you're ever going to sell a watch, because I know that happens, sometimes you're offered a watch that you don't really want, but you're just offered it and you're like, I'll take it because I'm hardly going to lose a dime on it. And I want to just stay in the good graces of my AD. And I'm afraid I might get, they might not call me the next time. There's a lot of that shit going on. So a lot of people take watches, 1 in 5 or 6 watches they don't even fucking want. They just take it anyway. And they think, I'll give it away as a gift or I'll sell it or whatever. But if you're going to do something like that, it's very risque, and you better send it out of the country or to some completely different region. Like if you're going to sell it to someone, make sure it gets passed on to somewhere very distant where it isn't going to come back to your local authorized dealer. Yeah. Yeah.
That's kind of what was happening to me. I was just buying everything. Every time I was offered something, I felt like I couldn't refuse. You can't refuse. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, do you remember I got my the Sea Dweller?
Yeah.
I gave up waiting. So I bought the Sea Dweller, and 3 days later I got the call for the Sea Dweller. So I just went and picked it up, and I wound up with 2.
Oh God!
Because what am I going to do? Turn down a Red Riding Sea Dweller and brand new with my name on the card? No, or whatever. I guess it didn't have my name in the card. Whatever. It's just like it was. Yeah, I'm not going to turn it down, especially a hard to find piece. If they offer you a ladies' date just or something, it's different. But yeah, sometimes you just have to take whatever they offer.
Yeah. And Sea Dweller is not the worst first watch from the AD. Casey Jones
wasn't my first at all. It was far from it, but anyway.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, still, it adds to the history. I guess, right?
Yeah, that was like 8 or 9 pieces down, but it was just after I came to Venice, so they transferred over my purchase history from the other town.
Oh,
really?
Really?
They picked up the phone and went, "Oh yeah, is he really who he says he is?" And yeah, absolutely. And they went, "Okay, yeah, you can have whatever you want. You just have to wait." But whatever I want, I mean, they never call for Daytona or Pepsi or anything. So
yeah, whatever he wants. The dream. Casey Jones, yes or no answer. Do you like Rolex Certified program? Yeah. I think it's good. I think it's it's a new just like it's new complexity in the watch market. It adds dynamic to it. There's something different going on, and everybody's going to have to scramble and see what they're going to do. Is Omega going to start a certified pre-owned program? Is Patek going to do that? How is other ADs going to react, or other brands? How are they going to react?
Good question.
I'm very.
You're talking just a slight digression. You're talking about doing a little comedy piece film like somewhere in the future, Tim. You did mention it, didn't you? How about an act out? I'm just thinking as I'm saying it of what you're just asking. We act it out.
Yes.
We have some of our colleagues play the role. The reaction to what's going on, and you'll have a team of players. Maybe I'll be involved. Whoever. A script 15 minutes long. And,
yeah, we can do that.
And we have roommate maybe be the hero somehow.
If she's still there, she might be leaving.
Okay,
probably. I'm 100%.
Okay,
sure.
well, whoever. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Just keep
We'll
it in
get
the
someone.
back.
Yeah.
Get it back your head. See if we'll all come to New York. Maybe take an hour to do 15 minutes.
When are you coming?
I'm coming. If I can get the flight booked, I can't even speak English tomorrow. Yeah. Then go to your pod hotel, and hopefully they'll have a couple of days there for me. Yeah.
Cool.
Next weekend.
Cool. Next weekend. We'll just
That's when
make sure it's
the
not
Philips
denied.
auction. That's the Philips
Oh,
auction,
okay.
right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Do I have to wear a
Andrew,
suit, Oishi, for those things?
no, you
A
don't.
what?
Do I have to wear a suit? You don't have to wear a suit for
To
that.
go to a watch auction.
Yeah.
For an auction where at Sotheby's?
Where is it, Tim? Is it Philips thing, isn't it? What is it?
Oh, it's Phillips and Bach. I
Yeah.
don't think you have to now. I mean, are you bidding?
No, I'm just going to wear a
No,
blazer.
Okay, then you'll be fine.
Yeah.
You know, it's a good idea. Those things I heard from an inside source to have a camera
Mm.
hanging over your neck, a DSLR. They think you're press,
Oh yeah.
Really?
and they push you in the corner with the press.
Yeah,
You get
yeah.
to stand there. You know, you can often get into concerts for free if you do that.
If I
It's a
get
little
Speaking
life
of
hack.
press, Sean. Oh, it's a little bit loud over there. Hey,
Hey,
Sean.
Sean.
Hey, Sean.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, you got
Hey,
a
how are you
boulet
guys?
hat.
Hey, man.
Cheers!
Yeah.
Cheers, man.
How you guys doing? Hey, Daniel. Hey, Oishi.
Hey,
Timmy.
how's your team doing, Sean? How's
Doing
your team?
great.
Which
Doing
team?
great.
Who is your team, by the way?
My team.
Yeah. Is that?
Oh, you're talking about soccer, of course, U.S.
Yeah. Well, okay. Oh, it's the U.S. Okay. All right.
But obviously they didn't do well. So how can you go wrong with Brazil? My wife lived in Netherlands for many years.
Yeah.
So now that the Italians are not in there, she's rooting for Netherlands, and with Germany being out, Brazil is the favorite for me.
Neymar is injured, isn't he? Neymar or whatever his name is. Neymar.
Yes,
Really?
yeah. I believe so. Here, I'm not following it as much as I used to, but when the World Cup is played, obviously, how can you escape from that? It's I remember years when I was a kid, 12 years old, and we used to sit down with my dad. He used to wake me up early in the morning back in Iran, and we used to watch the games on a black and white old TV, and hey, it's a great event. It brings the world together.
Okay.
But yeah, go ahead, please.
No.
Who's your team?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Who's your team, Dan?
Pardon me?
Oh, you're asking me that question because of the TV behind me. No, I'm actually out at Henry's. It's a cool little spot, and I stopped by to grab a Wi-Fi speaker from a store here, and stopped by to grab a drink. And I noticed that the stream was on, and I jumped on. And the reason I got on is a couple of days ago, maybe it was yesterday. I gave my 2 cents in as far as the way I see CPO play out with Rolex. But I have a question for you, Oshin. With the CPO program and these seeing what the prices may be, don't you think it actually helps the flippers and the gray market?
Yes, I said that in my video today.
You did.
It's,
Okay.
I think that secretly the gray market are opening bottles of champagne.
Yeah. And listen, the other day when I jumped on, the way I see it is, I don't think the Rolex is looking to pick up the pennies. I think they're probably responding to the outcry from the ADs, their partners, and because they see everybody else is making the bucks. But now, they're trying to remedy that situation and help them out. And meanwhile, obviously, they're making a lot of money by certifying these watches and the whole process and making sure that they bring the customers in and they throw their arms around them and establish that initial purchase with them instead of God knows who, a secondary market, the gray market, or a private party that sells their watch. Bring them into their authorized dealer network and maybe establish that relationship for the future business. Start that cycle of business with them early on. But definitely, I think that probably the initiation was due to the fact that the ADs are saying, hey, you're not giving us enough watches to supply the demand. You need to give us another avenue for us to be able to make the money, and at the same time satisfy our responsibility with our contractual agreement with you. And how can we do this? And probably this is what we come up with. That's just my take on that.
Cool.
I don't know if you agree with that or not.
What do you guys think about that? Maybe long term though, this can crash the gray market, or maybe the gray market will. It's possible that the gray market will be able to get access to these RSC pieces as well.
I think they're very adaptable. I think they'll do whatever they have to adapt. I was making one point as well, which was a little bit petty on my side. I cut it out of the video because sometimes you make 12 points and you're like, oh, people can only absorb, 7 or 8. I'm not going to make any more points. But there was one I had in there, and that was a little bit, I told you so, because I'm still taking heat from my video saying buy Rolex now, which was 3 months ago. And one of my main points in that video was it's a good time to use your angle. Now you have an angle against the gray market. Now you have arbitrage. You have something on them for the first time in a long time. You can walk in and they want 13 for a no date sub, and you go, hey, haven't you heard what happened? I heard these things are going. Brittany Pierce said these things are going down. Just use it. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. Just use it and go in and cut them down. Now that this just happened, they can turn around and counter that and say, oh, hold on, Bucherer, this thing is still under warranty, full year. It's a 2019 watch. It's still under the full warranty. It's a full watch. It hasn't been worn. Okay. Bucherer are asking for 19 for a worn one that's only got a 2-year warranty. Give us the 13. It's the least you can do. So now they have an answer. So now it's too late. Anybody who didn't jump in on that, it's too fucking late. But then I realized I was sounding very, I told you so, which sounds very childish. So I cut it out of the video.
Today, the Grays celebrate. They will get hurt by them long term. Possible. It's possible.
It's hard to know, isn't it? I mean, like, this is a bit like the weather. Weatherman weatherman who says this weekend it's going to rain. You assume he's right because he only has a stretch of a few days. But if he says, in November 2024 it's going to rain, you're like, how the fuck do you know what it's going to what's going to happen? And it's predicting this shit is very. I mean, look at that. Nobody knew this shit was coming. There were rumors for a while, but nobody knew this was going to happen. And this has changed the temperature. So don't making predictions in the long term, I think is not smart, because you don't know what's around the corner. You don't know if there's another COVID coming. You don't know if if Putin's going to make another move, or if someone's going to assassinate Putin tomorrow and all the problems are over there, or God knows. You don't know. And you don't know if Rolex are going to make a new announcement and they're going to, drop lots of shit on our laps. So making long predictions is just, what it shows? It shows what you read, what you want, what you desire. And there's been a horrible rash, I think, of people. Here I go on a rant. Sorry. There's been a horrible rash of people who are just they're revealing what their inner desires are. Oh, here's the end of the gray market. It's like, you just want that because it makes you aroused, because you're a fucking lunatic. And that's what you're looking for. And you hate the gray market because you can't afford any of the goddamn watches anyway. Let's be honest. It's expensive and you just hate them and you want them to go to hell. So you're dying for it to be true. And unfortunately, you look like an idiot. You have to keep a sober head and you have to keep your eyes open, remain measured, and watch what's happening. And that way you might have a good idea, but even at that, you'll only be able to tell maybe 3 weeks or 4 weeks ahead. That's what I think.
Oisin, with my business, when the certified pre-owned came into the market, it didn't put the used car dealers out of business. It just brought a different angle. You have new cars, you have used cars, now you have certified. The market is so vast and so big that it can absorb that, and it didn't change. It didn't change anything. It just gives a different layer, a different avenue for the buyer to pursue acquiring that watch if they want to spend a few thousand more to get the halo from Rolex, or later on if Patek and AP want to jump on that. Fine, they're going to do that. They're going to get the nice stuff. They're going to get the certificate. They're going to get the tag. And as I said the other day, if they're going to gift it for somebody's graduation or wedding, great. It's going to be nice and shiny. It's going to be from a well-known retail outlet with Rolex's packaging. But at the end, it's not going to change. I don't see it changing anything. It's just going to bring another layer or avenue for people to get a watch they want and pay a little bit more because they got the Rolex stamp of approval on it.
Yeah.
I think it might change the culture around the watches. I wish, my hope is that Rolex will cut the production and will instead focus more on giving the existing watches few more cycles. Like instead of, like, if Rolex can make same money making half the watches by just upkeeping the watches they already made, I think that's a better way of just doing business, because you don't want to just endlessly make watches, because eventually you oversaturate the market and there's just too many of them and people lose interest. But if there is if there's always this ebb and flow, then it won't happen. That way, people, if people are always chasing, then it's gonna make for a stronger market. Thomas
Go ahead.
Burnett.
Mhm.
Thomas Burnett, £4 49 super chat. Breguet Marine 5857 ST. Vacheron Overseas Everest Corey Richards style. Moser Heritage Dual Time, or Grubel 4C GMT Sport, best GMT of all time. I think out of those, I've seen the Vacheron Overseas Everest edition, the Corey Richard one. It's freaking beautiful. Beautiful. The other ones are so crazy. I mean, not that one is not expensive, but everything else is even crazier and even more expensive, Thomas. The freaking Grubel 4C, guys, it's too expensive. I mean,
Well,
Jesus.
it's a few $100,000, isn't it? I don't know what this one is.
It's like 200, 300. I think this one is
Yeah,
up to half a million. It's
yeah.
so expensive. But yeah, all of those are incredible GMTs, but they're all unaffordable, Thomas. They're all the greatest ones. Maybe the Marine. Let's see, 587 ST. Let's see. Oh, that's probably the most affordable one. That's nice. That is really nice, actually. Wow.
Stoner, Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think I've ever seen their GMT, but that's fantastic. Very, very simple. Love the funky dial, like asymmetric. Weird stuff. Wow. Oh, okay. So that's a day and night indicator at 2:00, and then the second time zone at 6. It's really cool. I wish I could have
There's
a
a
picture.
light pattern in that dial, if you noticed.
Yeah,
Kind of
it's
half
guilloche. There's
circle.
a guilloche in that dial.
Uh,
Looks like
Yeah, I think it's just the guilloche, the way
yeah.
the light reflects off of it. It's beautiful.
oh,
Brigade does guilloche so well.
yeah.
Oh yeah. They still use the old guilloche machines. Look at that. Coin edging. Whoa. Whoa. You know what? Out of all, this might be a sleeper. This might be a bit of a sleeper. But there we go. They're all amazing, Thomas. They're all amazing. Let's keep going. Mike, hey, we have some background noise, Timmy. Sorry, yeah. Sean has he's at the restaurant, so he has bad background noise, but it's okay. It's okay. He's good at muting. Oh, now I can hear myself.
Now I can hear myself.
Why do I hear myself? Let's see here. I'm not sure. Vexelstrom, good evening, gents. Enjoying a glass of decoy with a cardboard Subway turkey sandwich. The high life. Decoy. That's you know what? That was yesterday my recommendation to get the decoy. It's perfect. It's a perfect glass of wine. The time machine, as much as he's interesting, we can't hear Anton. Ah, damn it. Yeah, it's very loud. Sorry. Sean, it's no problem. It's no problem. He asked good questions.
Well, you know, Sean is cool when you actually tolerate that horrific background noise. If that was Marcelo, he would have booted him in like 2 minutes.
Man, we would have shot Marcelo out of a cannon for that kind of noise, you know? Would have blasted him. Here we go. RL says, almost follow Sheen's advice to buy Rolex, but I'm not. Ooh, but I'm so glad I didn't. No prices have dropped even.
Well, did you buy now, RL? Did you buy now? So you didn't follow my advice. Fair enough. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's you're
buying now.
But did he buy since? Like, did it drop since? Which piece were you after? Did it drop?
Yeah.
And did you buy? And which one did you get? RL, spill the beans. Yeah. Let's go.
Let us know. What did you do, right? Because
most pieces are in the same exact place, or almost, except for a couple of the hype pieces that dropped another little bit. AP dropped a fair amount, that's for sure. But I wasn't talking about AP in that video. I think the guy's just taking a shot at me, but I want to know what he bought, if he bought anything, or if he's just full of shit.
Oh yeah, exactly. We that's why we want to know. We want to know if he's just a hater or if he has legitimate questions. Because look, the watches have stopped falling, or the gray market just stopped, adjusting the
reducing them. Adjusting them for whatever reason. It's probably the latter. Latter, because I think confidence has been shaken, and I think people have just stopped buying. They just stopped because now they're nervous. They're nervous for two things. One is, if they buy now, will it drop in price and they'll lose money by the following week or two? Or, if they hang on longer, will they get it cheaper, et cetera, et cetera. And some people think the whole world is going to hell in a handbasket as well as those guys too. Real doom and gloomers. So I think maybe the gray just went, oh fuck, this is becoming a joke. But I'm blue in the face saying it. I don't think it's a crash. I just think we came off a spike. That's it. I'm not going to go into it. If you haven't heard me already explain what I mean by now.
And if anything, this RSC program could have been just designed by Rolex to keep the prices of used.
Yeah, maybe they love the gray market prices. Maybe they love it. Maybe they do.
Because think about it this way: if Rolex is now doing certified pre-owned, right? What they might be doing is, when they see prices of their watches drop below certain threshold, they might start buying those up and making them certified pre-owned and giving them to the ADs as something else to sell in the meantime while they're waiting for the new stuff. And at the same time,
I remember going like, think of an artist. Now I know Taylor Swift is in shit now because it got really outrageous. But think of an artist like doing a show in New York, and the tickets are $50. And their manager walks in and they're like, how's it going? The manager goes, it's great, we're sold out. And they go, oh crap, thank God we're sold out. Great. I was scared we wouldn't sell the tickets. And he goes, not only are we sold out, but your tickets are going on Craigslist for double the price. That's got to be a big confidence booster. It is a big confidence booster for the artist.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a thing that happens where people they kind of love that whole thing. I remember I was told by a manager years ago, when our band went through a little bit of a slump. We hadn't gigged in a while. We just came off a tour and we were kind of doing nothing for a while. And he was like, you guys need to dominate the New York scene again like you used to. And I was like, well, how do we do that? And he goes, book a venue that's too small for your band. And that's what we did. We booked a venue that it's like a 75 place, there's
somewhere in Greenwich Village, somewhere in Greenwich Village, Oisin, like a bar.
Yeah, it was down on Allen Street, Rockwood.
Okay.
And we booked it, and we did the gig, and it was in November when the horrible weather hits, and everything goes down into minus numbers. And there was 100 people outside watching the gig through the window in the freezing cold, and it was a total disaster. Like, we overshot it, I went too far. His idea was like, you book a gig in a venue is a little too small, and the next day all the local press and the people are talking about how there was a line down the street to see Mr. North. That's how you create that kind of thing. Instead, it went way too far. There was about 70 people in the room, and there's a load more people outside, God help them. They turned around and went home, and then all they had to say about us was horrible shit. Like, I stood there for an hour in the cold and I didn't even get in to see the gig. So it was a bad example. But this is a thing that you create. If 1 in 10 people can get your watch, then it makes everybody lust after it so much. A lot of people are just wanting gray market to fall on its face and for watches to go back to retail or less. And I keep making the point, like, the minute they do that, none of us will care anymore. You won't you won't want the watch anymore. Well, right now you really fucking want it at retail because it's so hard to get at retail. The minute you can walk in and buy it just like a bag of apples in the supermarket, you won't want it anymore. Wake the fuck up.
I'm not questioning anything you said, Oisin, but your example about that concert, wherever it was, it could have gone either way. You were dealing with human emotions, and it happened to react in a negative way to you. But it could have gone the other way too. Actually,
nobody showed up.
Well, you had 70 people in the room, right? So there were 70 people, and there were other people. It was lousy weather. You didn't plan for the lousy weather. People were waiting outside. Like, it was just, I don't know.
I was just thinking, let's get a place and have 10 people turned away at the door, 25 people turned away at the door.
Yeah.
Not 100 people turned away at the door. That's too much. I overshot. We should have done the other Rockwood. We used to always do the Rockwood 2, the next door. But we went for the Rockwood 1, which is more like for singer-songwriters and stuff. I think we just overdid it.
Okay.
And it was wrong billing for a band like us anyway. It was stupid.
Okay.
But I just brought up that example because this kind of thing happens in other walks of life. That's all.
This could be. This is why Rolex might be doing this, because maybe at the moment, like, there's too many people being turned away at the door, right? Like, we have nothing. At least maybe going forward, they will, because there's endless supply of used Rolex watches.
It's got to be complimentary to the brand to know that these things. You go on TikTok and you see these guys walking up to people in New York City. Hey, I love your watch. What do you do for a living? See that guy?
Yeah.
He does a what do you do for a living, but now he's doing I love your watch. He spots the watches. And then it comes up with like a ching sound and the watch, and a zoom in on the watch and how much it's worth. And he's not showing the retail; he's showing the market value, because the market value is how much the gray market value. That's what the watch is. That's what the watch really costs. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. That's what it costs. If somebody called me tomorrow and said, "Hey, I want to buy a date sub for my friend," I wouldn't tell them how much it is from the AD. What a useless piece of information to hand to them, and what a headache to hand to them. They'll walk in and only to discover this entire mess that they have to face in getting on a list. I'll just give them the market value, because that's really the price of the watch. Anybody who gets the call has won the lottery, or they've, dropped tons of money at them. They have a spend history, in which case that's the least they can expect from the AD.
That's what a lot of people want, though. Everybody wants to buy a watch from
everybody
the AD.
wants a free lunch. Of course they do. It's an exciting thing. I've gotten the call myself many times. Yeah. It's a juicy thing to walk in there and buy. And I was getting the call when the watches were going for 1,000 over retail, not 10,000 or 20,000 over retail like they were earlier this year. I was still excited about getting a sub day for 7,800 euros when I could sell it for 9,000 euros. Even now, after the apparent crash, that thing is at 13. So I don't know. I think that people need a recalibration, but I'm beginning to notice a phenomena between the mentality of watch buyers, and I think it's behind some of the rift that's happened between me and other YouTubers on this stuff. Some people see the price of the watch as the market value, like I do. I see if somebody says, I want to Patek Philippe 5711. Can you get me one? I will go, do you have 100 grand or 100, because that's what it is. I won't think of the retail, not that you can buy that watch at retail, maybe a bad example. Wow. But I think some people think of these watches in their retail price, and then they look at the gray like it's a bizarre fiasco, like it's a weird circus. I think it's psychology.
For me, I don't know. There's something about telling people that this watch costs used more than it costs new. There's something. It does something to people. Like the reaction when they find out, they're like, "What? They can't believe it." It is a thing that gets I think can get a lot of people into hobby. That's why so many people started buying watches, because got this confidence. Like, oh, I thought this was like an expensive thing that becomes basically wasted money. But are you telling me I can buy this watch and then wear it, and then eventually, if I have to sell it back and get my money back? That's incredible. It's extraordinary.
It's huge.
It's a big selling point. And Rolex doing certified pre-owned makes that easier for more people, because they can because most people, they're not like us. They don't talk about watches all the time. They don't know about Luxury Bazaar and about all this other stuff. That you can.
I said in the video earlier tonight, someone's going to pay that 62.5 for that Panda Daytona. Someone will. Some guy with so much money makes no difference to him.
Yeah.
And someone will pay 19 for that no date sub. Of course they will.
If they wanted, they've been looking for one. They don't know other stuff. They don't believe. They don't trust other places. Because I mean, what would you rather do? Buy a Panda Daytona for 30 and risk that it's fake, or just spend the 60 and know 100% that it's real?
There's that too, yeah.
And there's people that 60 or 30,000, to them there's no difference.
Yeah. Sure.
Tim, you got an invitation from the previous text.
Yeah. Bright blue comment says, please to report none of my watches were stolen in the move.
Oh, good.
And Tim, you gotta come over to my place for a drink. Let's do it.
Where is it? Where is it? Somewhere in New York State?
Manhattan.
Oh, nice.
City. Yeah. Lives in the
Very
city.
Nice.
Bobby Dazzler. Well, I just picked up a Rolex at list, but that's me done for now. For a good while. The price hikes and secondary market price gouging is becoming, frankly, horrendous. It's just so off-putting. Game's fucked. Yeah.
Yeah, but let me ask you something, Bobby. So let's say, I don't know what watch you got. Okay, good for you. You got it at list.
Maybe he got that mint dial.
Maybe the one in the photo.
Yeah.
The very lusted after watch. If that's the one you got at list, God bless you. That's a really lusted after watch right now, especially in 41 and even in 36.
In 41, there's one on David SW right now for 17.
Yeah, that's about the going.
Watch.
Yeah, and because it's so new and everybody loves green. But let me ask you something, Bobby. So let's say you decide in a few weeks, you know what, it's not for me. You thought it was for you, but you never tried it on. You never had a test drive with it, and now you get to really truly test drive it. And you don't know, and you're looking at another watch, and you're like, oh, shit, maybe I should have gone for that other thing. This doesn't suit me so much. Or let's say, God forbid, something happens and you need to pay a big bill, hospital bill or something like that, right? Something ugly. And you're like, I need to get out. I need to sell something real fast. I need to get out of that watch. You going to sell it for the list price? There's my question. You going to stick it on Chrono, or are you going to go into your local place to sell it? You're gonna say, oh, I'll take, what's that for? It's 11,000, right? It's fluted, right? So it's 11. You're gonna ask for 11, or you're gonna ask for 17? I want to know at what point this moral stance drops, because I think, I don't know if there's much value to it. You got very lucky. You did great, and congratulations. We're all delighted for you. I hope you opened a nice bottle of something to celebrate, if you're a drinker or whatever. But it stops there. And, you know, hearing this voice going around the watch world of, I'll never pay over retail, it just makes me sick to my stomach.
Well, that's what you're reminding.
Can't stand it.
We're not an island. We're all
what?
You know,
I'm just backing up on that. Eventually, he's got to, you know, we're tied to the whole system to some extent. If he's got to unload if I understood you correctly, you know, if he wants to sell at market, he's got to use the gray market.
I mean, he might be super noble and go out and sell it for what he paid for it, but even if he does, it's a used watch. Yeah. So technically he should ask for less, correct? No, but I don't think he will. I think he'll look for the market or close to market price. So then he's being a hypocrite if that's the case. I'm just saying, I'm assuming.
Yeah, no, I follow you all the way. Yeah.
I'm a little sick of this position, like never pay over list. I think it's abhorrent. I think, and it's also extremely.
You have no choice.
I mean, it's great if you want to stick to that, and that's your thing. I mean, it's great if you can implement that. Do you know? It's like saying I'll only ever date pretty girls for the rest of my life. Well, you don't know who you're gonna come across or whatever. Like, what a weird thing to put out there. These are like, I don't know. And again, I'm a person who's bought on both sides of the fence. And I could be a dick about it and go, yeah, I only pay for list too. And quite often I walk in, they open a big case full of stainless steel sports and go, take your pick, Mr. O'Malley. But I'm not going to rub that in people's face. It's like being in first class on a plane and taking your caviar and champagne and going back and waving it in everyone's face down the back of the. It's like, what? How are you missing what you're fucking saying? Yeah. Oh, we're all comfy up the front, you guys.
And then if the plane crashes, everyone's gotta help each other out anyway.
Right. You just extended my analogy. It takes a certain skill, Daniel. Well done.
Well, the planes are designed in such a way that if it crashes, everyone in first class dies.
Thanks for that reality tip. Yeah. Thanks for the alternative reality.
Yeah.
Right.
That's actually kind of true.
Because you know they did it that way because they know that if the plane were to crash and everyone survived, the people in the back would murder the people in the front. Anyway.
Yeah, because they still have their caviar in their hand.
Because they're still covered in caviar. How dare you? You know, these people crawling.
If it's in the water, the sharks arrive and they grab the guys in first class and feed them to the sharks first.
Yeah.
It's just a strange position to take. You know, it's just one of the weird, and I think it's just so short-sighted. They don't realize maybe what they're saying. I think they're taking it kind of as a noble stance.
Yeah.
Maybe they think they're being noble or high-headed in some way, going, well, why would I pay $1 over retail? But then I go, well, even retail is a fucked up price. Even that's a bloated price that you're giving to some gouger. Rolex are gougers. Their prices keep going up by 5 or 6% every 6 months. And it's just a goddamn watch. Like, if you want to extend this as far as we can go, you can get easily as every bit as good a watch for $1,000 or for $500. Buy yourself a Seiko. Why do you feel so high and mighty not paying $16,000 for your bloated price watch that's going to cost $15,000? It's not a moral position to take in any way. I think it's just people, they find this leverage, this lever in their mind where they justify not going to the gray market
until they need help.
Until there's
and
no other way.
independency.
Yeah, then they're the first online to Spencer Dryer going, how much will you give it to me?
Yeah.
Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, listen, I mean, it's I think the way it works right now with the Porsches, I was watching I finally got a chance to watch Adrian Barkenjack's video, and in there he talks a little bit about the Porsches, and I heard that same thing from other people in LA, is that like there's certain models of Ferraris, like those higher end models, you can't buy without first buying used one. You have to buy a used one, but or a model that you might not necessarily like at first, to build up your credit, to get the stuff that you really want. So eventually it could possibly be that you will have no choice not buying over list first and then getting the one at retail. So I don't know. We'll see. Mike K, £4.49 super chat. Sheen, ignoring the value, which watch do you prefer wearing on your wrist when you're out and about in Venice? AP or Rolex GMT? Black.
Well, I always ignore the value once you have the watch. You just wear the watch that suits the day. So like on my birthday, I went to meet my daughter and we had some drinks and I wore my AP because it was kind of the shining jewel of the collection. And it was my goddamn birthday, so I can do whatever I want, right?
Yes.
The Rolex GMT Black is one of my big loves, and it's one of my favorite Rolex. I ignore price when I'm out on the street. Like you put it aside, then you wear the watch that looks nice for the whatever you're wearing or the day in it or whatever. So I don't think about the price in those moments, but if you love the GMT Black, I'm right there behind you, brother. Like I love that watch. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah. Rolex GMT Black is freaking amazing watch. But that Explorer Polar too that he has in the icon, I love that watch. There's no, it's like the Explorer is a perfect everyday watch. There's no wrong time to wear it. But yeah, sometimes you gotta be careful with the AP. Meech, $2. Tim, should I get this old money Patek 5063?
36.
Oh, sorry. Oh yeah. 5036. Patek. What is that? Oh. Okay. This is talking about the annual calendar. But let's just do a specific model. Which one? He says it's 1G-017. Oh wow! It's the white gold, solid white gold annual calendar. Meech, I don't.
I'm just going to very quickly interject, and you can go straight back to this. Captain Kirk is saying very few Rolex are worth much over AD price. Sorry, Rolex aren't even worth the AD price. They're not worth that either, my friend.
Right. You used to be able to get discount. They gave especially on the
still not worth the word worth. When you use the word worth in luxury goods, it makes no fucking sense. There's something wrong with you.
Yeah, what is worth? It's what are people willing to pay for it? It's just right now we're living in a weird kind of world where used stuff costs more than the new stuff. It's weird. It's weird situation, but and people just can't seem to be able to wrap their heads around the fact that, like, why does it cost? Well, the price of most of those of the watches are arbitrary to begin with. There's a lot of value is put on things like heritage, history.
You're paying for the name as well on the
Yeah,
dial.
yeah.
Come on, there's beautiful Longines, there are beautiful Omegas, there are beautiful Seikos, there's so many other beautiful watches that will perform every bit as good as the Rolex. In many cases, with Rolex, you're paying for the name on the dial. It's about prestige. It's like staying at the Four Seasons instead of the Sheraton. It's like, I don't know. There's so many different examples. It's like going to a fancy restaurant instead of just going to get a cheeseburger at McDonald's. There's a prestige thing. It's a luxury thing. We're into luxury items. It's nothing to do with worth. These aren't clothes or furniture or food produce, things that you need. We're into the luxury realm here. It's all about what you're wearing on the wrist and how proud you feel of it and the prestige of having it. You're paying for that name on the dial. They are beautiful watches, no doubt. Beautiful, magnificent, very well built. But do they, a root beer is 15 grand, 14 grand, whatever it is now. That ain't worth it. It's not worth. It just tells the time. You can't use the word worth. You either want the watch or you don't. So you either lucky enough to get the call and get it for 14.5 or 15, whatever it is, or you have to go to the gray. And right now you can get one on the gray for about 19 or 20. Fucking happy days.
And
because 6 months ago it was 27 or 28.
And speaking of happy days, you're very happy with your Speedy, Oisin, or you have a couple of Speedies or one Speedy?
I'm in love with Speedies. Yeah, I have a ton of them, and they're they're great, and they're way less money.
That's why I brought it up.
Yeah. I mean,
that's why I brought it up.
It's all about like what you think about the watch and so on. But
yeah.
I'm sick of going over this point.
So when you're talking about value, we know about markup, and it's part of business. There is the name, the brand, and all that stuff. But we are all aware of, let's say, I don't know, just take a 3-hand Rolex of any kind, and let's say we just talk about, okay, a Datejust. Well, maybe that's not correct. I'll just say Datejust or an OP. And the price in Canada, even for those, maybe on retail, maybe 9,000. I'm talking about Canada. 7,000 in the States. I don't know. So what's your guess? The manufacturing, before they get all those markups and you go through the middle dealers, the wholesale, whatever, is it about $3,000 of value? I mean, I'm not sure where we measure value. And then there's what people will pay, supply and demand. That's the other level to it, which you introduced.
It's all to do with that. It's all to do with that. Captain Kirk is doubling down here. If you want to pay 24 for a Hulk, go right ahead. That's what a gray market is, a pyramid scheme. And then he agrees with what I said. Exactly. Why would you pay over retail? Why would you pay even retail? I mean, I paid 20. As soon as you say 24, I paid 24 for my TIE Fighter Daytona, my black ceramic Daytona last year. I paid 24. And people said I was nuts because that's double retail here in Italy, double. Yeah. And people said, Jesus, don't you feel a bit weird you paid double retail? It went to 30 in 4 days. I bought it on Monday. By the weekend, it was at 30. It went to 36 then after a few weeks. What did that peak at? Had I gotten out of I got out of the watch, but had I gotten out of it at the very peak, I would have made nearly double the money. Well, not double. No, that's an exaggeration. But you know what I mean? When I got out of it, I think I got out of it at 32. So I walked away. Was I that crazy? Because it's not, the retail price is irrelevant for 1 in 100 people. That one person in 100 who gets the call. For the other 99, the retail price is irrelevant. All it is torture. It's fucking torture. They shouldn't even advertise it on the site.
What is a retail price? What is retail price? It's basically what the price of manufacturing it plus whatever they can get away with on top.
Yeah, you're still getting ripped off. Captain Kirk, you're not high and noble in any way. I know you fucking think you are, but you're not in any way. You're still getting gouged by Rolex themselves. They probably cost them $500 to put the bloody watch together. They're the ones laughing all the way to the bank. But you think you're on fucking some hill going, I'll never pay over retail. It's such, oh my God, I swear to God. This is the kind of shit that makes me want to just leave the fucking watch community because I fucking put up with this bollocks.
Just a very quick story. My guy that I tell you that's in downtown Toronto, services watches. He sells Seiko's, cheap stuff, whatever. But he services Rolex a lot. And the former president of Rolex, he retired, walked in the store, and he was wearing an IWC. And he was telling him that, you'd be stunned. He made friends with my guy. He said you'd be stunned at what the cost of making the watches are. Just stunned. So who knows? Maybe it was $500.
If you're lucky enough to get if you're lucky enough to get it at retail, it's just look. It's like boasting to other people that it was sunshine on your wedding day when other people it rained on their wedding day, and thinking you're so high and mighty because you got lucky or because you have a spend history and you're willing to just sit there and wait. That call may never come, and if it comes, then you'll feel glad and you'll feel right in what you did. It's just one of these things. I don't know. Like, think about instruments. You try and buy a beautiful instrument these days, like a fucking vintage Rickenbacker or Fender or something. It's going to cost you 30 grand. That bloody thing retailed for $800 years ago. But it's a beautiful instrument. It's gained in value. Wine does the same thing. And they might do it now. They go up in value because of their speculation. People see futures. They say, "Oh, that wine is perfect," and all of a sudden, the case of that wine goes from $300 to $3,000 because everybody knows it's going to be amazing in the future. This is what collecting is all about. For me, again, it's a phenomena that I'm beginning to observe. I have to be scientific about it always. I think there's a division in the watch community between two different creatures, two different animals. It's the people who realize that
one of
the
those
market
animals.
There's one of the creatures, one of the animals. How are you, Marcelo? I'll just finish this point. I'll fuck up because I know everyone's sick of listening to me.
No, it's okay. It's okay. They're more sick of Marcelo, so keep going.
There's the people who think that there's the market price is the price, and some people get it at a lower price. They get it at this list price, which is elusive and reserved for a very, very small part of the potential audience. And then there's the others who see the price of it, the retail price of it, as the price, the only price, and everyone else is getting gouged. It's just a difference in psychology. I don't want to go drinking with that bunch.
No.
There's a fucking weird one. That must be the tip of the iceberg. I can't wait till I hear what their favorite band is and shit like that. Pull the thread on that poison right there.
Frustration is not going to make you want to get rid of your pieces, though, Oishinar. You're still happy with your pieces. You'll hang on to them.
Yeah. I mean, I love my pieces for what they are.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, the monetary value kind of really helps the journey through the watch thing. You get a piece and knowing that it's probably going to hang on to at least most of its value, if not all of it, helps you pull the trigger and helps you take the plunge. And then maybe if you don't like it after 6 months, you want to move on, or you get itchy feet, or your taste changes. I never had a taste for AP, for example. Now I do. And it's great to know that I can get out of 2 of my Rolexes and get myself an AP for the same money. If I thought my Rolexes were worthless and it was only about the horology and only about the history or whatever, but nothing to do with the dollar value, I probably wouldn't have bought them in the first place because you have that fear. I'm not rich enough that I can just throw away money. I can do that in a restaurant. I can do that in other walks of life, and a pair of shoes and stuff. But I can't do that with a $20,000 or $50,000 watch. I can't. I need to know that money is going to somewhat hold its value. You don't get into it expecting to make money. They're flippers. That's a whole different thing. But knowing that you can get a $50,000 watch and maybe get 50 back for it in a year, or at least 40, and add another 40 to get yourself a nice Patek and move up, it stimulates the collection, the whole watch journey. I think it's a beautiful thing. I think it's a great thing, and anybody who cries out against it, I think, is short-sighted. Personally,
100%. That's what gives the watch journey so much interest, is that you can go through it and not lose everything.
Sean here.
No.
Sean is writing Tim.
The man.
Sean, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. The reality is, as long as buyers are willing to pay the asking price, who are we to question it? Exactly.
No, true.
Oh, they'll question it, man. You watch the comments; they'll question the fuck out of it. But you're right. I
They're
agree with you.
questioning it because they want it cheaper. Yeah, that's But
They
the
also
reality,
think they're being noble. They think they're being noble about that stance. So that's the funny part. That's the funny part of it.
Yeah, but that's the world of weird dynamics that we have right now. No, $2 says Tim. I like ice cream. It fills a hole of sadness.
Until you get
Don't be sad. No.
Until you get indigestion.
Anyone who has a Rolex shouldn't feel sad. That's literally, you're prohibited. How can someone be sad?
This guy Dylan Lab just sent me a photo. Goes, how about that for a wrist shot? He's got a huge steak in his. Look at that! I love this dude. Oh my god, what a legend!
Oh, he looks a little bit like Marcelo. Hey, Marcelo, how are you doing?
Fine. Yeah, tired though. Sorry, I came a bit late.
Oh,
You're late.
What time is it now in Tokyo?
9:30, something like that in the morning.
All right.
Let's see here. Bobby Dazzler says, "Isn't Tim another one who won't pay over retail? Surely, he's also to be flame grilled by his stance." Look, I'm not. If I had to buy over retail, I would. I've just I was lucky enough that I didn't have to. But if push came to shove, if I really wanted something, I would. Think about it this way: I bought the Speedy at retail. That was a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, because he could have gotten it cheaper on the gray, right?
Exactly. I could have gotten it much cheaper. I could have gotten it 2,000. Now I could have gotten it 3,000 to 4,000 cheaper than what I paid for it. Overpaid tremendously. That was a mistake, and the reason I made a mistake, made that mistake, because I don't know. It was just weird. Also, that was the peak of the gray market. So unfortunately, back then they weren't going that below retail on the gray.
When was that?
Because it was in February. It's just
in February. Okay.
Yeah, market was still
they
going
started
up.
peaking. Well, you got the 3861. Those things were they started going over because they were hard to get at first.
Yeah.
But now they've softened off a bit.
Now they tank because it's mass produced product. There's so many of them.
Right.
It can't, the top cannot hold. But here's the thing. Also, I bought my Grossman. Obviously I bought it below retail, but it's not above retail watch.
Right.
Just because there's some watches that I think like buying a Rolex above retail is a little bit kind of weird, I think. But hey, listen, if you get it at a good price, sure. And a Rolex is a watch, it's just one and done. But I also think whenever you're buying a Rolex on the gray market, there's options there where you can get, for that same money, you can get AP Code 1159, for example, at huge discount, or you can get like a solid gold watch instead of a different brand, of a non-Rolex, instead of getting like a Batman on the gray market. So
guys, I'm gonna go, but just to remind you that
Daniel,
my Panda has stayed stationary. The value of my Panda has.
You haven't lost.
The hat is holding.
That's
right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I won't overkill that. I'm not going to overkill that. Okay, guys, bye.
Take it easy.
Don't overkill that joke. Be careful.
Yes, okay.
Don't overuse it. We love it. Tim, you get Speedy for free. Okay, well, kind of. But listen, I was very lucky. I said this from the beginning. I got Panda at retail for not having too big of a
fantastic
history. So
what's it at now?
What's it at now? Let's see here. let's see here. Let's go David SW, for
It's
example.
clearly dropped from its madness, but isn't it near 30 still?
I don't think it's still 50. It was 50. Okay, there we go. We
Okay.
got some two here. There's one for 36. There's one for 38. Oh, that's the
Okay,
new
now
card.
if you could go back in time to
Yeah.
when you bought that thing, you got it a list for what, 12?
Mm-hmm.
What'd you
Like
get it for?
13, I
12?
think.
13. So if you could go back then and I showed you that price now,
Yeah.
and I was standing next to you and they said it's 12, but we want $1,000 over. It's 12.95 or whatever, 995, it's 13. We want 14. Wouldn't you be right to pay 14 anyway? Because it's at 38,
Sure.
even now after the apparent crash.
Yeah.
It still makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think, listen, you get it at retail, it's fucking great. Good for you. It's like high-fiving your friend because he
But
got
that's
lucky last night at the party.
one in
That's it.
1,000. It's very,
It's like
very,
holding
you
it.
have
Yeah, it's such a weird moral space. I keep repeating myself. But anyway, it came down. It was at 50, right? So it came down to 38. Still fucking happy days. 3 times the price,
Yeah.
fellas.
Yeah, but Oshin, when the watch came out in 2000, that watch came out in 2016. The price, the price was I think 13, and in the gray market they jumped the price to 20, and then I
In
think
2016.
and then
Wow.
Eric watches Eric and the other guy said it's ridiculous. Who pays so much? Blah blah. Then about 6 months later, the price actually dropped about exactly what you said, about 1,000, 2,000 over retail.
Oh wow.
And then it's starting to climb up to the ridiculous prices that we saw, and only now starting to drop down again. So again, this watch, starting to become the over realist.
Yeah, craziness, isn't it? Wild
Bobby
stuff.
Dazzler. Maybe Oshin gets triggered whenever somebody else gets a retail Rolex, but it's okay for him. Look, I mean, it's not easy to get a
You
Rolex
totally
at
missed
retail.
the point. No, but you missed the point. Like if I were a guy who never got at retail, it would make sense what he's saying.
Right. Yeah.
But my collection of Rolex has been roughly 50-50. I paid a lot of money over retail for certain pieces, and I got others at retail. I got my Yachtmaster at a discount, my Yachtmaster 40. That wouldn't happen today. And many other pieces. Actually, I got my first Explorer 139, the 214270 at a discount. They gave me a couple of subs. They gave me a two-tone. They gave me, so much stuff along the way. I did fine, but I'm kind of fighting the other guy's fight, because I don't think it's fair. I just don't think it's fair. If I was a guy who only ever got on gray and didn't have any, rapport with an AD, then I'd sound like just like a bitter person, a person who's bitter. But I'm not. I get best of both worlds. And as it happens, all the pieces I paid over retail for are still way over. Even now, after the apparent crash, they're still way over. I haven't lost a dime. If anything, I've made money. So it's,
You just wanted the best deal. You just wanted to get the best deal. That's it.
Yeah, or you really want the watch, and that's the going price. Like Taylor Swift is exaggerated now because of her new tour, but in most cases, when you go along to a big concert, it's the going price. Maybe the original ticket price is $36, but on the market, if you want to go and see that concert and it's on tonight, you gotta pay $100 or $200 just to go and see it. It's that or miss the show. And you don't walk out of the show going, damn, I paid $200. You enjoy the show, and that's it. That's what it costs you. It's even better with watches because in most cases, if you're smart enough, you're getting pieces. Listen, if they're at the market price they are in the first place, there's a reason why they're there, and they're probably going to hang around there for a while. So even look at Timmy's Panda. Had he even paid double what he paid which would have seemed to Timmy back then, but he'd still be good. He'd still be totally winning.
Yeah, and also do another thing that you said is like, again, we don't know how long we're going to live, and if you really want a piece, you might get it on list, but it might take a year, 2 years. So that's why if you have opportunity to buy
More
gray
than two.
in a good price, you buy gray, and then you wait till the watch come to you from retail, and then you sell. Because I think you did something like that, right? You got the watch for retail, and then you sold the one that actually you bought it for gray.
I sold like you've got to be smart and sell the one that you don't need or whatever. And you have to do it the right way. I mean, I was waiting around for Daytona. I'm still waiting. I'm never getting that call. Never getting the call for the Daytona, because the guys I have a rapport with here, they just have much bigger guys in the room than me. I'm fucking no one, you know. They like me and all of that, but they're like, just have big wigs who want the day. Everybody wants a damn Daytona in this country. So, you know, when I finally just went, you know, the TIE Fighter came my way through a gray market guy here, my friend. He got it in. It was a beautiful example of it. And he wanted 24. And I said, just give it to me. You know, I'd rather just, you know, move on with my life. And a week later, he called me. He goes, can you sell it back to me? I was like, what do you mean? And he goes, did you not see what happened with it? I was like, oh, shit. And it was already at 30. And I was like, no, I'm going to hang on to it. When my friend came over, who's in that video with the mask on, the video I put out earlier tonight, he's handmade the gold. So
Buckley, welcome to the show.
Hey guys.
Hey Buckley. He came on. This friend came over to the house because I was showing him how to use one of my camera gear because he was helping him shoot a video. He's a bit of an amateur photographer. And I said, oh, by the way, did you see what I picked up? This guy's been with Rolex for 23 years. Wow. In the same, in Venice, like the center of cash in this fucking continent. And I handed it to him, and he's like thumbing it, and he goes, "You know how many of these I've actually seen in my entire tenure at Rolex?" He's like, "Maybe 2."
Wow.
Maybe 2.
Wow.
So think about that. You know, I was never getting that call. I wore the watch. I love the watch. Unfortunately, it's a tad small on my stupid ass wrists. I got out of it at 32. I made $8,000.
Wow.
And I'd like to stick that $8,000 up Captain Kirk's arse right now.
You know what? Sean has a really good point here. He says, look, Tim, there are people who pay retail or more and are happy. And there are people that will get a bargain and are not satisfied. It's about value proposition, and we'll look at them differently. Like, see, look at this. I should be freaking dancing, celebrating, and wearing my Daytona every single day. Why am I not doing that?
You're spoiled.
Spoiled. I mean, it just kills me that
there are people out there who dream about that watch, and you probably don't even give it a second thought.
Yeah.
Correct? Right.
How pathetic is that, huh?
It's a little sad, but it's a good lesson for people to learn. People who are obsessing, because you get obsessed over watches, right? We all know that feeling, right? We fucking dream about the thing and stuff.
Yeah.
But Tim, you have all 3 of them. You have the Pepsi and you have the Sub. That's fine.
I know it's too much. No one should have. I feel very satisfied. That's why, like, I want the day president next. I think that would be.
Which one? The green dial?
Yeah. I'll be done
Gorgeous.
With that. Buckley.
Yes, sir.
Give me guys a second. I'm gonna go grab a bottle of wine.
Oh, good
Check
boy.
this out. Hey, Oshin.
Hey, brother.
We're about to light up with Paragua. We're gonna see how it is.
The Partagas?
Yeah.
Are you pronouncing it the right way? Am I pronouncing it wrong? I probably am. Which one is the Maduro? Is it Maduro number 2 or something? It looks like a 2 or 3.
Partagas is what it says. I don't know.
Nothing else?
See that?
Yeah, that's Partagas.
Yep.
Dude, one of the some of the finest cigars in the world. That's a good 2 hours, man. You ready for that?
Yeah.
If you do decide to stub it out, that cigar, well, that's a interesting question, Marcelo, because that cigar is illegal to sell in the United States or import into the United States. So if you're to buy it here in Italy, where it's completely legal and they export a lot of their stuff to, that cigar is about $20. In the US, you need to be within certain circles to get your. Oh, you're doing with the cedar. God bless you. You can turn the cedar slightly at an angle to get a larger flame, and then chase the cedar with the cigar, man. So in the US, because they're, technically they shouldn't be selling them. You need to be part of a club and so on. And then it's all hush hush, and they bring you into a room and they have them. But I believe they're way, way more expensive. I've never been in one of those circles in the States, so I don't know. But from what I gather, you're talking about $80 or $100 probably, because it's hard to get,
Yeah, this is a big boy.
Yeah, man. What temperature is it? You're freezing cold as well.
It's like, I don't know. It's probably like 38, 39.
Oh, wow.
37. I don't know.
All right. Well, that'll heat your bones there. Oh, look at the burn on that puppy. It's a beautiful thing.
I'm going to smoke this slow so I don't get a little bit too over the top.
Yeah, be careful how often you're puffing, because you can get a little excited. I do that quite often too. Or if I get agitated because there's some fucking plonker in the chat, it happens pretty much every time. And I start I start puffing too much, and next thing I start getting, the world starts spinning. You don't want that shit, because then you feel a little sick and nauseous. You want to throw up and stuff. You don't want to do that. That'll be a powerful cigar as well. Like, the Cubans don't hold back. They're pretty powerful. The only stronger cigars that I know of are the Toscani from here in Italy. Those things are those things are. It's like espresso coffee. It's
yeah.
I can't smoke Toscani. Can't do it. I know a guy who that's all he'll smoke, and he's a watch guy actually as well.
Well, Toscani is like Italian brand. It's like Italian brand cigar.
Toscano is from Tuscany. It's not a brand. There's lots of different brands, but anything from the Tuscan area. It's actually the Brenta area up here. There used to be a Brenta mafia years ago. It's now been dissolved. But they made their own cigars up here, and if you find one, it's very rare and expensive. But the Toscani are still a very popular cigar here. But Jesus, you need to be a man who drinks grappa, dry grappa, Like, you want your taste buds completely burnt out, completely. And then you smoke Toscani and drink grappa like a fucking boss,
I got Bordeaux. I got a bottle
what you got?
Bordeaux.
Oh, okay.
Some bullshit. It's some bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know the name of it.
Yeah.
Superior. Whenever you see that, you don't know. It's a mix probably of Grav and Medoc.
Yeah, that's not good. It's not a good sign. It's not a good sign.
But it's okay.
It's a $6 bottle. It's just.
Yeah, there you go.
It was discounted from $24 to $6. So, cheers.
Never pay a dime over $6.
It's actually okay. Actually, you know what? It's pretty good. It's got a hint of that apple.
Oh, nice. Apple. That's interesting. It's not a note you'll normally get in red wine, especially Bordeaux.
Wow. I like it. It's very good. PG, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. We don't celebrate because we buy to mask the scars, inadequacies, and bleakness of life. We will never be satisfied or content. We will never have peace.
That's profound. Wow. Holy shit.
Very sad. It's very sad. The human condition that can buy a watch, but it will never make us non-humans. That's why we will always complain, bitch, and complain. That's the last thing that everybody can have. Okay.
Would you ever sell your Panda?
Ooh.
If you could go back in time, like 6 months, would you sell it? For
Oh
50?
no! It's not about the
No.
money. The Panda for
Okay,
me, it's
cool.
not about the money. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I
Yeah.
like that.
I want to do these hikes. I want to do a couple of these hikes here around the United States, and I want to wear the Panda. I want to take the Panda on the journey. It was my 30th birthday watch, and I feel
You're gonna
like,
wear a Panda Daytona on a hike?
yeah, beat the shit out of it.
You're a legend.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's why I got Explorer 1 to do that. I thought, oh, I'll wear Explorer 1, but then I was kind of sitting one day and thinking, yo, I got this Panda Daytona. Why the fuck? Why did they give it to me? So did I just have it at home and it sits at home? No.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Tim, you're going to do with the Panda. I'm going to do that with the Platona.
Hell, see, if I had a Platona, I would wear it on a hike. I actually met a guy in Italy who was hiking up this mountain wearing a platinum Daytona.
Oh,
He didn't make it. He didn't make it. Yeah, in Barcelona. What did I say? I said Italy. Okay,
Italy.
I'm in Barcelona.
look,
Yeah.
Tim, I said I'm
Didn't
going to do it. I didn't say I'm going to make it either.
Hey, I got a question. Because
Yeah.
I've been talking with Diego, who's extremely knowledgeable in the pre-ceramic stuff,
Yes.
and I want to get everyone's opinion on the pre-ceramic Rolex. You know, I tried one on today, and I was actually surprised at how good it looked, considering how big my wrists are.
Yeah.
And how comfortable
How light
it was.
they are?
So,
Which one
yeah,
did you
you know,
put on?
the 14060M.
Oh, classic. Oh,
Yeah,
such a
yeah.
classic watch. Whoa.
I kind of got bit by the bug a little bit, not gonna lie.
Did you notice any difference between the shine from the steel?
Yes. Yes.
Did
I
you
was
notice
saying
it's
that to
more
Diego.
chromy and it shines more like a precious metal?
You know what it is? In my head, I was thinking, I'm like, you know, Rolex took a turn in the last 20 years where they went from the brand that was like, oh, you're going to war, we'll be your wingman. You're flying a plane, we'll be your wingman, to, oh, you want to be high status in the world? Well, we'll give you that. And it stopped being the tool watch, and these watches just give you that tinny look of toolness. You look so much cooler in it, in my opinion. I don't know. It looks so cool.
It's. I'll tell you the things I've noticed, and I documented it one time. I compared. I can't remember what video it was. Did you see it, Tim? Where I have one watch, a newer watch. It might be this one here. I have on me next to a pre-ceramic that was new old stock. So I know it was nothing to do with re-shining or polishing or anything. And it settled that argument because I had asked so many people for so long, why do the pre-ceramics shine more than the newer ones? It's 904L steel. Now they changed from 316 in like 1988 or so, way back.
Yes.
They were like the first ones to change.
Yeah. And so the steel is the same. Oh man, I went through so many things, so many people I asked. And there was a metals expert who wrote to me and he goes, in order for it to be 904L, it doesn't have to be specific measurements of chrome and nickel, as long as it hits between a certain bracket, like 23% and 28%, blah, blah, blah. So I thought that was the answer. Then I went to a guy here who's a professional polisher. He just got back from Switzerland, studying with AP, and he said it's all to do with that final finish. But for whatever reason, I used the new old stock example because it was perfect, because it was new old stock. It was never touched. And I show it. I have video of it. And man, they catch the light in a very different way. Very, very different. And the pre-ceramics, they just sparkle, whatever the fuck it is. There's nothing wrong with a newer one. They're beautiful. But when you put them next to a pre-ceramic, man, that shit looks expensive. It's steel, but it looks like a precious metal of some sort. Very chrome looking. Nickel apparently is a duller metal than chrome. So it's less nickel, maybe. I don't know what it is, but it's a huge difference. Also,
something.
Buckley, you unscrew that crown, unscrew the crown and manipulate it and wind it. It's so much more expensive feeling than the newer ones. it's chunky and it's big and it winds like you're just like, oh, holy shit, I'm really holding an expensive watch. The newer ones, you can't tell. The newer ones, sometimes you're like, is this fucking real, this watch? Like, you know, the older
I had that
ones are
feeling
just so
about my
much.
Daytona.
Really?
Yeah. Because here's the thing: the rotor on the Panda Daytona, it's very loud compared to the Submariner. Like my first watch was Submariner, then I got the Explorer 2, and then I got the Panda Daytona. But I had those two, and they're silent. They're absolutely silent. When I got the Daytona, it's like you can hear it.
That feels cheap, right?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that feels cheap.
I
When
never
you
felt
hear
that
the
feeling.
rotor, it feels cheap. Yeah.
Oh, and here's the thing. I was actually, I remember having this realization, just sitting like randomly and just thinking, "Oh shit! What if they sold me a fake one? Like, why would they sell me a
Have you had it
Daytona?
opened?
It makes no sense."
Maybe you should get it
You
opened.
know,
Sorry
I
to say.
I was
Kim, it
like,
sounds the same.
yeah. Well, look, I double checked it. I triple checked it. It's real. I mean, the serial number, but still, it was like I had this freak out moment suddenly of that. What if they sold me a fake? Like,
Yeah, it's always that doubt. I've had that doubt several times, but it's true. Now we're looking at a GMT Master, and that has a smaller crown and a different movement, and it feels a lot different. But when you pick up a pre-ceramic sub versus a ceramic sub, and you unwind that crown, oh boy! And there's no messing with it as well. The crown unwinds very. It's very obedient, you might say. There's no mistakes you can make, and it pops into all the positions in a perfect way. And then when you wind that shit, you feel that whole movement winding up inside. Like you can feel it through the tip of your fingers. It's a thing you can only experience and barely describe.
Yeah.
I don't get that off my newer Rolex at all. So isn't it funny? Like it's, you know, do you guys sit down sometimes at nighttime, a little drunk before you go to bed and wind up all the watches that you have next to your bed? I have a few like next to my bed and I do it. I just get them a wind and I love them. And you know, I kiss them goodnight. No, but, you know, and when I get to that gold sub, that's the 1993, and I have a shitload of watches from post 2010, 2008, shitload of them. But I get to that gold sub and I wind that fucker. Oh boy. And it's nothing to do with the fact that it's gold. It's the movement and it's the build. I definitely think they've lowered their game since the early days.
Yeah, like they increased the power reserve, but that comes at a cost.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like I've had a vendetta against the regular black sub because I had two of them, and I was expecting them to give me that tool watch feel, and they didn't. Nor did they give me a luxury feel. It was just a fingerprint machine.
Wow.
I didn't love it, but putting the 140/60M on, it was like, oh, this is kind of what I was looking for a couple of years ago, and like I forgot about this. I forgot all about this.
Dude, that's a fucking classic watch. Also without the Cyclops, it wears a little larger. Strangely, I know that makes no sense, but because it's flat across, it just seems like a slightly larger watch. If you can afford it, go for a two-tone or a gold because they just wear bigger. They just do.
Yeah,
they feel bigger. They look bigger on your wrist, even though they're exactly the same size. So yeah, I feel your gravitation toward those, man. Totally.
Yeah, so I might pull the trigger. I don't know. I might.
How much is it?
We can do it. I've been going back and forth with Diego because he's like an expert. The thing is, I found one on a site, and I'm not going to mention the site because I don't want anybody to buy it.
Right.
And it's a good price. It's between 9 and 10. I'll say that. It's got full box and papers. It's mint condition, and then I was looking through the papers, and the paper is stamped on my birthday. So I was like, oh god.
Oh god, man. That's your watch. That's your watch. It's got your name on it, man.
Oh god.
Oh,
so
you gotta do it.
I filled out a form about doing a trade with them today, and then they're opening tomorrow, so I'm gonna give them a call and see what we can do. But
what are you gonna trade?
It might happen. Grand Seiko.
Oh, Grand Seiko.
Mm-hmm.
Well, listen, that's the 114060M. Oh, it's like the perfect tool watch. People go crazy for the 5512s and 13s. They're odd, they're funky. You have to be a super like nerd collection dude, to go for that, all that weirdness. I think that's the 114060M is the perfect moment between the old and the new. I completely back you on that decision. If you need a benediction from anybody, you've got mine.
Yeah. Well, Diego's the worst because Diego will send you 10, 12 messages basically overselling you on why you have to have it.
I don't think you'll look back. You won't look back.
Tim Redmitten came to my shop that time, like it was like a month ago, with the ghosted bezel of the Pepsi ghosted bezel and the Jubilee bracelet of that ceramic ones, right? Yeah. I mean, I put that watch in the scale. That watch was like 98
grams.
I mean,
wow.
You wonder why that time they didn't make titanium watches. That's why it was lighter than titanium. I mean, it was so light.
Are you okay, Buckley? Are you okay without the glide lock or any sort of micro adjust?
Yeah, I don't really care. I wear a Datejust as my daily anyway. That doesn't have it. I've had a Batman at one point that didn't have it. I'm not really so caught up on that. I know a lot of people
but
like
even
that.
the Batman has the micro adjust. It has those 5mm on a hot day.
Yeah, I never used it.
My recommendation is to wear it. This is why I'm asking you, because I have a recommendation. Go figure. My recommendation is size it large and let it flop a little. Let it flop, let it hang down and let it flop. And on the hot days, it'll be right. And then every other day, it'll just flop and it'll hang like a beautiful bracelet and it'll gleam. Now, all the light that catches it will fucking gleam. Is it polished?
No, it doesn't look like it. Does not look like it, to be honest.
Even better.
That's what they wrote on their site, and this website usually is just excellent, 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 good.
Right.
This one had mint condition, and Diego told me some things to look for, and so far what he told me to look for, it all pretty much checks out. That I don't think it was polished, and if it was, it's like a fantastic job type of polish. You know what I mean? But I don't think so. So we'll see. I don't want to get ahead of myself. If they call me tomorrow, they may ignore my email completely because they're not buying. But we'll see.
Wait, you lowballed him too much.
I hope you get it. I hope he gets it.
Yeah,
we'll see.
That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome.
I was very surprised because I forgot because you get diluted. Like I need a watch for this. I need it to look this way. I need it to be the proper size. I want to do this, that. And then you go back to the basics and you're like, oh, this is why so many people have this. Okay, right. I get it.
Totally. Well, you've seen videos with me with my gold one on, right? It's not the 114060, it's the date. Yeah. Does it look weird on me? Does it look small?
No, it looks sick.
We have the same size wrist, me and you.
Yeah.
So and also,
what gold do you have? You have the gold with the black bezel or the blue one?
The blue, yeah. Oh, I don't mind the black either. The black's a stunner. A lot of people poo-poo the black. I'm like, are you kidding me? Black and gold is one of the most perfect, historically one of the most perfect matches of colors and tones.
I poo-poo it a little bit.
Everybody pays a premium for the blue.
So beautiful.
Well, I'll tell you, I always liked the blue and the pre-ceramic because it was deep and luxurious. The new blue is more pastel. It's brighter. It's louder. It's different. So I was happy when I got it. It's one of the more perfect watches in the collection. But it's funny how I've owned that exact watch in steel, a couple of them, and they looked so much smaller on me. But the gold just has that bigger presence. It's also a weighty little bastard as well. You feel it on your wrist as well. So.
Shin, you actually have my. Kind of my dream watch because that watch was in my uncle in 1986. He got this blue, and he was wearing that watch almost like forever. I mean, I think 20 years, I still saw that watch in his wrist.
I'll swap it for your Platona. No, actually, Buckley made a point a few weeks ago saying, why don't I just trade in all my shit and get some 4 or 5 belters? And that's stuck in my head since you said that, Buckley.
Yeah, because you have so many, and it's like just go for the knockouts, go for the haymakers, especially in this market. Go for the haymakers.
Yeah. There's a lot of opportunities right now to get crazy pieces
Yeah,
before
you
they
know what you could do
go up again.
too, because Oshin, I don't know if you heard Adrian last night, but he was saying that he has it on good authority that when you go to these Bucherer chains and you hand in your watch, they're gonna use it as a store credit, like direct deposit towards what you want.
That's just him guessing, though. No.
Yeah. He got a message from somebody apparently that works in the. What he said was he got a message that he considers very I don't know, whatever vocabulary you want to put on it. But
I would say a very reliable message. Just what
very reliable. So that's what he said. But if that is true, you could literally take your watches and just go to these Bucherers and put the deposits on the haymakers. Because
I feel like I'm going to get ripped off if I go to those guys. I don't think they're going to offer good money in those places.
We don't know.
Do you guys think I don't know. I just this whole thing has been reminding me of Apple swapping out computers and iPhones, and the deal they give you is so terrible. So I just feel like they'll offer you the worst money possible.
But it's convenient. That's the thing.
Yes.
Can you put, because if you sell it, let's say if you decide to then sell it on eBay, then you have to spend half hour creating a listing, taking pictures.
Well, the best way for me to sell is on Insta. But recently that's been a problem, because if I put anything on Insta, I get fucking riddled. Everyone going, I told you he's a flipper.
He's a flipper.
I put the same Air King on Insta for 6 months, and people think I sold 50 watches. People like OC spreading.
They think you flipped through
perpetuating that stupid rumor. Like, if I'm a flipper, I'm the worst fucking flipper in the world, man.
Okay, guys, but if the rumors goes like that the pre-owned going to have a new box, a new papers, everything completely, how we say, the pre-owned package, versus a proper pre-owned full set of the past. What is going to be the difference in prices? How that will affect the market? Would you want the full old package, full set, or do you want the new addition of the old set? How that's going to affect?
I don't know.
We'll Nobody has a good answer.
By the way, drill.
Sorry, Marcel.
Yeah, Marcel. Great question, but sometimes your questions are too complicated for normal people. Bill, gentlemen, turning 40 next year. I want a piece to celebrate between 6,000 and 10,000. Currently have a 41 date sub. What do you reckon? Looking at Reversa Tribute Moon or Speedmaster 57 and a Navi timer.
Oh, great choices. Ooh. Navi is going to be a bigger watch. How big is your wrist? Does it suit the sub 41 date well? Speedmaster 57s are a little slighter, by the way. Don't be fooled by George Clooney and his commercials, because that guy actually has a slender wrist. He's quite slender. And the Reversa, everybody, and it's got a moon face. Jesus, the Reversa's class, though. It's class. Yeah. That might be a nice antithesis. I can never say that word properly. To the sub. What do you reckon, fellas?
The Reversa, that it is.
It might be like a very opposite. Yeah, nice opposite.
Or let's see. Well, the thing is, though, the Datejust, it's very depending on what kind of configuration he has. It might be a very dressy. Oh,
yeah. Sub Date 41.
Oh, for some reason I thought it was. I read it as a Datejust 41. How did I read it?
So Sub Date 41 is a strong, strong watch.
Sub Date 41. Then he's got his sports everyday watch that he can wear anywhere.
Right.
Reversa would be great, dressy watch for special occasion. Tribute Moon, though. Yeah.
So fucking moon face, Jesus. Is it a dual face?
I like just regular tribute. Why not just regular tribute?
But if moon phase is so romantic, it's so great to see the moon. I mean, what a beautiful. You have to remember, we based all these Isochronism is based on the rotation of the Earth, the gravity, our rotation around the sun, and so on. All of these things are connected. When Christian Huygens put all this stuff together, he was gathering data from Galileo, and it was all connected to oscillation, pendulums, and spinning of planets in our solar system. I mean, when you think about it, a second is just a tiny fraction of our trip around the sun. That's all it is. It wouldn't mean anything to an alien. If an alien landed down, you showed them at 60 seconds, it wouldn't mean a fucking thing to them, because they'd be like, why did you pick that particular unit? Well, we picked it because it's a fraction of our trip around the sun. It's a fraction of our day and a fraction of our year, etc. So, when you see moon phase on a watch, it's connecting you with all of that. I just sold myself in a moon phase watch.
You just sold yourself on a moon phase. Look what you done.
Moon phase immediately. It's the only thing I don't have is a fucking moon phase.
The greatest moon phase is Rolex Cellini.
Oh, no! It's that Patek. It's that Calatrava. But if you get this the JLC, what's his name, drill Phil Bill, get a loop. If you don't already have a loop, get one. Buy one, my friend, because you need to see that dial up close, man. It's the perfection on a JLC is like whole other level. So beautiful.
By the way, Tim, you mentioned the Cellini. That was the first ever Cellini of Rolex ever that was selling a bit over retail.
Oh, really?
Never was the Cellini over retail.
No. They nearly got there during the spike. Had the spike lasted another month, they would have gotten there. Look at the one on the right, the gold with the fucking blue. It's a moon and sun phase, isn't it?
It's a triple. It's a triple. No, it's a moon phase, but it's a triple dance. It's also got a second phase.
Just an update.
It's like a GMT.
Duo phase.
Yeah.
It's the duo. The duos are sexy, man. You'll always use the second face on it because the second will always be that little bit cooler. I had to do a face for ages. A gold one. I miss it.
Wow.
Just an update.
Yes.
This is an update.
Oh,
you're an inch. Is it getting all smooth now? It's getting all smooth.
Oh, it's
now,
delicious. Yeah. This is delicious, but you're right. This is definitely an undertaking.
Yeah, you'll be around for a while. Now, listen, if you want to stub it out, you can. It's first of all, don't put it back in with any of your other cigars because the stink of the burn will intoxicate your other cigars. So keep it separate. And if you really want to, like, if you just can't make it through it, but it's beautiful and you want to light it up maybe to begin your evening tomorrow, do this. Stub it out, leave it for a minute, and then blow through it. Blow all the stuff out of it. So blow down through the thing and push out all the remaining smoke out of it. Then stick it into like a bag or a Tupperware or something, and you'll be all right then. You can light it up again tomorrow.
All right.
Cool.
Just don't put it in with your other cigars. I saw, by the way, I rewound the episode that I came on the other night when you showed them.
Yeah.
But like earlier on when I wasn't on, you were showing like your big, like what that guy sent you, America, whatever his name is.
America 934.
You know, he sent you like $1,000 in cigars. You know that, right?
That's what I assumed. I was like, this is incredible. Like, I can't believe he sent this.
Like even here where you can buy them legally, that's still $300 or $400 in cigars that he sent you.
Holy
easily.
I gotta.
You send that guy a bottle of whiskey or something, Jesus.
Yeah. And I don't even know. Like, I've never met him before. Tim's like, "Hey, what's your address?" And I was like, this. And then all of a sudden, these cigars came. Like, oh.
Shame he doesn't like my channel. Oh well. I never met Anthony Pellegrini either, and he sent me like 50 cigars back at Christmas.
Yeah, Anthony's a cool guy. America 9634. He's a local. Although I think right now he's in a different state, but
he's got a connection for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, how hard it is to get. He's probably got those connections in Manhattan. There's a place on 42nd between 5th and Vanderbilt, and it's fancy. It's fucking nice, and you know that you've got to pay a certain amount every year to be part of their club. And once you get the wink and the nod, and they trust you, then they open the other room, and then and
where
nobody
they got the
says a
good
word
stuff.
to. And police chiefs are in there too, and local politicians. They're just like, yeah, we don't care about the embargo. It's 60-year-old politics. Who cares? Like, but they have to keep it on the DL for sure.
100%.
That watch is sex, absolute sex.
Yeah.
Boston
what I would
Collector
go
says turning 40, get 18038 day date 36 in yellow gold. You deserve, and 12K is a great value right now.
If you can wear the
I would agree.
36.
Depending on his wrist size.
Good. Yeah.
Could be a great alternative.
It's a good value prop for sure.
This piece is crazy. Man. Doesn't have to be solid gold. They have the same movement in steel. Almost half the price.
Nice.
But yeah, JLC tribute. I love these tributes. Even without the moon phase, they're just beautiful colors, but hard to get. Hard to get. You can't just. But to Cellini, think of it this way: Cellini, while they still have them, but yeah, it's more than 10,000. He said 6 to 10. So.
Oh, that's right. He said 6 to 10. Well, then the 57. Can't he get a 57 for that?
What about that
57
square
is great.
Cellinis? You used to have that. What I forgot the name. That discontinuous square Cellini with a. Actually, used to see the movement in the back even.
No, but he has a 10,000 upper limit. So I think I'm moving on. A new 57. It's a great.
The one in blue is like, whoa, makes my knees weak.
Oh,
the heritage there,
this one, right?
It's the one that fucker has. That guy gets everything for nothing. Look at that. Come on. It has the flat link bracelet with the wide inner parts. It's got the date, which is not very retro, but okay. No crown guards, so it looks like a fucking 50 CK2915 a little bit. Broad arrow. Steel tachometer. Fucking gorgeous. Non-twisted lugs, straight lugs.
Yep.
Ooh. Does it have a nice back, an open back?
It's got beautiful back.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
So that's arabesque, right? Because they're turned. So they would be cut to Geneva stripes. But because they're slightly turned, they're called arabesque.
Oh, is that what it's called? No, I didn't know what it was called.
Just because they're slightly turned. If they were straight, they'd be cut to Geneva.
Looks like sun rays coming out of this the balance wheel, and the balance wheel is also blackened. I don't know how, whether it's DLC or PVD or whatever the treatment is, but it's a black balance wheel.
But Oisin, the Geneva doesn't require beside the stripes also a completely a high quality of polishing for the movement and
they're supposed to be Côte de Genève are supposed to be scalloped, proper scalloped. Yeah.
I think this is just a machine. It's a machine finish, obviously.
Sure.
But still, it does look striking, because if it was just it would look good even if it was just flat Côte de Genève, just the Geneva stripe. But they made it a little bit more interesting, a little bit more intricate. And by the way, this part that goes around the balance wheel, it's also polished, like really well polished and cut at an angle, and then on that angle it says 45 joules Swiss.
Yeah, it's sick.
There's a very good reason why it's like there aren't that many replicas going around of these watches, because they just make it too difficult for the replica makers. Rolex make it easy with their closed backs. I'm sure there is a replica of this, but it probably looks like dog meat.
It looks, if you look at it with the loop, it looks like dog shit. Because another thing, because they're using this is an in-house movement. So whenever they make a replica of let's say Seamaster, right? what they do is they'll use ETA movement, but they'll
And
do
hide it.
kind of
They hide it, right? They put a plate over to make it look like. I know it's pathetic.
Yeah. So they might have the stripes, but they're done in such awful awful way that you can tell that it's not the same. Oh, they can't fake this one. This is
So
the
is
one
that
that
a
they can't fake.
39 mil or what? How? 41.5 maybe?
41.
It
It wears a little bit smaller. I tried one on. It wears a little bit smaller.
40.5.
Yeah.
40.5. Okay. I'm out. Can't do it.
Yeah, I was a little bit disappointed too.
Yeah.
I tried it on.
Looks great on Clooney. And you notice Clooney, I was just mentioning Buckley about wearing the watch hanging down like, like a bracelet, a little loose. Clooney wears them loose. They hang off the other side of his wrist. It's fucking so I was watching a stupid movie last night with him and Julia Roberts, that Ticket to Paradise thing. I don't know why I put it on. I was like, I just need something I can ignore, right?
Yeah.
And he's just wearing his Aquaterra through the entire thing with the blue dial. Fucking thing is just hanging off his wrist, and it just sparkles, man. Blah, sparkles. It's great to see a real watch on camera. Russell Crowe famously said that he refused to wear it because you get to the set and they have tons of replica watches and set watches, and to suit your character or whatever your character is wearing. And he would always say, "No, I'm not. I'm wearing a real watch. I'm not wearing one of those stupid things because I know it's going to bling on the camera's going to pick it up."
Yes.
This guy could sell any watch.
I've seen some some video, or maybe it was an article, and it was basically on the cover of magazine. Some guy was wearing a fake watch, and they were calling him out for it.
Right.
But he said it wasn't even my watch. I just got to the photo shoot, and they said, "Hey, you want to be wearing a watch for this photo?"
Put
shoot?
it on.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And
they have a ton of replicas and stuff, and they, all these photo studios on Madison Avenue and stuff. They go down to Chinatown, man. Go down to Chinatown. They buy every different kind they can, and they just have a big stock of watches with a certain color and so on. They don't respect the watch, at all. They just throw it on you because it'll work for the photo.
Exactly. Roy B, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. And Casey Jones, $2. How did Bear Clooney get tricked into buying a fake? I don't know whether he was tricked or he got it of his own volition. His own volition. He's referring to the movement decoration. Yeah, but
you really think a guy like that is going to wear a fake watch? Really? I don't think Bear's going to wear a fake. I don't know. Okay, let's not get into it. I can't believe a guy like that would wear a fake.
Well, I mean, the watch that he made videos about and showed on Instagram was definitely fake. But whether he knew, it's possible. There's a possibility that he didn't know it was fake.
I have a fake right here somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. I think I have a fake right here on the desk.
You guys are too nice.
But here's the thing:
how you cannot recognize a fake gold? How?
Exactly.
Oh, I didn't watch all the stuff. Sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't watch all the stuff on it. Maybe you guys proved it. I just can't believe it, dude.
Yeah, it's beyond shadow of a doubt. And listen, if he wanted to dispel any doubt, he would have showed his watch on the live stream. But he's not showing it. He's not.
So he doesn't have the papers and all that? Oh, okay.
Well, he's not showing anything to anyone.
You would scale it.
Did he have a guilty look in his face when he was talking about it? I'd be reading his body language.
Yeah. I doubt that guy feels bad for anything.
We're going to send a digital scale. We're going to send the digital scale to Canada. I think they don't have it there. So.
They don't have the scales. Exactly. The watch is clearly fake. Okay, we could tell.
I have a fake right here. I'm gonna put it on. Because I bought a few fakes at the beginning of the channel so I could do some video. I figured that's the best way to.
Those videos are
hit
always
ground
hot.
running. Yeah, so I figured
really
I may
hit
as
the
well do
jackpot.
myself a favor. Yes, I did.
You
Yes, I
hit
did.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, that video's after earning like so much money over the 3 years. There's a fake right there, my friends. That's a fake.
Oh, that's the sub. Is that the famous
fake.
sub?
Not the one from the 2 million views video. This is a no
Looks
day.
pretty good.
It looks all right.
Good.
And you know what?
It looks real.
You know what's funny? Yeah, I know. I was going to do a video on it. Why? Because of course I have the real one, but I also have the new real one. So the 41, the 40. I was going to put this in the middle and talk about how it's the missing 41 sub. I'll tell you why. Because of course, when they went from 40 to 41, they slimmed the looks ever so slightly and widened the bracelet. We all know that, right?
Yeah.
So it made everything more like the contours, much more like the 1140-60M that Buckley was talking about. They didn't make the 40 in its current form larger by 1 millimeter. Had they done it, it would have been that watch. Because look at how wide the lugs are on it. Had they made exactly that, and it wears like a 41, it's a larger watch than the real 40. It looks right on me because of the typical problem, but not bad, right? You can wear it to the bar, you know. You might still get robbed, but at least you don't feel so bad about it.
Nobody
I'd
would
never
know.
wear it, obviously. Nobody would know. No. The problem with this is I wore it out one day. I was like, let me wear this thing and see if it keeps good time. But every time I look down on it, I felt bad in my heart, you know. It hurt my soul.
Because you know it's fake.
It's a psychological thing. You feel like you've got you feel like you want to put, rub it off your wrist like ash or a insect that crawled onto your wrist or something, you know. But it's got the whole thing. It's got glide lock. And
everything is just a little bit janky. Like when you opening the flip lock, it's finicky. It's a little bit more.
It's a bit finicky. It doesn't glide very smoothly.
Yes,
everything's lacking.
That's the funny thing in the video that Bear has. He's struggling to take it off. He's struggling with the little bit, you know, to take it off the cushion, and then when he's putting it on the wrist, he's struggling again with the flip lock. And then again, when he's taking it off, he's struggling again. And he mentions
and it was holding. And it was
he
holding
says, like,
one hand.
even though it's
so
white
light.
gold, it's so light, which makes no sense. It's like, no, it's not real.
No, it
That's
should be
why
very
it's light,
heavy. Yeah, it should be very heavy. It should be, even though it's got a oyster flex. Now, when you look at it, like you guys are looking in a camera at a distance, and it doesn't matter.
No, that looks.
But when you have this up,
not look fake.
Yeah, when you have it up close, you see the shit. You can see it.
Yeah.
Like the pip looks a little scrappy, and you're just like, not so much.
But that's also because you are so familiar with what the real one looks like.
Yeah, I mean, if I gave this to a friend saying, "Hey, there's a Rolex that's got no box or papers, but you know what, you want a Rolex?" They'd probably think it was a real one till the day they died. Mind you, winding it feels a little strange and scrappy and scrapey and stuff like that. You know what I was going to use this for? This guy, this cinematographer in town ages ago, and he was filming, he had some big camera gear and we were doing an episode. And he was like, dude, you need to make like a viral video for your channel, you know? And he pulled up a video, real versus fake. It was actually quite funny. He goes, look, this guy's after getting 1 million views, real versus fake. I said, press play. And he pressed play. It was me. He was like, I was like, I'm already, he was freaked out. But he was like, you know what we need to do? We need to be out filming this, right? And placing it in precarious positions around Venice near the water. You know, everybody watching my channel get nervous, like the watch is going to fall off the bridge or something. And you should let it fall. And like act. You should act and go, oh Jesus, you know, and then have that as the little bite, the sound bite on the shorts.
That's what they do.
Views.
That's what they do in movies when basically you see a watch getting broken or things like that, right? They're always breaking the fake one.
Well, I hope so, yes. Except for that scene in Hateful Eight, where famously she's playing some old vintage Martin guitar worth about $500,000, and they were supposed to replace it with a fake before Kurt Russell grabs it out of her hand and smashes it. But he just went
Yeah.
for it in one take and grabbed it out of her hand. And her real reaction is on the movie. She's gone, oh, Jesus Christ, he broke the real guitar. He actually did break the real guitar. He smashed it on the set. Okay, by the way, I have a real watch back on, okay? Just so everyone can calm
Just be careful
down.
between the two.
Heart rates can go back to normal. I
Calm
know it
down,
feels like
everybody.
sacrilege, but you got to have this shit around.
I need to make one of those real versus fake watch reviews.
Go down to
It's
Canal
getting harder
Street.
to tell.
Oh, maybe I could do it. I actually I had this idea of doing how to buy a fake Rolex on the Canal Street. And one more thing I forgot. I wanted to add this point. Just because people might not understand how ignorant most people are when it comes to real or fake Rolexes. I have a friend who showed me a quartz two-tone Rolex Submariner, and he said,
Oh God,
"Tim, can you verify whether this is real or fake?"
he asked the right guy.
He asked the right guy. But it was like, it's quartz. I'm like, this is quartz, and it's he doesn't know that the Rolex does not make PV like PVD gold.
Kicking.
They only make real gold. He didn't even know that. That's how ignorant some people are. So
And most
there
people
you go.
don't know anything.
Yeah, most people don't know that. Hey, Rolex does not make. Hell, most people don't even know what a Rolex looks like. To be honest. So it's pretty bad there.
I'm getting a question here from a viewer. Can I share the question?
Yes.
On get it on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
Some guy, he said, would you trust Luxury Bazaar for a day date 228235 new without stickers for 46K? I want your honest opinion on Roman's company.
Okay.
Has box and papers. Don't see what his problem is.
You guys forgot that he actually have a problem with fake Ray-Ban glasses?
Oh, yeah, that issue too. I figured that just got caught up in this. He has a huge operation going on there. It's easy to fuck up.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about a watch from him. I don't think he's going to risk it.
Yeah, how much is it?
If it did, it's 46. If there's something wrong with it, you can go straight back. They don't want that kind of bad press. For a day date, 228235.
What color? Is it yellow gold?
It's not saying here.
Because 46 is yellow gold, other than the green dial of the onyx. It's not going to be that high, I don't think. It's got to be one of the other metals.
So we might be able to find the actual watch itself on Luxury Bazaar if you want to go on to the actual.
Check this out. David SW has two of these. So I guess that 228235, those are stands for rose gold day date. So there's white one for 44. 800. This is on David SW, and 49 for the chocolate dial one. Which did he specify which dial he's looking for?
No, he didn't say.
Probably the white one. If it's 40, how much it was? Did he say 45? Right?
46.
46. Oh, okay.
You can probably find the actual listing.
By the way, by the way, both of these have Roman dial.
Yeah, both of them have Roman dials, so he has to trust them.
There you go. How can you not trust it? It's got the Roman dial.
You know what was interesting today? When I went to look at that, there's like I guess you call it a flea, like a jewelry flea market out here. Like sort of like 47th Street, there's a place that has like 20 booths, and each booth has a couple of Rolexes. A lot of them are really shanty old, nonsense in the back of the case type stuff. So that's where I found the 140060. So I wanted to see like kind of how it fit. And if I told you the amount of these dealers that got caught holding the bag, where they bought so high and they're waiting for the prices to come back to sell, I found a day date, yellow gold, pre-owned white dial. So how much you want? $55,000. What? Then I went and I was like, how much for the GMT, which was beaten to hell, naked and polished? 15.
Pushing
You're
high.
screwed. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
screwed. I'm like, that watch is 11 grand. This watch is 35 grand. And every single one of the places had like 4 or 5 that they've been holding on to for 6 months or more because they can't sell it. Their price is too high. They got caught.
They got caught. Well, they're in the business, so they're gonna get caught up. That spike lasted a good 8 to 10 weeks, or 8 weeks at least.
Yeah.
So if you're doing business over those 8 weeks, you're really gonna be in trouble. And it fell so hard, so fast. You can see it on every graph that's out there. Crazy moment. Do we know what caused the spike? I mean, is it official that it was crypto? Like, what caused the spike? Does anybody know what happened? It was very unusual. It was just super unusual. Everything's crawling up so slow, and then March, April, things just took a turn. Like, it was nuts. Watches were going up by hundreds every single day, and it was, it's a very weird moment. It'll go down in history as a very odd moment in watches.
It happened in the car world too, where you had basic cars, and that they were selling 10, 15, 20,000 over sticker. You had Lamborghinis, Aventador selling 300,000 over sticker price. So it kind of happened in a lot of luxury worlds. I think it was just a lot of money in the market, and a lot of people spending money, and a lot of
wasn't crypto
backlog. No, I don't think it was crypto, because crypto went up for the same reason everything else went up. Just they pumped a lot of money into the market, and then it kind of it all goes up to the top somehow, and then the top spent it. And we also had supply issues from China and all sorts of stuff causing backlogs, and it's all coming down now. I mean, I was in a part of Florida during the spike, and there was a lady, I shouldn't call her a girl, at the one hotel, and she was
okay to
saying
call her a girl. You've identified her as female. I have no problem with that.
She was telling us how she owned a house in Sunnyside. I gotta get the name right. It's in North Beach, Miami area, and she paid $400,000 for it 6 years ago, and she went to get it appraised during that spike, and it was 1.6 million. So it happened in a lot of areas, a lot of different things, and now it's all kind of crumbling. It's all kind of crumbling.
Out of all of them, out of everything, the watches, especially crypto, out of everything, the watches, I think, have kind of kept their nose slightly above water, because again, we're still up. I said this before, probably I'm repeating myself as always, but if you fell into a coma, if you fell asleep into a deep sleep this time last year and woke up this morning and you checked your list of watches and your chrono valuation, etc., you'd be fine. You'd be like, oh, great. Fucking everything's going great. Then you'd turn on YouTube and see all the doom and gloom, and you'd be like, what the fuck are they talking about? Everything's fine. It's just that we went through that crazy stuff. Maybe the spike helped us. Maybe it protected us. Like we ran it, like buffalo run toward the storm. That thing. Buffalo, they hate rain. When they see a storm clouds, they run toward them. Because the idea that the scientists think it's because they know that by the time they get to the clouds are moving their direction, they move over, so they're going to get the least amount of drenching. Whereas if they run away from the clouds will catch up on them and they'll get drenched for hours. So they run toward the storm when they see a storm moving in. And it's an interesting thing. Like if you build up your prices like crazy, then you hit a lull. The lull hits you, sure, but you have that armor on. And, at the end, all told, root beer was 17 this time last year. Now it's 19. It survived.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's food for thought. I think it's fascinating.
I mean, people who bought in freaking March and February got blasted, but I don't know. Actually, I don't know a lot of people who were buying at those insane prices.
There were people. I know of people that bought very stupidly, and they thought it was just going to keep going. I think the worst one I think the worst one out of all of these was the turquoise or the Tiffany blue 41OP. That
Wasn't
one was
that
crazy.
crazy?
Oh,
We'll be
That was
talking about that
crazy.
for years, I think. What's it going
Jeez.
for now? Is it like 20 or 15 or something? Still
'Cause,
three
I mean,
times
look,
the price.
if the watches went to end users in 5 years, no matter what, you'll probably be okay. You know,
Yeah.
because Rolex is going to keep increasing their prices, inflation's going to continue. It's just everything's going to keep going. You know, it's just how it goes. 10 years maybe. But if you weren't an end user and you were just buying stock and you were paying top dollar price like the guy Anthony who bought all those yellow gold green dial Daytonas for like 15,000 over, yeah, you got a little screwed. You got a little screwed. You didn't because guys like Watch Eric weren't doing that. Guys like
Yes.
Paul Thorpe. Well, I mean, Paul Thorpe's not a dealer, right? But he's not anymore. He used to be, but they weren't doing that. They were saying these prices are too high. Like this is not good.
Paul, to his credit, always said that. He said, "I don't believe in these prices. There's something wrong," and that was his instincts. You know, it's just instincts for being a dealer for 30 years plus. You fucking had instincts on it. Yeah, it's just not.
Yeah.
I just wonder what made it happen. Was it crypto? Because I feel like crypto is the wild card in the room. It's when kids were, you know, investing $1,000 and becoming millionaires overnight and didn't know what to spend it on. You know what I mean?
No, Shane. No, it was the Chinese and the Russians. That's what it was.
Oh, by the way, the crypto is back to 17,000.
It's everything. It's everything. Crypto. Yeah. Go ahead, Marcelo.
No, also Eric watches. He actually said back already in 2020 why the prices go up. He said because the Chinese, they vacuum the market. They come in, they actually clean it, everything.
See what's going on in that country right now? It's madness.
Yeah, the lockdowns and all that.
Fucking
and then the riots.
The riots, man. They're sick of it. Can you imagine that was still happening for us? We'd be rioting too, probably.
I always joke. I'm like, damn, you know, during those riots, I should have got there and got some Gucci's and Rolex for myself. I missed out.
Yes.
Look, they make a lot of money. Almost every day they have a new millionaire pumping out in that country. I don't know today what's going on there, but with the rise of the millionaires that pumping, they actually follow what is trend. They know Rolex is popular. The watches are popular. They know some things are popular. They vacuum the market. They clean everything.
Right.
That's why the prices go up.
Right.
Yeah, they were growing very rapidly. They were pouring. I saw a documentary where they were saying that they were pouring enough concrete every 2 months to cover something like San Francisco. In concrete. It was an enormous thing, but they had that massive real estate company that failed.
Yeah, they bought houses all over the world. Yeah.
Yeah, they failed. That was the start of it in COVID. Yeah, they went. I forgot the name of the company. Boston Collector will probably know if he could comment. He'll probably know the name. But it was this massive company that they started going backwards like a year ago. But yeah, there's a lot of things. I don't think crypto definitely didn't take away. It definitely added to the fire because the amount of people that were like, I'm going to put $300 in Dogecoin and then had 35 grand in their account, not knowing anything. That doesn't
Speaking
help
of
the situation.
Dogecoin, Mark, welcome to the show.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
First time joining.
Mark Girard, you're famous.
Yeah. Oh God. I'm super nervous because I'm a huge fan of so many of you guys here, Buckley and Tim and Oshin and OC. Man, this is crazy.
OC is back here too to make you even more nervous.
Yes. Speaking of doom and gloom. Speaking of doom and gloom.
Oh, David is that. Where'd you get that shirt? I don't have David SW shirt, and he's sponsoring this channel. What?
Stealing the leads. Stealing the leads.
Mark, welcome to the show. How long have you been watching? Because it almost to me it feels like you were only active in the chat for the past like 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, no, I honestly, Timmy, I've been watching for quite a while. I caught you a few times with Archie and Oshin, and Archie, when that dropped off, that's actually when I started really following you a lot because then I didn't have to put up with those guys. So it's been a few months. So yeah, so that, and then Oshin, I mean, I've been following pretty much from the beginning. I think I started watching him when
Wow.
he had like 5 videos posted or something like that. So
Where are you from?
Dang
Wow.
from Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Okay.
it. Oh, nice.
So
Yeah.
cool.
How cold is it?
Calgary.
Today, Buckley, it warmed up quite a bit. It was like -2 degrees Celsius, which is sad. So whatever, 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
30. Yeah.
You notice that all the normal Canadian fans watch your show, Tim, and all the crazy Canadian fans watch other shows.
I know, right? We got the normal people. I'm so happy with this.
Look how normal Mark is. You could tell like
I
he's
know,
like a
right?
regular normal.
No, but he's smart as well. Like Mark comments a lot on the
Yeah.
eye bashers, I believe, and on my stuff. You're a smart
That's
guy,
right.
man. Great to see you.
100%. No, I appreciate. Great to see you, Shane. And I was gonna say maybe I'll do a quick wristwatch check.
What is that?
That's the first. That's the
10.
Tagore 2000 automatic. It's the first watch I ever got, mechanical watch I ever got, gift from the parents when I was turned 20.
Wow.
So
Nice.
wearing
very
that,
clean.
it's 20 years
Wow,
old.
that bracelet has a lot of stretch to it.
Yeah.
This is amazing. I
Yeah,
actually
keep
have the quartz
shrinking
of
it.
that generation. I have the quartz of that generation. And that time they didn't write quartz. They
My
had
brother
something
had
by
like
the way,
exactly
Mark,
that watch on the other
If you
night.
don't know, Marcelo has a Platona.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I just heard about that.
It's incredible.
So it's funny because my brother actually has the quartz of this watch, and he's 4 years older than me. So when he got his, I was like, oh man, you're such a noob, because I've loved watches since I was like a little kid. So when my turn came around, I got automatic.
Marcelo
So
is
yeah,
your
so
Yeah,
brother.
but the quartz that time they didn't wrote the quartz. They wrote the professional. That was the name. Yeah.
You know what
That's
happened
right.
was your parents came to your brother and said, "Do you want an automatic watch or do you want one that just works?" And he said, "I'm
Exactly.
a fan of Dan."
Portnoy, whatever.
No, it's exactly
I'm a
it.
Portnoy fan. I want the one that just works.
Yeah, he's a doctor. He made exactly that argument to me. He's like, it's a more accurate watch. I'm like, you have no idea what you're talking about. You're uncultured.
Hey, we got
But
Team
yeah,
Tickers in the wig in the chat saying hello. We don't trust new people.
No,
you know,
Mark's good.
you guys were talking about what created the spike, and it kind of made me. I was just like, oh man, I got to get in there, because when you look at here in Canada, all the Canadian real estate went crazy. Like interest rates were 5-year mortgages 1 point something %. Government printed a ton of money. They just handed it out to people to stay home. So, and people were staying home. So Rolex did it too. Factories shut down. I think it's honestly a lot of it is just production went down, but demand stayed high because everybody still had money because the government gave it to them. And I think it just made everything go crazy.
But did
Bitcoin, everything.
But did the government give people Rolex money? I mean, I don't know what happened in the States, but over here, the government were giving people money, but it was money for apples and
PPP.
oranges and milk. It
those
wasn't
PPP
Rolex money.
loans.
I'll tell you what, Oshin, the PPP loan, people that own businesses and different things that necessarily didn't need the money got tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even millions that were untaxed that they never have to pay
Tens
back,
of
and
millions.
they took it.
Yeah.
Very true.
They took it. They took it. So a tremendous amount of that $5 trillion, the $600 checks that went out to everybody, that didn't do anything. That didn't do anything. Even the $2,000
I got a
one didn't
tenth
do
for
anything.
that money, Buckley. Speak for yourself.
Okay, you got a tenth. Yeah, I didn't even qualify for one, so I got nothing. But the PPP, people got. I mean, my business partner before he was my business partner.
And
Like,
I
what am
wish I
gonna
had
do? They're
Tim
offering
Wright
me-
LLC back then when the
Yeah, he's
PPP
like-
was happening.
I wasn't.
I would have
partnered
gotten
with him
like
yet, but he's like,
20,000.
look, they're offering me. They're offering me $75,000. I never have to pay it back, and I just have to put it through the business, however they determine that. He's like, I'm just going to take it, and so did everybody else.
It's free money.
Wow.
Yep, it was free money.
It was wild. And then you combine
right.
that with not being able to go on a vacation, right, Mark?
Sure, yeah. Nobody could spend really the money, yeah.
It's exactly right, Tim, and it's kind of funny. at the time, I remember when COVID hit and everything started shutting down, oil price went negative, which in Calgary, Alberta, that's a big deal. We're like the Houston of the North, right? And so I remember I haven't owned oil and gas stocks since 2014. And then I actually just created a portfolio of oil and gas stocks when the price went negative. So now you're sitting on this stuff that's like run up a lot, and oil's now expensive. Of course, there are a lot of reasons, including war in Russia, but it was that kind of thing that was going on. There's these crazy like, how could oil be negative? It has value, right? But
Yeah.
it was crazy. It was unbelievable. I think we look at that kind of dislocation, and then Oisin brings up where did the spike come from? I honestly think it's just those huge dislocations like that created that situation.
Yes.
It was, you couldn't explain it.
Is there any
Other than
reason
that.
why it went up particularly bad in March and April? Because that's really where the graphs are. Everything started building kind of aggressively, but things just got really, they kicked into fifth gear in March and April, and things were super absurd. I'm trying to locate exactly. I mean, it may be like many other things, multiple influences coming from different directions, flanking in all different directions. I'm out to find out. What do you think, Mark?
I think what you're saying, Oisin, is actually pretty astute. Multiple influences from different directions. If you look at any, people talk about bubbles and these make all sorts of predictions, but when you watch most bubbles, they build, and then they have what they call the blow off phase, right? Where it goes, like the chart will go vertical, right?
Right.
And I think that's a bit what happened. I've kind of been asking the question the past few days, is I kind of wondered if, and this is honestly a question I don't know the answer, but for watches specifically, especially Rolex, I kind of wondered with this CPO thing coming out if Rolex might have been buying up watches in the market. But then I talked myself out of that because Rolex is so astute. I can't imagine that they were picking up watches in such an inflated market. So I don't know. I think it's just a blow-off phase in a bubble.
Yeah, a bubble that grew out of the bubble.
Yeah.
A smaller mutant bubble that just grew out of the larger bubble. It stands to reason, like staying on the bubble analogy, it stands to reason when a bubble gets large enough that it grows extra tentacles going out, right? It grows, there will be other anomalies that grow out of it. If you step back and look at the thing over a year or two or three, certainly three, but even from a year and a half, you're looking at prices just continuing up. I mean, it was just an anomaly, a moment. We're like looking at a microcosm of a few months where things just spiked like nuts and then fell off that spike. A lot of people are interpreting that as the end, and fucking Armageddon. I've been fighting that message myself because I've been just looking at it going, this is kind of crazy. We kind of resumed where we left off. I suppose it makes sense for these anomalies, these spasms to happen, like electricity or something, when you're dealing with these things. They probably deal with it in the stock market all the time, these kind of weird spasms that happen between 3 and 4 in the afternoon, but they don't kind of ignore them, and am I right or am I wrong? I don't know shit about this stuff.
Yeah.
Well, there was a gridlock back in, what was it, December, January? There was a gridlock. The stock market went absolutely out of control back then. And then I think Boston said it, but for the longest time, the interest rates on real estate was so low. It was like these guys were just getting free money. I mean, they were refinancing huge buildings for nothing. 1.8, like he said, it's nothing. It's a joke. It's free money. And they just, there was so much money made. A lot of people think that we got hurt during COVID. The rich made the most amount of money they've ever made.
You have to remember as well, like I'm tracing back this stuff. Crypto is definitely on my radar for this. It may not be the one reason, or there may be multiple reasons, but crypto is definitely there. And I'll tell you a few reasons why. One is because, as you say, free money. Young men were getting, all of a sudden they were waking up. They had 300 grand. They were waking up in the morning. They had $1 million. They were a millionaire overnight. They were going into breakfast with their mom, and her mom was pouring orange juice. How's your day, honey? Oh, great. I'm a millionaire, Mom. But it was just on the screen. And it was one way of solidifying the money making, turning it into something real. Also, at the end of last year, did you notice all the gray marketplaces started started accepting crypto as payment. You notice like
Yes.
Spencer and all these fuckers,
Yeah.
they started
Yes.
going, oh, by the way, we now accept crypto.
Yes.
I'm just wondering, was crypto one of the main pistons in there pushing this shit? If I'm wrong,
curious.
I'm wrong.
Yeah, they actually
No,
didn't accept crypto directly. They had a service called BitPay, which basically converted the crypto into cash. And the recipient like
essentially they're
CRM
taking
or David
crypto.
SW, no, they
Right.
had the choice to either accept the crypto or accept cash. They could or a portion.
Which was
But they
good
were
for their end, but for the buyer, they had an option if they had 3 million in crypto, having invested 3,000 in actual dollars a year previous. All of a sudden, they could buy themselves a fucking rose gold day, correct?
Yeah, but it's true, but they're still technically from a tax perspective converting it into they're selling it,
Yeah.
converting it, and
Right.
they have to pay the capital gains on that. So,
Okay.
I mean, the government isn't going to give you stuff for free. As soon as you convert,
Well, sure, they got to pay. Shit, if I invested $3,000 today and woke up with 3 million a week later or 6 months later, I'm exaggerating for dramatic purposes. But you saw how a lot of people became millionaires overnight. So many of them. These guys are 21 years old. A lot of them wanted to put it into hard items. Even if you've got to pay the tax, it's still a win-win. This is 3 million you had in the bank that you just didn't have the day before. So all of a sudden, then you've got a flashy watch and you buy a nice car and you're cashing out on your shit. Even if you have to pay tax, it's like, fuck it, I'll do it. Still invisible money.
it was the perfect storm of everything. The perfect storm of everything.
I
It was
think
nuts. It was absolutely nuts.
I think Oshin makes a good point around, like, from my perspective, if you make that kind of money in an investment, for me, eventually the amount that money makes up of your total net worth becomes such an outsized piece that you need to turn it into something else. So honestly, Rolex watches where they're raising their prices all the time and the market's running.
They were
seems like a
appreciating
good
in value,
place,
so they
right?
were appreciating in value drastically. So they seemed like a safe investment. So
Well, I told you guys about that dude who came to Venice, and I hooked him up with a place to stay. Remember, I was drunk that night, and I told you guys information I should have not told you.
That's every single stream.
Oshin gets
every single time. Yeah, I know you need to rename this show. Let's all sit back and wait till Oshin puts his foot in his mouth again. But it's. That dude, he knows nothing about watches, and he was doing a big crypto deal, and he wanted to fucking put it in watches. How did he hear about that? The word spread beyond the watch world, way beyond it, and the news was out. Watches are a great place to park money, and they sit on your wrist. They're tiny. It's not like buying a boat or a car or real estate.
Yeah.
You can carry them around. You can wear fucking 8 of them down your forearm if you wish. Right? It was just a really good way of carrying. Like, you could carry 100 grand. This guy was asking me about Richard Mille. I was like, well, yeah, you can carry 150 grand or 200 grand on your fucking wrist, or $1 million on your wrist. It's the perfect situation for somebody who wants to launder money. So I just feel like a lot of these crypto kids went, yeah, I'm looking at this number on my screen, but meanwhile, I'm still wearing my sweats, and my mom is still making me lunch. Let me put this into actual money. Let me cash out some of this, and let me convert it and expand my capital reach out into other things. And the watches thing came up because Wayco is up there going, invest in watches. Everybody's doing it.
Wayco.
And also another thing, buying watches in gray market, it doesn't show officially when you bought it and how you bought it. So basically, it's a perfect laundry money.
Yeah, you can fucking walk through an airport. That's your watch on your wrist. Yeah, you ship the box.
Funny.
Yeah,
it was so funny.
A lot of people did that.
Many people. I'm of the age where I know a lot of these guys that did things like this, and I remember last year. It's so funny now because the wisdom always comes back and gets you. All these people talking about Warren Buffett, saying he's senile, he doesn't know, he's sitting on 100 billion, 200 billion. He hasn't outperformed. The S&P's outperformed him the last 10 years. He's washed up. Now look at him. Because they knew this was all insane. And there's a lot of guys that were heavily against crypto. They were heavily against everything that was going on. And all the people that thought they knew, they got stuck holding the bag.
And here's the interesting thing too, Buckley. When we're talking about the watch world, who's the Warren Buffett of the watch world? I think that's Rolex.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So now think about does that make us think about the CPO thing differently? That's where I've kind of been thinking.
Mark, what you're saying, what you said before about buying up the watches, I said just as a fun conspiracy yesterday that I think it's possible that maybe something there's going on. And I also think it's too early to even talk about this because they don't lose. They have so much data. They have so much wisdom. Let it roll out for 6 months and let's see, because
but Rolex have something else on their packet. Rolex is the only company, probably the only company I know in the world that is considered as a charity, that they don't have to announce how much money they own or how much money they spend. You don't know how much money is going on there. And
well, I think I listened to you guys last night, Buckley, and I thought you were so on the money with that theory. And I know you're saying it's just a theory. For me too, we don't know. And to Marcelo's point, the fact that they operate that way makes them even more like Berkshire Hathaway than otherwise.
And they don't have stocks.
The magic of they don't, but Berkshire Hathaway, the magic of Berkshire Hathaway, Buffett's plan was actually that they recycle all the cash through the insurance business. So Rolex does the same, but with Swiss real estate.
Yes.
So
yes, I was thinking that too. I was thinking the exact same, because when you compare it, it's like the big hedge fund guys hide behind the term. I forgot the term, but they buy a certain amount to have controlling interest of the entire market, and they can kill that company, sell it for pieces, or make it profitable if they know what they're doing. And I think Rolex might have been doing that. I think they might have been buying stuff. I know OC does definitely not think so, and this is a fun conspiracy, and I'm just having fun.
So it's amazing how it's amazing how we appreciate a company that basically are crooks.
Well, historically, they've been very astute, like looking ahead. Do you remember they all of a sudden prices went up? Paul Thorpe announced prices are going up Monday, and I took him out. I was like, I don't hear. I called my guys here. I was like, did you hear anything about this? And I criticized Paul. I was like, no, they're not. You don't. Where'd you get your information? Turns out he was right in his little world there in England, in the United Kingdom. It was the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland and like one other place. All of a sudden, they brought up the prices only there. Lo and behold, a few months later, the pound tanks. And I went, well, have these guys got a crystal ball? They have precogs in a bathtub, like telling the future. Like these guys are making moves like chess players. They're thinking 6 moves ahead, 12 moves ahead. It's kind of frightening, you know?
It's like the 200 IQ move, right? Like you keep seeing these videos around 200 IQ, you know, like, I mean, that was 200 IQ for them. They beat the pound before it tanked. That's crazy. I don't know if it was luck. Yeah, I don't know if it was luck, Oshin, but I remember you pointed that out actually a little while ago, and I was like, man, that's a really interesting observation. So,
because all of a sudden it would have been so much cheap. They would have been getting so much less money on every sale they got. Because boy, did the pound tank. I mean, it came back up since. It's all right now. But Jesus, man, it went down. There was a bad dip there for a bit. So I feel like now they're doing this certified pre-owned thing. And I feel like they're seeing into the future again. They're opening another place. And it's supposed to be ready by 2030. Maybe they're planning for all the 18-year-olds and 16-year-olds right now who are watching our channels going, oh, these fuckers are buying these gorgeous watches. Someday I'm going to be as rich as them, or whatever they're thinking, right? When they're young, I'm going to work hard. I'm going to buy. And they're planning for that new generation of Rolex purchasers, because it's going to be even stronger, probably, most likely. I see kids here outside the Rolex AD looking in the window. 18-year-old kids, 17-year-old kids, marveling over that. They don't want to look at the Apple Watch or even the Swatch. a lot of them lined up for this watch because it's the closest thing they can get, because they were finally given an affordable option. But boy, do they stare at the Pateks and they stare at the Rolex, and to them it's a symbol of success in their mind. It's like looking at a Ferrari car or a beautiful woman with big fake boobs or whatever that thing is, that idea of success in their minds. Someday I'm going to have that. And fucking Rolex are like, okay, let's open another thing and start preparing for that. They're making all these chess moves ahead. It's like, it's crazy shit.
I think they're admitting, and they're also giving reassurance that, look, if you buy our watch, you're going to be okay. I think that's all. I think that's the basic thing they're trying to say is, if you buy our watch, don't worry, you're going to be okay. Just like Sean was saying, look, you buy our BMW and you want one in 3 or 4 years, you come back, you'll be okay. And Rolex is saying the same thing. And what does that entail to make that true is going to be very interesting to watch. I would not bet against them.
It's always been true, though. Like I'm coming from the musical side of things. It's always been the case. Like if you buy a cheaper guitar, that guitar might serve you well, but you can't really sell it for much. If you spend the extra few thousand, you go the high road, you go for a Gibson Les Paul Standard or a Deluxe, or you go for the big ticket item, your money is safe. You'll be able to move that guitar on to someone else. When I made that real, we talked about that real versus fake video earlier, Tim. I got a lot of people saying, you're such an idiot. That thing is nearly the same, and it's $100. I'll rather buy the $100 one than buy the $10,000 one. And I wrote to a lot of these. This is going back a couple of years now. At this point, I wrote to a lot of these guys, going, "Okay, I get your point." They're like, "You're a sucker." I got so many of these messages. You're a sucker. You spent $10,000 on a thing that the other thing is $100. Nearly does exactly the same thing. Okay, except for small details with a loop.
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, hold on. You buy this thing for $100 or $200, whatever the thing was. That's gone. You'll never be able to get that money back if you ever need it. The watch is going to eventually fall apart and not work very, very well. You can't even give it away as a gift, because that's a horrible gift to give to someone as a fake watch. That doesn't really show like nice respect, right?" I was like, I bought that watch at $9,000. It's now worth 10. Who's the sucker?
Right.
Which one of us? You lost $100. I made 1,000. So you just 100%. Spend that more money, and then your money is safe, and it keeps going up that way. The farther you get up, spend that extra. It's the same thing. You buy a nice hob for your kitchen. You buy a Dyson Hoover instead of or vacuum, as you guys call it. Instead of the cheaper one, the Dyson lasts longer. And it's got that extra warranty. It's like you just reach higher into the clouds, and then you're safe. It's the poor that keep getting ripped off.
No, it's true. It's true. I bought a couple of years apart a Sheen. I'm not anywhere the kind of musician that I'd ever brag about, but I bought an Epiphone ES355 guitar. For about $600 at the time. That was would have been early 2000s. In 2004, I bought an American Fender Stratocaster, which my daughter now plays. If you look on eBay now, the Strat is 2.5 times the money that I paid for it, and the Epiphone's about the same. Same thing. My wife has some Louis Vuitton bags. I bought her two that are, one's a Speedy, the regular Speedy with the typical brown check, and the other one was a limited edition. The limited edition one is now again it's 2 times the value, and the regular one that you just get anytime you want is actually dropped in value quite a bit, right? So it's it's exactly what you're saying, right? There's knowing how to buy. It's a big thing.
And in most cases, the higher you spend, the safer your money is. That's one thing I actually like about what happened today or the other day with this, Bucher asking 19 grand for a fucking no date. That's kind of setting the bar so high. Now the gray market dealers are going to follow suit. And basically what they've just told me is everybody's money is safe. That's what they told me. Because they just bumped that, they pumped blood into that bloodstream now. Before that, it was looking like the buyer confidence was going to fall out from under our feet. And, my theory is the moment that you can buy a Rolex easily and at list, no one will want one anymore. That's my theory. Like the moment that you can get a list or below list, it's done. It's a fad. We're all going to make YouTube channels about something new because it's gone. While it's a moment where it's slightly out of their reach, slightly hard to get, or very hard to get in many cases, or very expensive, we're all reaching for it, and it's all that chase. And if that chase ends, we're done. We're gone. Forget it. Go home, everyone. Buy an Apple Watch.
No, not the Apple Watch. 1 second. There's
Looks like OC had some articles.
Sean, $10 super chat. Sheen, 100% agree. Quality endures. I remember my dad saying we're not rich enough to buy inferior quality good.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes like if you buy. The reason I got the Rolex is because I bought the Tag Heuer, the Carrera, and it stopped working. I was really frustrated. Like, what the fuck? Here I spent 2,300 and it was not good enough. Like, so I started doing a lot of research, and that's why. But I think if I went with the Aqua Racer though, I wouldn't have that same problem. But because the model that I went with, it had some issue. The GMT on that on the caliber 11 from it was a caliber 7, I think, on the Carrera.
The other thing too with this whole thing is, from Rolex's point of view and from a normal person's point of view, these things are not designed to be bought and traded and sold there for 3 months, 6 months, and up down. They're thinking you're going to buy the watch and keep it a long time. That's kind of what's supposed to happen, And we, like, everyone I know that's not in the watch community is like, why have you had like 15 watches and why are you never satisfied? And I'm like, you make up a good point. I'm the sick one. You're supposed to have one damn watch, and then you're supposed to add your GMT for when you fly, and you're supposed to add your special piece when you go out to dinner, and you're supposed to keep them.
We used to, but it changed everything. The reason why people are buying watches has changed since, like, especially right now, it became all about. Listen, like, people used to three watches used to be a crazy collection. Now people are getting bigger. It's like it is almost like sportsmanship going on.
Yeah.
People talk about wearing watch as a win or a lose. Oh, see, gonna be going around elevators, going inside an elevator, wearing a watch like this to see what everybody else is waiting in. Who
Flexing
that elevator ride? It's a
Well,
competition,
I know,
man. It's like a
But
sport.
if you think about what they're saying, though, how they're not going to buy any watch 3 years newer than 3 years, right? Or am I saying that right? Newer than 3 years. They're kind of saying, they're backing up what Oshin says. Like, look, if you bought any watch 3 years ago from the dealer, you're up.
Yeah.
You didn't lose a penny. You've gained. And they're saying, look, you walk into our dealer today, forget about what you bought yesterday that has a box from 3 years ago. Disregard that.
Yes.
You go in today and buy a sub 41 and you come back in 3 years. They're not guaranteeing, but they're saying, look, you're getting your 10 grand back. They're saying it. For this to work, they have to be trying to say something like that, which is very, it should give people a lot of reassurance.
Now, Buckley, you have it all backwards, I'm afraid to say. This is not aimed. This is not, the goal of this is not to convince collectors that it's a good time to trade in their watches. It's about serving the customers who have been unsatisfied because demand is so high and they can't get watches at retail. So what they're going to allow their dealers to do is have an option, a new tier that basically says, oh, well, these are exhibition models. They're not available because demand is so high. However, we do have these. Take a look. And to get someone who's... We have these who's it's for someone who's finding it very hard to get into Rolex. these are available to you, and they're available today.
Just think though, guys, that must be a big shock, right? You go in unbeknownst, like you don't know about the watch world, and you looked it up on the website, the watch you want, the no date sub or whatever, and you see the price that they have on the website, which is kind of obscene because why would they even show that price? It's irrelevant at this point. And then you go in and ask, and they go, well, that's not available because the demand is too high, but we'll give you an older one for 20 G's. That's gotta be like your balls will go up inside you, right? That's a lot. That's not like a grand more or 500 more. That's a fucking like over.
But the argument is actually self-reinforcing. The fact that it's more expensive pre-owned says this is actual hard data that it's a good investment. This watch, which is 4 years old, is worth more than if you bought it new. So if you buy it now, it's
going to be worth more in the future. And once you get the new one, your new one is going to be worth more in the future as well. Ooh.
Isn't that what I
Maybe
just
this
said,
will
though?
bring a little bit of.
That's kind of what you just said.
Isn't that what I just said?
It is.
Okay. There you go.
Will there be a new species of collector that we haven't encountered yet, who's just in their ecosystem, who like buys from them used and trades in and buys and trades in and never wanders outside their bazaar, because there's no way they're getting good prices. Like if we sell any of our watches, if we want to, Tim, if you want to get out of your Daytona, you've got Spencer Dryer, you've got DW watches, or you got whatever you want, or someone watching the channel who will offer you a shitload of money for that watch, right?
Yeah.
Rolex ain't going to offer you that kind of money for your watch. You think Rolex are going to offer you 30 grand or whatever? 32? They're not going to. They're going to offer you what you paid for.
Yeah. Well, and to your point, Oisin, I kind of wonder if this is almost a pseudo lease program. You have people who never wander away from Rolex, and then they just keep rolling through a watch every 3 years, and almost acts like a 36-month car lease.
Right, they just go round and round inside the same stopper.
Yeah,
stopper is a kayaking phrase, guys. Don't ask me how I know that. You get stuck inside the same water, but there's no way. It's like Apple. You bring back your fucking iPhone you paid $1,200 for, and they offer you $200 and trade it for the new one. They don't offer you like $900 or anything. They offer you shit money, and then they sell it like for high.
I wonder if was it you, Buckley, who was saying, well, if they keep raising prices, by the time you come back in 3 years, maybe they're just giving you back the retail you paid 3 years ago.
That's what I think. I think they're kind of trying to erase the board and say, look, if you bought one from Spencer and you're trying to get that money back now, that's your own fault. You didn't buy it from Rolex. It's not Rolex certified. But if you buy my watch today and you come back in 3 years, and I'm just using that, I'm not saying they're saying come back in 3 years. I'm just using the 3-year mark.
Right.
As if you had bought from Rolex 3 years ago, yes, you'd be getting your money back right now. You definitely would on the majority of the watches. And maybe they have enough data, and maybe they are going to set the prices at a point where if you're staying through the Bucherer Watches of Switzerland network and you're buying from Rolex and you're ignoring Bob's watches and you're staying with us, you're safe. Just like Ferrari says, you got to buy a used Ferrari. We're not selling you a new one. But if I do that, remember who's buying a Ferrari the majority of the time. I'm not talking about the lottery winners. Usually the people are pretty smart. I'm not getting fucked on 300 grand. Like I'm not gonna buy this used one for 400. You're gonna offer me 100. There's a decent pocket of change I'm getting back, and I'm getting the new Ferrari. I'm getting the new Porsche. So I think there's definitely something there. But again, we're too early. We gotta let it unfold.
True.
Agreed, 100% with Buckley. We are too early, but it's so much fun to speculate.
Yes, it's a lot of fun. Rolex is the most fun company. Every other company, Rolex is the most fun because we don't know.
They're not doing anyone else. They're not doing anything.
No, they're not doing shit.
I want to know what OC is thinking because I can see his wheels churning.
I still think that this is, again, Rolex is doing this because they want to satisfy demand. They've had trouble for the past 2 years satisfying demand. So they're going to build a new factory. They're going to increase production. But all that stuff is long term. What can we do in the short term and also help our dealers? Let's open up a new source of watches for people who come into the AD who are right now they're turning them away and saying, listen, come back in 2 years or come back in 5 years. They don't want to do that. Yeah. They want to have at least something to get a certain portion of customers into a Rolex, the Rolex brand, and do it in a way that where the customer feels peace of mind that it's a genuine watch, it's authentic, it's backed by Rolex.
And OC might have a big point there because the rumor mill now, behind the scenes, is that AP and Patek are closing down or ready to close down boutiques for lack of stock, including the one here in Venice, which makes me cry. Lack of stock. They don't have anything to show in their goddamn boutique for months and months back to back. And now they're like, well, what are we doing? We're making these people stand there just to say no constantly every day. They have a problem with churning the stuff out. Perhaps Rolex are going, we're going to get ahead of this problem and figure out a new thing. Okay.
AP's trying to avoid turning into the Swatch store with the what the heck is a mood swatch?
A line there. Every day there's still a line outside that place.
Every day I was in Florence and we this summer and with daughter and wife, and we poked into the Swatch store to just get my daughter a regular Swatch, and I asked them if they had any moon swatches just in case, and they said no. And while we were there, in the time we bought my daughter her little watch, which is a oddly spectacular dial, there was 5 people that came in, and within the 10 minutes we were there buying that watch that asked about the moon swatch in addition to me. It's kind of crazy. And they poke their head in and they ask. They don't even come in the store. If they say no, then they just don't even come in the store.
When I go by, they know me. They see me. I go by and I wave and I go, and they go like this. They know me at this point. And there's a separate line. So when they do get a stock in, it's usually in the evening, early evening, 5, 6 p.m. And then there's a line all the way till they close around 7:30. But if you're interested in anything else, you can walk in to the store. If you just want a simple swatch, anything else. But if you're in the line for the moon swatch, you've got to wait outside.
Yeah. And so if you think back to the topic we were just on, like if you're AP or Rolex or Patek, that is the last thing you want for your customer experience, right? Yeah. So to OC's point, like getting watches in the store is kind of critical, right?
Yeah, just having any option. OC anything is right. Just giving people, it's like, I'm sorry you can't buy that. We're backed up. Can we offer you this? Yeah. We have this. Yeah.
And as much as I like to say that, hey, go
ahead. Also, maybe I don't. It's just there's something funny that always happens when I go to a Rolex AD, right? There's this weird dance, like everybody, or not just me, but like a lot of people, especially OC. I think it's OC's case is especially prevalent, where the AD and the buyer, they have to pretend like the gray market doesn't exist. There's this dance going on, right? Like, oh, I don't know about anything. I don't know what you're selling me, and you don't know what I'm buying as well. Like, there's this weird thing going on. But maybe
it's so true,
right? Like it's always so fucking awkward. Should I say Pepsi or am I giving away too much that I know the nickname? Right? People get oh, it's called Sprite. Oh, I did. Sorry, I didn't know it's called Sprite.
That's such bullshit.
I want the GMT Master 2, the one where they put crown on the opposite side. Like it's almost. But I see so many people try to play it up a little bit too much. Anyways, maybe once these gray market watches, like once the Daytona for 62,000 is there in the window, maybe that conversation is gonna be a little bit less awkward. Like,
I don't
Someone
know.
will buy that thing.
Yeah, well, Wempe.
Someone's going to buy that thing for 62.5.
Because I know
some rich dude will walk in.
It's an extreme example, but I love the fact that the little icon that represents papers is a thing with it where it looks like there's a blue ribbon stamped on it. Right?
Yes,
like you're getting the
diploma.
It's certified. You're getting the blue ribbon first prize if you buy this.
This watch was in college. Okay? This watch was in college. It's got the ribbon.
Graduated.
Has
threw the hat in
graduated.
the air.
Stamp of approval.
It's got the chronometry degree. Okay. But
Tim, that's gonna freak you out because you're the only person on the panel who has one of those watches. You little shit.
That's true.
That's gonna freak you out. Look at that thing. But
it's insane.
You got in early.
Yeah, I got it. Hey, you know what?
Good
It
boy.
says it's 2017. Here, it's probably around the time that I got mine. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah. It's like Timmy was buying oil and gas stocks when oil was negative.
Yeah, right. You got in. I think if you go back though, most people that got in that time and earlier, they pretty much have had everything. If they've had the means to buy it, they've had pretty much every sports model at this point. They haven't really been turned down. Especially if you go to these collector conversation videos or these Hodinky, all these videos, these guys that have been buying since the dawn of time, they always have everything.
Well, the guys here in Venice, they always get the call. Like I have a friend here, he just always gets the call because he's just grandfathered in. He's just like his father was buying watches. He was buying watches. He has a boat building company here. And he's on one of the list of probably 30 or 40 guys who they call first. They just offer them that shit because they've just been pouring money in. They're local. They know that they're business owners here. They're not in the flipping thing. And they just offer them the shit. They call them. It's probably a very pleasant call. How you doing? How's the business going? How's the restaurant going? Oh, I should come down one night. And, are you doing a new menu for the winter? Oh, yeah, we've got Fegato and we've got Nero di Seppia. Come on down. Oh, yeah, well, we just want to let you know we got a Daytona in if you're interested. Oh, well, I'm in that area tomorrow. Maybe I'll pop in and see if I like it. These guys get the call way ahead of a dude like me. That's why I never get the call for that shit because it's just all these dudes are grandfathered in.
You think being foreign hurts you? You think being a foreigner hurts you in the market?
It might. They all know me in the band and stuff because our band was kind of popular years and years and years ago here. So some of them know the music and stuff, and they kind of go, like they've said to me, like you're the only rock and roller we have, like or like D-list celebrity or whatever, But and we get along fine, and my guy is my friend at this point. We're actual friends, like outside of the thing. I just feel like he has no power. They have that list of 40 guys who they just call all the time. These are old men who have no interest really anymore, but they just get the call and they have the option. A lot of them just go, no, thanks, whatever. I have 80 fucking watches. I have 300 million in the bank and blah, blah, blah. And some of them go, oh, yeah, okay, well, I'll pop by tomorrow after lunch. Because to them, it isn't that big a fucking deal. To us, it's a big deal. To me, it's a big deal if I get that call. These guys ain't a big deal.
Huge.
Yeah, it's huge for me.
I give OC and I think Tim a lot of credit that they're able to get stuff out of Wempe in New York City because that might be like the hardest. That might be the hardest AD in the Northeast to get your foot in right now. It's too competitive. It's just. I remember going in there and talking about a black sub, and the guy was like, "Listen," he's like, "I don't want to be a dick, but in so many words, Sylvester Stallone was in here last week or on the phone, and he bought like $250,000 worth of jewelry. He wants a black sub for one of his executives. How can I give it to you?"
Yeah.
So it's and especially guys like Q go in there and drop whatever they drop. It's too competitive.
I was told that in my old AD. My old AD in Vicenza said the same. He's like, we've got guys coming in here, and we're trying to sell them 3 Pateks. And if they buy the 4th, we're trying to sell them on these watches.
Yeah.
And then they go, okay, well, maybe I'll get. Do you have something for my kid? My kid is turning 18 next month. You got something for it? And they go, you sure? Yeah. There's the Pepsi. It's very hard to get. And then they go, all right, I'll take them.
Yep.
And they walk out with 500 grand worth of stuff. That's what I'm up against. Yeah, old money in this fucking place. Don't stand a chance.
Wempe's the same way.
Yeah.
Man, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that 10, 12 years ago. I can tell you that. I remember when I bought my my Seamaster Planet Ocean at the time that I've moved on now. Now I'm still regretting that. But I bought the Seamaster Planet Ocean. I got a 25% discount on it because it was in April and they were turning over to the next model. And I was comparing it against the regular Seamaster 300. And then the guy said, well, some people like to buy this Rolex Submariner, and it was like double the. I think I got my Seamaster for $3,500, my Planet Ocean, at the time, and the Rolex he points me at was a sub, and it was 7,500. And I think, and he said, I can give that to you for $500 off if you want. So it's going to be like double what the Planet Ocean was. But I just love Omega. I love Omega so much, and I was like, you know what? Even I'd buy 2 of these Planet Oceans instead of one of those subs. Now I'm a dummy because the sub is like obviously it is what it is, right? But I bought what I loved.
What does your whole collection look like, Mark?
Oh, it's small right now because I had a tag chrono. I have this tag, and then I had the Seamaster Planet Ocean, and then I picked up one of those Baltics with the blue gilt. But now I'm down just to 2 watches right now. So this is where I've been hunting around for some different things. Like Timmy's I've been asking Timmy questions in the chats about the Diet Pepsi and actually the Blue Bay as well and stuff like this. So I'm looking to replace
Mark,
the Planet Ocean.
Blue Bay.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to hit up. OC here pretty soon. I need to
come to New York.
Yeah.
Is OC a flipper? OC is a flipper. Breaking news. OC is a flipper.
For you, come to New York and it's $2,000 and I'll buy you a drink.
Okay.
Holy shit!
That's a sweet deal.
That's a great deal.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic deal.
Wow.
No, it really is. It really is. So my wife likes New York, so that's a good news
Come
too.
to New York with Daniel Katz.
That's right. Actually, come this weekend and you go to the Phillips auction with us.
Oh my God, that would be amazing.
with the Tim, me, and Lord.
Are you going to see Ariel Box? Is he going to be on the stage?
Of course,
he's
going to
be
a
legend. My God.
Now I've been here. So yeah. I was just saying, OC. Now I've been here and I'm associated with Tim Wright, so that means Lord's going to reject me, right?
Oh no, the enemy.
No, it's me. It's me. Associating with me is going to do that. Right.
Everything. Associating with almost anybody on this panel is professional and personal suicide.
For different reasons, yeah.
4 strikes against me.
Anyway. It's good of you to jump on. It's good to have longtime viewers jumping on and sharing their experience.
I feel like I've been reading Mark's name in the comments for 6 months at least or more.
Oh, I've been writing in the streams, Oshin, and then like a comment on pretty much every one of your YouTube videos or most of them anyway. So.
Right. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm huge fan. Huge fan. You make incredible art, my friend. So,
thanks, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I love it.
Thanks a lot.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Joe Eastland says possibly this is a strategy for Rolex to get more women buyers. Really, women might be more willing to buy a CPO Rolex, thus avoiding having to validate authenticity on their own. As a possibility. Like women, I think, are more reluctant to buy on the gray market. Watches wise.
The one more point I'll add is I've talked a lot about how Bucherer and Watches of Switzerland, hey, they've already been in the pre-owned business, so like this is a huge deal, right? Like it doesn't really change anything for them. But the real issue is how many of Rolex's 1,600 authorized dealers worldwide does that ring true for? How many of them don't sell pre-owned today, but now all of a sudden want to get into it because it's going to be certified?
Mine here.
Right.
The biggest one here in northern Italy is called Salvadori. They have 2 in Venice and 1 in Vicenza. They will never buy a watch and they will never sell anything used. Everything is
right until now, probably. Until now, probably. Until now.
Next year. That hasn't been introduced yet, but yeah.
And it's the same for Vempe, and it's the same for a whole bunch of very high-end jewelry stores that have Rolex authorization, Rolex authorized status, but they only have 1 or 2 locations. But until now, they haven't really jumped into used in a big way. But now, all of a sudden, 1,000 new dealers are going to be selling Rolex used. Could be a game changer.
I think that feeds the theory that Buckley and I have been putting forward, that Rolex, the corporation or the company, is the one that's buying the watches. Because how would those ADs ever get into the used game effectively, right?
That would be it'd be a crazy conspiracy. That would be a lot of fun if it was true. But you know what? The only thing that would prove that could possibly be true is they definitely have the money to do it. They have the money, so
it's not 100% outrageous, Buck. You think about it. I mean, they want to supply their dealers with new watches, but they also now all of a sudden the dealers have a demand for used watches, and in order to satisfy that, Rolex in bulk goes out and buys a bunch of watches, services them, certifies them, and makes them available just like they do the new watches. Hey, we're going to send you a shipment of 25 certified pre-owned watches this month. You're not even going to know what they are in advance. We're going to ship them to you, and you're going to pay for them just like you do with new watches. It could be incredible.
This is also good for keeping the number of watches in the gray market limited, because I mean Rolex makes way too many watches. They just make way too much stuff.
But they have no problem
finding other ways of making money other than just making unlimited number of pieces is good.
Have you ever done the math though? I mean, I know we hear it's like somewhere around 800,000. Some people say 1 million. Some people say 700,000. Let's round it off at, okay, let's be generous at 1 million, right? So let's assume for a second. I mean, we flick past a lot of those pages in the catalog that don't interest us, but they're watches that have the same love and attention going into them, right? So what have we got? We've got the Milgauss. We got the. Why did I start with the Milgauss? I have no idea. The Milgauss, the Erking, the Sub, the Sea Dweller, the Sky Dweller, the Datejust, the Ladies Datejust, the Yachtmaster, the Cosmograph Daytona, the Cellini. What am I forgetting, guys? The
GMT Master 2. Yeah.
GMT Master. GMT. How could I forget?
The Air Snake.
The
Air Snake.
Air Snake. I think they have 12 or 13 different subsets, right? So imagine I don't think they put the same energy and the same man hours into every different subset, but imagine for a moment, let's be generous and say they do. So that means we divide 1 million by 13. So we're down to about 80,000 per subset. Now let's divide each one. Let's say you're after a no-date sub. So now you're into the Submariners. There's 80,000 made. That includes the no-date, the date, the Starbucks, the two-tone bluesy, the two-tone blackie, the Smurf, or whatever the equivalent is, the solid gold bluesy, the solid gold black. Now we have 8. So now we've divided 80 by 8. We're down to 10,000 of each one. Right. So, I might be way off, but even if I'm way off, you're not looking at that many no-date subs going out to a market that just swallow them, like snort them up their nose like cocaine. You're talking about how many people are in the market for a Rolex watch every year? 1 million? 2 million people out of 8 billion. We just reached 8 billion people in the world the other day, by the way, guys, right? If you don't know, we're at a population of just over 8 billion right now. And it's a milestone. How many of 8 billion want a Rolex date? I don't know.
2 million is a layup. 2 million is a layup. Oh,
That's
it's way
Lego
more.
money.
But I'm just saying, if they make 1 million watches a year, having double that in people that want them is out of 8 billion in the world is a layup. It's easy.
It's
So it's
easy.
probably way more. It's probably way
So
more.
that explains. People always say that to me, like, "Oh, but they make 1 million watches a year," and I'm like, "Yeah, but you got to break it down, man. I mean, look at the Datejust. Divide that. Like, how many subsets of Datejust are there in ladies' Datejust? It goes on forever.
Yeah.
So I don't know. They probably put more effort into the subs and GMTs, but I'm just saying it breaks down a lot. It's a different thing. Sean's in the room. I'm no longer the coolest guy on the
Sean!
screen.
Oh my God,
Hey, Sean.
O'Shane, I'm melting away. Hey guys, how are you? Hello to
Hey.
Mark. Pleasure meeting you.
Hi,
I
Sean.
was on the. How you doing, my friend? I was on the way home and I saw Buckley light up a cigar, and O'Shane, as a longtime cigar aficionado, you know what makes a really good cigar special is the company, right? So I figured, man, I got the itch. I have to go pour myself a glass of wine, light up a cigar. Happens that my roommate is not here, so I got a little bit freedom.
I love it. What are you smoking? What are you smoking?
I'm smoking a Monte Cristo limited edition 2019.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Heavy hitter.
shit.
Heavy hitter.
I'll save some. Actually, I took some to Vegas, and I think Eric and Ben enjoyed one. That's why that's why he got a couple of. He's on the Monte Cristo kick now. But here's the box.
Wow.
I don't know if you see. It's pretty special. A colleague of mine got it for me for my 60th birthday this year, and I have a little bit less than half left. So.
Buckley's having a Partagas. He's having a 2
Yeah,
hour Partagas.
I know. Quality stuff, man. Quality stuff. Nice. Cheers to you. Hopefully, one day we're all going to be able to get together. If O'Shane, you make it to Vegas, I think you're going to have the longest distance. Mark, you're just up north in Canada. OC and Timmy. Obviously, Timmy is the whole reason we're all gathering. But OC and I are going to be there. Marcello, you're going to have to come from Japan. And Buckley, you're a shoo-in, man. There's no not you being there. You have to be there.
Oh, I will be.
Or I'm going to send people after you.
That's okay. I understand. I will be there. Don't you worry.
For sure, man.
Man, I can't believe Sean's 60.
Yeah, big 6-0.
You look way too young. You look way too young to be 60, man.
Actually, the reason I look too young is because I turned the light down. That's why it's really good. But it's a mindset, man. It's a mindset. I feel really good at 60. I think quality of life is better for me than it was at 50. I was happier at 50 than I was in 40 and so forth. And I think if you make the right decision, you surround yourself with the quality people, you get lucky and you have a good partner in life for yourself, I think the life just gets better. O'Shane, when I was in Italy earlier this year, and I missed a chance to meet you in Venice, but I met a gentleman, I don't know if you know him or not, Franco Mazzetti in Florence, and he's the coolest 67-year-old guy out there. I mean, if you cover from neck up, you think this guy's probably in his mid-30s, and he's like a mayor of Florence, right? And what a cool guy. I met him through Instagram, and he met me and my wife at the Gili Cafe. You probably know where it is, O'Shane.
Sure.
And after about an hour, I felt guilty. I said, Franco, if you have to go, you have to go. I don't. And he was there for over 2 hours, and we were just chit-chatting, and we talked about age. And he's a few years ahead of me, and he says, listen, at some point the physical aspect gonna get you, but till then, hey, just enjoy it, and it's all about enjoying every moment.
I love it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I want to be Sean when I grow up.
Yeah.
I have to tell you, don't disappoint your parents. Set your sights higher, my friend.
Yeah.
Sean, I only 10 years away from you, so looking forward.
Those are you know what? Make them the best 10 years of your life, and you won't have any regret. How's that?
Okay.
But I tell you, going back to all these items that we're talking about quality. We're talking about quality indoors and all these luxury items that really it's just an enhancement. It's not a necessity in our lives. But for you to really enjoy this, you have to make sure there's a balance in your life. You have to take care of things that need to be taken care of. You have to make sure that people around you are doing well. You have to make sure the necessities of the people around you are taken care of. Otherwise, it's really foolish. If you're lucky enough to get to that point, then when you indulge yourself after your passion, whatever enjoyment the materialistic things out there bring to you, then you can really enjoy it. But you have to make sure everything else is done so that you can enjoy these materialistic things with as little regret and guilt as possible.
Here, here.
Here, here.
1,000% agree.
100%. Cheers.
Cheers to you guys, man. Cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
This is great. It's like I'm hanging out with buddies at the pub. Fucking awesome.
Hell yeah.
That's exactly how it is, man. This is exactly how it feels to me. I'm here in California. Buckley's freezing his butt off back east.
He
You're in
is. He's
Venice.
paying a price for that.
We got our new friend in Canada up there. That's even, he's at least he's inside, indoors. And also, you can't even tell where he's at. He's always looking chill and comfortable, and he's cool cat, man. And then Tim is sitting at the throne, and we know. Definitely Marcello is sitting on the throne, but
porcelain throne.
Porcelain throne. I have to give him credit. I have not heard anything flush yet. So that's the thing, we hear flush. Then we'll know for sure where he's at. But this has
been very restrained today.
Yeah, who says the technology and all the advancement, that's what has brought us closer together, and this is really a blessing.
It's funny. I spoke more to my family during COVID lockdown than before and since, because we were all forced on lockdown. We had to get on and talk to one another. It's funny, since lockdown stopped, I haven't been talking to them as much. It's weird because it was all Zoom and shit like that. Kind of funny. In a way, it kind of brought people together in a funny way.
And a lot of it has to do perhaps not on your end, but on their end. They get back to their normal routine, and when you get back to the normal routine, then people kind of get separated. When you're locked in, or you're in a situation where it's really grave, people come together. That's just reality. Yeah.
I wish I had a Monte Cristo right now. God damn it! Mind you, I have to be careful. I've got to bow out in 10 minutes because I keep doing 5 a.m. with you fuckers. Yeah, I keep coming on at like midnight, going, okay, I'll do an hour. That's it. And then it's 5 a.m. and
Oisin, that's exactly how I feel about you and your streams, man. I always miss it. I missed it by like 2 or 3 hours this weekend, and it was great seeing your brother. That was a fantastic.
It was
stream.
Good, right? A cynical bastard.
Yeah, and listen, Oisin, one of these days you have to make Dirk sit in on one of these streams on Tim's.
I'd love Dirk to come in on these. I would. He's such a
sweetheart. He seems like such a good guy.
He's always good.
He's good to the bone. Good to the bone.
Yeah, you get that.
Perfect gentleman, that guy. Perfect gentleman.
Dirk is a legend. I love that guy. He's been such a good treat on iBashers. I've really enjoyed him. Oisin.
Yeah.
I can see why you guys have been friends. I can see why you guys have been friends for so long.
That guy stuck with me. Stuck by me through thick and thin. I swear to God. When other friends walked away, that guy, he stood by me. That guy is bulletproof. Amazing soul, amazing person, and extremely intelligent and knowledgeable and well read. It's it's great. It's great to do a podcast with him.
Talented guy.
Very talented. Yeah,
and it's amazing.
Yeah.
You know how what's his name? The actor, the comedian, the guy was a genius, passed away. Come on. The guy that played Mrs. Doubtfire.
Robin Williams.
Robin Williams. As far as his talent with the comedy, he was just so natural. When it comes to music and all that, Dirk, you feel like it's in his DNA, it's in his bones.
Oh my God, he's so electric,
so natural. Yeah,
he's got so much energy. His brain works at 500 miles an hour. And I'm the opposite. I'm kind of a slow speaker. I take my time. I build up the story, and he'll just hit me with non sequiturs constantly. I call them hard lefts. Hard lefts, hard left, hard right, hard left. He'll just, he'll bounce around like a one of these frenzied cats that you see in the middle of the night, just losing their mind. Like that's his thing. But no, he's great. That's a friend I'll have forever.
Yeah.
And we did a podcast many years ago. We probably mentioned it a few times before podcasts were really a thing. And we had like 13 listeners or whatever. And there was no such thing as this stuff, this StreamYard stuff. It was all pre that. And we put it out on Apple Podcasts. And then things just kind of phased out. And then when I started the channel, kind of happened almost by accident. And then people started subbing and watching. And next thing I had an audience. And I was like, this is getting weird. I was happy with like 100 people watching. I didn't expect any more people than that watching. I think around 8,000 subs or something. I wrote to him and I was like, when I hit 10,000, we're starting Eye Bashers again. Because then we'll have an audience.
Yeah.
But he's great. He's great. Yeah, we'll get him in one night.
You have
he's
to,
a lot,
Oisin,
though. He's a lot.
to...
Dirk's a lot. He's a lot to take on.
Oisin, I'm gonna listen, Timmy. When Oisin gets Dirk on, forget 6 hours. We're gonna be on till freaking it's lights come. We can see the sunrise in Venice, and we're just it's gonna be an all-nighter, because I can just imagine getting some alcohol in that guy and just getting even looser than he is. It's just gonna be awesome, man. It's gonna be awesome.
It's true. At this hour, he'd be rolling. He'd have some wine in him at this hour. Unfortunately, we do Eye Bashers at like 11 for me, so that's 5 for him. It's early days, but at this hour he'd be like sailing.
Oisin, you need to get down here. Dirk loves Malibu, the ocean, the LA. Your brother's down here. Shame on you if you don't make it here before Vegas, so we can spend a couple of days. Eric King Ben's gonna be here. Double D's gonna be here. We'll get Blondie out here. And by the way, I didn't see the chat. I don't see the chats, but Blondie put down Dirk is hilarious. Dirk is fantastic. That guy is just one of a kind.
Well, there's a couple of Dirks, there's Dirk Diggler and then there's Dirk Kennedy, but I'm sure.
I don't know Dirk Kennedy. Dirk Diggler is a character, and he's from Southern California as well. But
right.
Hey guys, I'm having a blast. This is my Sunday couldn't have ended better than this before the work week starts. So thank you to you guys.
It's early day. You're in LA. It's like 8 in the evening or something, isn't
it? Well, it's about 5 to 7. I get up before 5 o'clock every morning. So
you go to bed early.
Yeah. So So, but this is a great way to finish the weekend with some friends. Yeah.
Lovely.
Link for Dirk. Link for Dirk. Yeah.
Exactly. Let's wake Dirk up, man. It's only 10 o'clock in New York. Text him, Oisin.
If I text him, I'll be on till 6 a.m. But
that's okay. You're on your own time. You don't have to. There is no time for you to wake up. You can wake up whenever you feel like waking up.
I'll tell you. I'll text him. If I get no answer, no answer from Dirk is an answer. Yeah, no answer is an answer. Okay, but I'll text him anyway.
Hey, Timmy, thank you so much for having me. My phone's just like hanging on by a thread on the battery here, so I'm gonna drop. But
hey, Mark,
I'm honored to have been on today, guys, and it's been so great to talk with you all. It's been such a great time. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Great,
always welcome on here. Charge your phone next time a little bit more. Hop on. Let's talk about your journey.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. Have a good one, guys. See ya.
Great to meet you.
Buckley, turn your camera on, would you?
Buckley, we want to see the cigars. The
Come on, man. Buckley, I want to smoke a cigar with you.
He's doing good. He's doing.
I don't want to see an initial. S is not even your initial, is it?
Oh wait. It's actually the Buckley. That was the other Buckley. That was the wrong.
Oh,
Buckley.
there you are.
Computer now.
He's back inside. He finished.
You're already done. You're already done with the cigar.
Side by side. Here you go.
Oisin, you got a cigar? Oh, it's too late for you to light up a cigar, huh?
It's too late now, man. I had one lit up earlier. It was a Nicaraguan. It wasn't any big deal.
You're
but
good.
I figured I better smoke some.
Hey, there's some good Nicaraguans.
Some of them are good.
Vegas.
Some of them are good. I had a standard one. Buckley had a nice Partagas, a big 2-hour fucker, but I guess he went through it.
Yeah. So
sitting here talking about.
Yeah. So Oisin, OC, when I got to Vegas, I'm like, OC, I got some cigar. He's like, I don't smoke a cigar. I said, I got you a really mild one. If you have to light up a cigar. So, but I don't think he got converted, but he did. He was a trooper, man. He lit up the cigar and
it was
took
terrific.
some hits.
And it was the gesture and the kindness that meant more than the cigar, but the cigar was also great. So I appreciate it.
Yeah.
You're not much of a drinker either, are you, OC?
No. But if I'm with a crowd like that, you never know.
Right.
I mean,
okay.
If OC is a friend that my dad would want him to be with me when I'm out partying, because he would make sure I get home in one piece.
That last couple of shots of tequila, he's like, no, let's not do them.
It works the same way with Tim having my back too.
Yeah, absolutely.
As he knows.
In Vegas, hey Oisin, you, Tim, and the rest of the gang and I need OC around.
I had to rescue OC. He doesn't know his limit. Luckily, I do. I know.
Of gambling or drinking or what was it?
Well, now I know my limit of everything.
Let's just say that the bunny slope skier decided to go on a double black diamond run one time.
Oh,
big mistake.
Big mistake. Mistakes. Mark,
I don't think I can do longer than a day though. There, if I go to Vegas, one day, one night, guys.
That's why we're gonna get you to LA. So we're gonna spend some time with you in LA. Then we're going to get you in Vegas, and then however long you're going to be in Vegas, great. So we can have you more than one day.
Okay.
Yeah, because what it is, it's you need 2 nights. The first night is like a light night, and then the second night is where a little bit more hardcore.
First of all, we need to arrange at least 2 or 3 days in advance for Oisin, because he will be definitely intercepted by Interpol upon entry into the United States. He will be. I'll be
pulled aside. I'll be pulled into that room they pulled you into for questioning.
We may be able to get him released after a few days.
By the way, guys, please upvote the live stream for Mark. He was brave enough. To jump on the stream for the first time
nice
ever.
Guy.
Yeah,
it's great to see him.
Takes a lot of
smart guy. Yeah.
And his tag was actually the bracelet on that tag was really cool. It reminded me of an Alpine Eagle, like a really pronounced polished center link. And I'd love to see that model up close, actually. It was beautiful.
By the way, Alpine Eagle released a new model, guys. You guys want to mention it? You guys want to say it? It's basically
holy shit.
I know.
Full yellow gold?
Full yellow gold, guys.
Kind of cool.
Solid gold. They're going for gold.
Wow.
Look at
what kind
that.
of dial is that? What do they call that kind of dial? It looks very
iris.
vintage.
They call it iris dial because it's designed to emulate the iris of an eagle, right? That's the name of the watch.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Wow.
Yes.
Glad I asked. It's very legible looking watch.
And they got the screws pointing the right way.
That's right.
The screws are very subtle.
They're like AP. The problem with old. Pardon me?
This is Chopard, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, Chopard.
Yeah, Alpine Eagle.
Timmy, every time I see an old gold watch with a gold bracelet, and I really like this, right? I like this and everything. Yes. But I'm like, I go back to the date, old gold.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if you're gonna get the only other watch that rivals that for me, and again, I didn't know that was a boutique only. If it was at Watches of Switzerland, it would have been Carjan Chronos 222, because I went in there, I say, you guys have it. If they had it, I would have pulled the trigger. but that would be the only watch, and it's just because it's so thin, it's so crisp, 1970s, the cool look to it, and that bracelet is amazing. But
here's a question. Here's a question. You see the photo right there? The model
Mhm.
is wearing it on the outside of the sleeve. How do you guys feel about that?
Oh,
Because
don't love it.
I hope she's got an allergy as an excuse.
No, you know who else used to wear?
This is a good excuse. No, it's a good excuse to wear something that.
Then the owner of Ford or Ferrari, he used to famously wear his watches on the outside of the
absolutely.
suit.
He did it. Yeah.
Was it Enzo? Was it Enzo Ferrari?
No, it wasn't. Oh, come on. Jeez.
Forgot his name.
Oh my God!
He
I'm a car guy.
wore all his beautiful watches on the outside. Wasn't Enzo?
No, it wasn't. No, come on. He was in charge of the whole the Fiat company. Oh my God.
Fiat. You're right.
Yeah,
he was
come on.
Trieste.
Mr. Cool. He was the playboy. He had a palace. He had a palace by the Mediterranean where all the famous and cool cats around the world used to come and hang out, and till he was into his 70s, he could have picked up any girl at the bar he wanted to. Shoot.
This is the man. Oh wow.
God dang it!
It was Agnelli. Gianni Agnelli.
Agnelli, exactly.
Gianni Agnelli. He famously, Tim, pull it up there too. It's Gianni Agnelli.
Yep.
He was a gentleman of style, and he was one of the first men to wear the watches quite often on the outside. If I'm not mistaken, he would wear a lot of Cartier, correct? But on the outside of his sleeve. Yeah. He's a that's such an Italiano face. Mamma mia.
What's the word? I forgot again. My mind is going blank. What's the Italian word for wearing things effortlessly?
Sprezzatura.
Sprezzatura. It's like just having style without trying. Yeah. Some people would call it swagger. I don't know how it translates to English. Yeah, there. Look, he has the watch.
There he is.
Just saw it right there. It's gone.
Yeah,
there's an ad.
I mean, if you see somebody out there wearing their watch like that, or in a boardroom, you're gonna say, "What a knucklehead!" But the guy just pulled it off, man. He had the balls to do that. He had the balls to do it.
Look, there's another one. Cool. There's another one. Look, always on the outside. Isn't that fucking great?
I don't know.
That's ridiculous. A full that he's wearing, guys. It's crazy.
He made that famous.
Yeah. And that guy had a tan. He always had a tan on. Yeah.
He always had a tan because he's Italiano and he spends half his time in Sardinia.
Yeah. A lot of cool.
Italiani is very important for the Italian to have a tan.
Did he own a Panerai?
Well, it depends because Panerai is political in this country, unfortunately. Yeah, well, it's a fascisti. It's a fascist watch. Yeah.
Hobo chic.
Holy shit! I didn't know that.
Man, that guy single-handedly lifted the economy in Italy. He was the poor guy's hero. I mean, he created jobs for everybody. Yeah.
Well, Trieste was the original capital of Italy before Rome. Trieste. If you go to Trieste, it is spectacular. That city is spellbounding, and nobody ever talks about it. Excuse me, not Trieste. Torino. Torino. On the other side. Trieste is on this side. It is nuts. That place is huge. And the amount of industry and youth and colleges and so on is magnificent. And so much art between the Romanesque art leading all the way up through the Gothic art, and they even a lot of fascista art they left up. It's Italy. They do that. They leave the fascio art up as well, which is kind of gross. But Fiat is right outside of Torino. And that was, was pumping money into Italy, especially North Italy, for a long time. I mean, think about Fiat, how many fucking cars they sold. unbelievable.
Oisin, did you ever see the track they had for testing their cars on top of the factory?
I have not. No.
It is it's
should do an
unreal. They
episode
had a
on this.
track on the factory. They had the track on top of the building. They were actually testing. Their test track was on top of the building. When I was in Venice, what's the name of? Oh my God, what's the name of that hotel that you always talk about? They have a lounge with the Riva chairs and tables.
That's the Gritti Palace.
Yeah, Gritti. Well, my wife and I hung out there a little bit, and you could just close your eyes and imagine him arriving with his own.
Did you stay at the Gritti, or where did you stay?
No, we stayed at one of the palaces near old. I mean, I'm saying palace, not this. This is
Palazzo.
Palazzos near the music school that there.
So you were at Pisani.
Pisani with the view of and it was really interesting.
Palazzo Pisani is right next to the
Grand Canal.
Well, yes, it's right by the Accademia Bridge.
Exactly.
So you probably had the view of the Accademia Bridge, and it's right next to the conservatory, one of the greatest musical conservatories in the world. Vivaldi was a student there.
Yeah, and I tell you, I'm telling Oisin, it was the first time for me to be in Venice, and my wife had been there before because she used to live in Italy. But I was your typical tourist, and my wife and I play opposite roles. I'm the one that goes, I overpack, and we were in Northern Europe first, so I'm going in there with 2 big suitcases, carry on, and everything. And we took the train from Paris.
You and Blondie would get on like a house on fire.
Blondie and I are
overpacker.
Yeah, we are overpacker. Yes, and it was embarrassing for my wife, really, and I was really embarrassed for her because we took the train, right, and then we took the bus. Then we got to I'm sorry, we took the train. No, we took the airplane. We took the flight. We took the bus to Venice, and then I should have gotten a taxi, and we took the bus. And
the public boat, the Vaporetto.
Yeah, the public boat, and it was a
so it
mistake.
took you an hour.
Oh my! Right? It was worse than that. We had to go over these bridges with all these suitcases and over the cobblestones.
Oh
and
no!
everybody was like giving us the look.
When I hear bus here, it's the boat. It's a public boat. I call it
exactly.
And if you had to go over all those bridges, then you walked.
No, and then I learned my lesson. I realized that they have a taxi, and then from there on, we took the taxi, and we stayed. They had a little docking station. It was so easy. They just put our suitcases there. They took us to the station. If you took a taxi,
look, do Venice in style. I keep telling
exactly.
You gotta take that water taxi.
Style. Alan, if you've seen him on the stream, big British bloke there, great watch aficionado. He texted me a few weeks ago. He's like, I just got into Venice. What should I do? Go for that, take the bus to the blah, blah, blah. And or take a taxi. And I was like, take a goddamn taxi. He just got married, I was like, take it. Damn taxi, so much simpler. They'll bring you right to the front door. And most
at the airport
hotels have a landing right. That's a water landing for the hotel, and that's so fucking boss because they have like flames next to the door, like old candles and shit, and they meet you right there and take you off and walk you in on the red carpet. This city is all about opulence and fancy and high society. That's the city.
It's 120 euro that's worth it. It's 120 euro that's worth it. What happened was at the airport, we asked the tourist window there, and they said, yeah, you can take the I said, okay, so when we take the bus to Venice, how do we get to where we want to go? And they said, yeah, just take the water bus. And I should have taken the freaking taxi. It was so embarrassing.
Just take a cab. Just take a cab. And also, they're so nice on the inside. They're so luxury. And some of them have, champagne on the inside and stuff. I was like,
no, we actually took. We actually took one of those for a couple of hours of tour around Venice, and it was fantastic. Right. And I had seen your picture with your cigar when in one of the. So I took my wife took a few shots. Yeah, that's it. My wife took a few shots. It's on my Instagram. I didn't have the cigar in my hand, but I was trying to pose like the great Ocean. But anyways, you introduced us back to Venice because my wife didn't like Venice. My wife is like, I don't want to stay more than half a day in Venice. There isn't much to see. And after seeing your videos, we ended up staying there for a couple of nights.
There's a lot to see.
There's a lot to see.
2 years. I'll give you guys a scene. I hope Blondie doesn't mind me sharing this. Isn't personal or anything, but I bring Blondie. She's so fashionable, you know. She brought 2 huge pieces of stuff and like stunning dresses and Hermes scarves and shit. Like
she's
stunning,
class
right?
act. She's class.
She's a class act. She's perfect for Venice. Perfect, right? Walking around with her on my arm, it's like a golden jewel, right? So I bring her to the oldest cafe in the world, the Florian. And we sit down for a little lunch. This is the day after she arrived. We're still getting to know one another, for crying out loud. Like we're still kind of mezzo strangers nearly, but it's nice. And she's sitting there kind of looking a little, I was thinking like I brought her to the flashiest place, the coolest place in Venice. And she looks at me and she goes, I was like, is everything okay? Are you enjoying yourself? And she's like, I'm missing the Formula One. She wanted to watch the Formula One.
Can I tell you something? That's why she's so cool. How many girls do you know? How many girls do you know looking like that? Class act that get Formula One.
I feel gay all of a sudden, you know. I'm like, she wants to see the Formula One, and I'm sitting there like ordering tea and brioche, and so she wants to see the Formula One. I'm like, oh shit, I better get my game on. So I bring her around. We grab. This is how you do it in Venice. I could have walked her an hour through the city to find it because no one was broadcasting it. And I thought to myself, I know who's showing it. The fucking Irish pub is showing it because they have all the rugby on. They have the soccer. I've been watching all the World Cup the past week there. That's why I put on a few pounds. Like my video earlier, I was like, shit, I put on weight because I'm drinking Guinness constantly watching the World Cup, which is fantastic.
Yeah,
it was so good. So I called them. I was like, "Are you guys showing the Formula One?" And they're like, "It's half done already. You missed the best part." I'm like, "Oh fuck, we're gonna be there." Yeah. So we jumped. I walked her around and got her straight in a taxi. That's how you. It doesn't matter about the money. You get straight in a taxi and boom, and then dropped us off at Cadoro and straight into the Irish pub. And then she had a big gleam on her face because she had a pint of. Oh no, I got her an Irish coffee, and she's watching the Formula One. You came all the way to Venice to sit in an Irish pub and watch the Formula One. You legend. It was really cool. It was very, very cool. But that's how you do it. You go around in taxis. It costs a shitload of money. You need a friend. I have friends here. I call them or I text them. And I'm like, do you have one nearby? And they give me a discount and all. Yeah. But it is an expensive way to get from place to place, of course. But if you're here for a week or a weekend or something, just spend the money and do it in style. That's the way you do it. If you do it on the cheap,
I have a suggestion. Hey, Tim.
Yes.
Fuck Vegas. Let's go to Venice.
Oh my God! Arms open wide. Arms open. There's a casino here too, by the way. There's a casino here. The original casino. The first casino in the world is here. That's where
I'm down. I'm down.
Let's do it, man. I'm telling you, Buckley. I'm dragging you with me, Buckley.
I'm actually going.
We have to take Buckley with us.
He's coming next year. He's coming next year.
Damn. When next year? When next year you're coming?
September.
If you guys don't, if any of you fuckers come to Venice and don't call me, I'll be very mad. Very mad.
Definitely will.
Either that or I tell you what, Oshin, we were talking about in Vegas. Well, my wife's got a performance. I think it's going to be sometime in April in Paris. We could meet up over there and go to Geneva for hang out in Geneva. That would be cool. Just trash Geneva.
That would be cool.
Just go and trash Geneva.
OC, when is Watches and Wonders?
It's end of March, early April, right?
Yeah.
Double check.
Because that could be scheduling a trip around that time could be freaking perfect.
Now they're selling tickets for it, right? We could actually go. Grunts
really?
like us
Selling tickets for Watches and Wonders?
That's what I heard. That like
March
it
23rd.
used to be you had to be a bigwig to get there, but now they're selling tickets.
Well, it's
Okay.
March 23rd to April 3rd. The first 5 days is reserved for industry insiders and press, and the last 2 days, I believe, are open to the public.
Public days. More information. April 1st.
April 1 and April 1st and 2nd.
I just had a vision in my mind of all you fuckers arriving in Venice, and me in a boat with like 18 bottles of Prosecco ready. And just I'll pay my mate to just bring us around for the whole weekend whenever we need him. Like he can get in on the party and stuff. And just fucking shoot around all the cool restaurants, bars, go to the casino, go to, bring us out to even like the fancy hotels on the Lido and stuff. It's just be very royal,
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
It would be epic. It would be epic.
Oh,
yeah.
It would be
I'm
epic.
down.
By the way, so there we go. There's the website right here. As you can see, the tickets are going to be available February 1st.
Okay.
And they're 70 Swiss francs. It's a one-day ticket is 70 francs. But what about
To Venice?
No, to Watches and Wonders.
Watches and Wonders.
Watches and Wonders.
need
I
to
think
get
we
my
should
press
infiltrate that. I mean, don't we belong there?
Exactly. As you know, we could probably get in there under the press stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like
Team School Dad, go to Venice.
No, we
can do both.
because it's one train ride away, right? You wouldn't be flying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could do a
Take a
train.
train.
Well, the train's going to take you what, about 12 hours or so, 11 hours?
You can take a simple flight, a cheap flight from here. Yeah.
Well, the train's going to be easier to get to Venice itself. I mean, they got a beautiful train station. I mean, not beautiful.
Oh my God, the trains out of here are amazing.
Yeah, that's what we did. We took the train out of Venice to Florence, and it was just so easy. Just like you said, take the water cab from the hotel to the train station. It's really easy.
That's what I thought.
Well, this Watch and Wonder is going to be in Switzerland, no?
Yeah.
This looks cool.
So it's 12 hours train from Switzerland to Venice? Wow.
I don't know about that. Let me check.
It was like Oisin, when we checked, because time was important to us. We didn't want to waste any. We were going to take the train. Obviously, it's so beautiful, but
Yes.
I think it was like 10 hours or so from Paris.
Okay.
From Paris to Venice. Yeah.
Oh, Paris to Venice. Okay. But we're talking Geneva. Just having a look here.
Sean, what are you wearing?
I'm wearing a no dates sub.
Wow.
No dates
Spoke
up.
about
Nice.
a lot today.
Is that a 40? That's a 41.
It's a 40. Yeah, I like it. Actually, I
Nice.
like the big case.
Yeah, the super case. I love
super case,
the
yeah.
super case. That's why actually when I got the Cermet, I thought Cermet was so much better. But now after owning it a little bit, oh, there we go. Who is that? Marcello Time is wearing the Cermet on the toilet.
Marcello time.
The toilet.
Marcello.
As the Cermet. Now after owning both, I
Marcello,
can
can you pan down and see where? As long as you have your pants, are you actually in the bathroom or is that the pantry?
Yeah.
Where are you?
No, this is like a small room. It's like
A small room,
my
okay.
small room, you know. That's
very
all.
small toilet, bro.
Very
It's
small.
not. It's 9 hours. It's 9 hours from Venice to Geneva.
So it is.
You'd be better off just getting a cheap flight.
Yeah. Listen, I love Venice. You have talk about some of the places. Just like right now, New York. New York is so special. I got there when I was 14. I was there till I was 16. I love it. It's unique in the world and it's such a important place in the world. Venice was it back then. I mean, all corners of the world. That's where all the trade. That's where all the merchants were. That's where all the money was. And it's just
That still is
amazing.
the case. The fucking money here is insane. Insane.
But Oshin, how you decide being somebody from Ireland, they living in New York for so long, suddenly go to Venice? I mean, how that switch came?
That's a long story, man.
No extradition.
No, I mean, I came back over. I was supposed to get married to that girl and the doctor, and it didn't happen. We were supposed to move to Venice, and I was supposed to fly in and out from New York to here, do a few months in New York with my business over there and whatever production things that happened, and then fly back to Venice. Because New York, I did my 20 years in New York. I did my hard time, and I was like lay back a bit. Didn't work out with the girl, so I was an extra year in Vicenza, and then lockdown kicked in, and I went, fuck it, I'm going to Venice by myself. I've always been in love with Venice. It's like the opposite. Venice and New York are perfect opposites for me. Yeah. New York is at the center of the world. Venice is stepping away, but not stepping away so much that you're on some remote island. Like we have everything here, DHL and UPS and FedEx and high-speed internet and an international airports. From here, I can fly pretty much anywhere. I can take the Orient Express. I can, I'm connected with the trains. So it just seemed like the perfect step off the earth. They call it the nickname for the place here is called the Serenissima. That's what they refer to it as, the Serenissima, which means the most serene, the ultra serene. And that is what happens. I'll take a train inland or to Milan or some big city here, and as nice as it might be, recently you did that video in Bologna, great town, but when you get off the train back in Venice, the shoulders relax, everything just winds down, and you become serene again. I'll be 50 in a year, guys. I don't need any more craziness in my life. I need to relax.
Speaking of craziness in life, George Varghese, $50 super chat. Crazy stuff. George, thank you so much. Great discussion. Love Milan. St. Moritz. Bought my first Lange there. Happy holidays, everyone.
Milan's great.
Whoa.
Yeah, Milan's so much fashion. I mean, everyone's so chic in Milan. It's crazy.
Hey,
it's
Blondie, if Blondie comes to Venice, Blondie, you, my roommate, and we're gonna go to Milan on the way back to US, because I mean she will love it there. She's Paris chic, and she's gonna love Milan, man. It's gonna be
it's perfect for shopping and all that high society stuff.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Thank you, George. George is never met the man, but he's a class act. Great watch enthusiast, collector.
He's a local over there in LA.
Is he really?
Yes. So if you ever want to meet with him, let me know. I can set you guys in contact. He's got some amazing watches as well. Great relationship. He's got a great relationship with the AD. Could be a great partner in collecting.
You know what I was thinking about getting all the folks in the community that are in SoCal together. Dirk and now George, Rolex, and Chris Cali. Am I right?
Cool Chris Cali.
Cool Chris Cali, and and get all of those guys, and then together start a stream with you.
Oh. Hey guys, if you do get together like that, I might even fly out. We could do it live.
Let's do it, man. Let's do it.
Very easy. Blondie, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Spring meetup with
Watches and Wonders.
Watches and Wonders at Beauvais Castle, guys. Let's go to
Beauvais Castle.
Wow.
Blondie, guess what I'm wearing? You see this?
He's got his Beauvais.
Oh, he's got the hat. He's got the Beauvais hat. Yeah. When did you get that? Did they send it to you?
They gave it to me on the last day I was there. But when I think I told you guys I have to go back because they called me. They have something for me. They had a couple of goodies for me, and they still they're gonna send me 2 more straps actually.
Whoa.
Nice.
Yeah.
And Carolyn Martin, $20. Cheers, Carolyn Martin.
Hey, Carolyn.
Great class lady.
Very
class act.
Class lady.
Very really much. Hope we could meet you on Friday, maybe next time. Cheers to Carolyn Martin and George and Blondie.
Cheers.
And everyone who's supporting the show. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, fellas. I better
Oh,
bow
shoot.
out before
Before
things
you
get
bow out, I have a
upset.
question for
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Florence, I love Florence.
Yes.
What's up with their bread, man?
Their bread in Florence?
Is it too crispy? Is it too crispy?
No, it doesn't have any. I mean, here, everything in Florence is exquisite. So I'm the dummy one, not getting it. I'm not putting it down. I'm just trying to, because my wife used to live there, and she wasn't able to convince me. But their bread has no taste.
I
To
don't
me.
know, man. First of all, I'm not a big bread guy. I don't eat a lot of bread. Isn't that weird? Or pasta. I don't eat much pasta either. Doesn't agree with my system. So, and then Florence is like, it's like asking a New Yorker about Texan barbecue. Like, I don't know. I've been down to Florence a few times. I've been in the surrounding areas like San Gimignano and Volterra and places like that, and out in the countryside and by the water. It looks like California in certain
100%.
places.
100%.
And it was so funny because I was in a car with friends and I was like, this feels and looks like California to me. And they went, that's funny because we're on Strada, California. That was the name of the street we were on. And the sun was setting over the water just like in California. It's like, that's kind of funny. Maybe they modeled California after this place in the world. It's kind of interesting. I was obviously down there for Bulgari, which is one of the greatest wine producing areas in the world. And the Fiorentina, which is the famous huge enormous steak 2 inches thick and all of that, which I love. So my favorite meal in the world is just an enormous steak, rare, not medium rare. Rare is the only way to have a good steak. And a bottle of Bulgari red, be it Sassicaia or Nalaya or one of those, Solaya, one of those, Tignanello, etc. And just great food, great, beautiful rolling hills, old towns. San Gimignano with the torture towers that reach into the sky, that have the crows flying around them. It's very, very doom and gloom from like the Middle Ages. But people quite often ask me on the channel, "Oh, you're in Italy. Can you recommend a great restaurant in Florence downtown or the best bar?" And I'm like, I don't know. I don't. Florence is not my town. Ask me about my town. So it's like that. It's like asking a New Yorker the best bar in Houston, Texas. You don't know. So, but their bread, I don't know. I can't vouch for their bread. I can tell you one thing. Their olive oil down there is so much better than it is up here. So much better. Even the shit they give you on the table for free is better.
Everything is great.
Their brioche in the morning, they look like shit. Like the brioche up here are so fancy and beautiful and powdered sugar over them. And they're nice. They are nice. But the brioche down there, they look like crap, but they are the most softest, beautiful brioche. They're like crack cocaine. And when you're in the morning with a bit of a hangover and you have your coffee, you get the brioche. I swear to God, you hear angels singing around you. It's crazy.
I love it.
Cured meats.
Making me hungry.
Oh, Sheen, how about Negroni? I mean, Negroni came from Florence.
Yeah, Negroni. Yeah,
I mean,
I love a Negroni. Yeah,
guys, this restaurant. When I was in Florence, I couldn't stop eating these sandwiches. They were
that looks good.
Freaking delicious. The freshest. I mean, it's kind of antithetical. Freshest cured meats, but they had fresh bread. It was really weird. I don't know what it's called, but it's so crispy, and tasty.
Yeah, you
guys,
can't go wrong
let me
there.
read this huge super chat from George Vargas, who sent $50 again. Always appreciate the stories from Machine and Sean. Sean, it would be my honor to meet you. Timbo, really good content tonight. Thank you so much, George. I really, really appreciate.
Humbled, my friend. Thank you.
That's great. That's great.
I'll set you guys. Set you guys up because George,
that would be awesome.
Really cool guy.
That would be awesome.
$2. Have to eat McRib in Geneva. It's gonna be gone by then. That's the problem.
Oh, Sheen, when we are in Florence, when we were in Florence, Franco Mazzetti. And by the way, do me a favor, Tim, if you could pull up Franco Mazzetti, Mazzeti. Franco gave us a couple of restaurants. He actually told me if you go to this restaurant, you have to call him several days ahead, but tell him you're a friend of mine. And when we went there, it was so packed, and we told them Franco Mazzetti, and then they gave us a table. It was
He's
so
like
great.
the most interesting man in the world.
He is, and the reason I'm telling you pull him up, because everybody says O'Sheen's hair, which is fantastic, and something that this guy has the hair. I mean, pull up this guy's. And listen, I saw this guy on a Sunday.
Look at the fucking sprezzatura on this motherfucker.
This guy is class
at
act.
this dude.
Even on a Sunday, he's wearing a jacket.
I want to be him in 10 years.
No, listen,
my
you have
to get a lot better though.
Yeah. Listen, his girlfriend actually, Patricia, lives in Venice. So
who's 27 or whatever. What has he got on? He's got a fucking old Pepsi.
Yes, that's what he does. He has a Pepsi. He has I believe he has a Cartier, and then he has. I
look, can you zoom in on that, Timmy? Buckley, I was mentioning earlier. Let it hang. Wasn't I saying about the 1140 60 or whatever, or the 146? See the way he has it hanging off a little. That's class. That's fucking class. Look at that.
Loose.
That's just how it's loose. It's vintage. It's beautiful.
Listen, if we get together in Venice, I'm going to invite him to come and join us. He's such a cool cat, and he's into cigars. I think he's actually one of his sponsors is RGM.
He's got a date just on there. Date just 36.
Cool cat.
Stylish motherfucker. He's got.
Look at the guy's hair. Look at the guy's hair. I mean,
again.
Show the guys.
Yeah, I've no problem with that. My hair will look like that, no problem. That's not a problem for me. I need to brush up on that. I need to call Canali and say, hey, do you want to do another fucking photo shoot? And this time I want all the clothes for free, please. Yeah. I need to brush up on because this dude's his wardrobe is fucking he's killing it.
There's a lot of them though in Italy, especially when you go in the Instagram world. There's that other guy, Alessandro Scorzi, I think his name is.
Yes. Yeah, he's part of the Pidiuomo. This gentleman Franco is also one of the guys that's for the Pidiuomo, which is twice a year, June and I believe it's in January, if I'm not
it's
mistaken.
Fashion Week, right? For that
Fashion Week, and these guys are a couple of the studs over there, and they're the trendsetters. And he's actually a consultant. He's obviously a model, and really a cool guy. I mean, the guy's 67 years old, and he takes care of himself. And look at that hair.
He certainly does.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, there.
The man with the best hair.
The class. That's Italian class, though.
Yeah,
I mean, it's the Ponte Vecchio right behind him there in in Florence.
That bridge, the bridge.
The Ponte Vecchio
with all the boutiques, fancy. That's all the like high-end boutiques are there as well. There's a lot of
on the bridge.
Ponte Vecchio itself, no, it's typically where the gold traders, you're going to get some of the gold.
It's
stuff,
like 47th Street.
Yeah, but just to the side of where the Duomo is, that side, you got Xenia there, you got the flagship for Ferragamo there, and you got some of the nice stuff. Now on the other side, if you go to the other side, I believe there's a big tower. I forgot the name of the tower, O'Sheen. There is a street that all the tradespeople are there, and some of the best cobblers. Stefano Bemer, the gentleman that you saw the strap that I got, and actually he just sent me a couple more straps.
The cobblers there, they're very, very famous. It goes back centuries. And Daniel Day-Lewis disappeared off the earth for 4 months. Turned out he was learning how to make shoes with the famous cobblers of Florence. He was actually in one of their shops, like being trained, and now he can make shoes like at a high level.
I think that may be Stefano Bemer. As a matter of fact, the gentleman that took over bought the business from Mrs. Bemer, Stefano, passed away at a young age. I believe he was probably in his late 40s. Tommaso Milani, and the guy's fantastic. He's a great watch guy. Guys, this guy has the Paul Newman, 60 to 63. and he was just here. He has a store in New York. He's there. And it's not a store. It's actually like an apartment. You make an appointment, you go there, and it's in Soho. And you know, if you go order, if you're in States, you go there. He'll do the fittings there. But once a year, he'll come to the West Coast. So he was here, and I did the second fitting with him September. So we went to the Havana Club to smoke some cigars, and a couple of my guys there in the watch business, they were there, and we were talking about watches and stuff, and really a cool guy. And yeah, they make fantastic shoes. I got a couple of their shoes, and they're just beautifully made. They have their own style, and something between a little bit of like a British style combined with the Italian, and
the Italians love. They love the British, the dandy look and so on. They love all of that. They love all the old plaid and so on from Ireland and England. They have a serious taste for that stuff. You know,
and Scottish
classic. Look at that shot. Look at that shot with no socks. That last shot.
Yeah,
he keeps wearing that Pepsi everywhere. No socks on the high. Look the way they.
That's actually what
so
I think he was wearing. That actually he was wearing that when we met. And yeah, such a cool guy. It's not just about the style. It's a lifestyle. It's that La Dolce Vita, right? It's just all about the beautiful life. And part of it is the fashion, part of it is the wine, part of it is the food you eat, and the surroundings around you, and just the style and the swagger. It's all about La Dolce Vita, you know.
La Dolce Vita.
Yeah. This is what we gotta do a little bit more, Sheen. Right? You have to be a role model. Got to be a role model.
I know. I could lose about 20 pounds and upgrade the wardrobe. Big time.
We gotta talk to these Canali. Get them sponsor the show, the channel.
I know. Yeah. Well, that was kind of that's one of the plans. I might get a call from those guys soon.
I signed up for the gym. I'm going tomorrow.
Yeah,
get an appointment. Yeah.
I don't even need the gym. I just need to cycle a bike a bit and fucking stop fucking boozing so hard, and I'll be grand. I'll return back to where I am.
The booze is supposed to be 0 calories.
No. I mean, it depends on how hard you hit it. The past week with the World Cup, man, it's been lots of pints, Kilkenny beer and Guinness, whatever, you know. And now we have Christmas moving in, which is going to be tons of fun. Shit,
the holiday.
I'll have to fast. But yeah, but you know, we'll see.
I think Hodinky did an article on the watches of Pitti Uomo, and they captured amazing shots of all these guys, like this guy, and all the watches that they were wearing.
I missed that.
Yeah.
When did they have that? What is it? A while ago or just recently?
If you type in Google watches, Hodinky watches of Pitti Uomo, the article should pop right up with all the pictures.
Oh, interesting. You see, the problem with not the problem, but Pitti Uomo has a lot of what they call peacocks. They have a lot of these guys that I mean, some of them pull it off. I mean, they got some wacky stuff combinations that you would think, oh my God, how could this go? But they pull it off, but a lot of these guys want to get known. They're in a fashion business, and they go out there and they line up outside the palace and just to get their photos taken and so forth. But people like Franco Mazzetti, he's the real thing. He's really a trendsetter. Although he's really cool, he has classic style to it. It's not something that's made up.
It looks sick.
Holy fuck, guys! George Varghese, $100 super chat.
He's loving this chat.
He's loving the chat. He's loving the discussion on fashion. Timbo, you should do a Scotches. That's O'Sheen watches. That's me. That's my specialty at the moment. Until for time being, maybe I will get into fashion soon. And we got obviously got our guru of style, Sean.
Sean.
Segment.
You guys are in trouble if I'm your guru.
Just an awesome discussion. George, thank you so much. It's huge.
George is
Huge.
loving this, huh?
Wow.
Yeah, George, we have to get together. And George, if by any chance you're interested in writing, fine writing instruments, I can really geek out even more than watches on writing instruments.
Yeah.
So-
Sean has an
I
incredible.
like that he
incredible-
says writing instrument instead of pen. I
Yes.
love
That word pen is toxic.
Yeah, pen is so demeaning to it. I have a couple of nice ones here from Carol and Martin. I'm going to be shooting at the Florian soon. I'll show you guys. They're beautiful, very elegant.
What I like
stick
to
them
do,
on the channel.
Yeah, Oishi, what I like to do is there's a big Facebook group, Fountain Pens, and what I haven't done it in a while, but what I post is the watch. I hold it like a cigar in an angle where you can see the watch, the pen, and I got the shoes also and the socks showing. So I can really, it's really geeky stuff. I can't even believe it. I'm saying it out in front of all these people, but yeah, it's a sickness.
I'll send over some photos right now. Actually, if George is loving this, from the Canali shoot. In case
By
you're
the way,
interested, George.
Let me show you something. By the way, Sean, you know who you remind me of? It's good friend of the show, the Bahrain watch collector, because he does this. He does this also, where he'll take a picture. Like, for example, look at this picture right here. You see, it's got the root beer, but it also got the pen to match the root beer.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. See that? He's got a lot. He's got like a big collection of pens, and he also has like the wallets and stuff to match it.
Yeah.
It looks awesome.
If you go to my Instagram, I got some of those a few of my pens and watches, and for my Beauvais, by the way, I have the right pen for it too, which is a limited edition Jules Verne. It's got a blue guilloche pen. It's lacquered with guilloche waves on it, and which matches the beautiful guilloche on that Beauvais Recital 29 that I have. So I'm going to do one of those shots with it and probably put on my blue suede shoes so it would all match up. I'll send that to you, Timmy, when I do that.
Perfect.
There you go. I sent you over some pics.
You have to scroll down. Go all the way down. Go all the way down. You'll see some of the some of them are okay. Some of them.
Damn!
Oh, wow.
Is that 50?
Amazing.
Yeah, that's
are
the 50
shoes. Are the shoes Santoni?
No, those are Berludis.
Berludi. Oh wow.
Those are Berludi loafers, Andy, and then the pen is a Aurora. It's their limited edition with rose gold.
Oh, by the way, George says, Sean, my favorite writing instrument is Santos Dumont, the Cartier ballpoint pen. Cartier has really upped their game on pens.
Writing instruments.
Oh, sorry, on the writing instruments. Ashin, you emailed it to me. How did you send it? Oh yeah, got it.
Tim. Yeah.
Got it.
I never knew this world existed.
Yeah, right.
You don't be careful before you go down the rabbit hole on this one. I tell you what I did. It's amazingly after the COVID for about 6 to 9 month period, I was able to acquire a lot of good pens because a lot of the retail outlets, they were just dumping their inventory. I got pens for fraction of what the what normally they would go for. I mean, I got pens that are $2,800 retail price. I got them for $1,100. And
damn.
but yeah, so it was I said, what the heck, I don't think these going to get any cheaper than this, and these are great pens, and I was able to pick up some special pieces that are only like 60 made, 80 made, 100th anniversary of, Aurora or Montegrappa. Yeah.
Wow.
That pen is that previous pen is a beautiful. It's a Mont Blanc Marcel Proust. Not this one. This one is actually this is a Visconti, which is Florence. They're located in Florence, and it's a beautiful pen. But if the one that before that you were showing, it was a beautiful Mont Blanc. That one, yeah, Marcel Proust. And if you do a close, and by the way, that's a jump hour. Frank Mueller. It's when Frank Mueller was what it used to be before they started trying to copy Richard Mille. The dial, the guilloche dial on that watch is so beautiful. This is one of those watches when you put it on, the case, the watch just melts onto your wrist. It just becomes one with your wrist. And the dial, when you look at it, it's just such a beautiful guilloche, and it's a jump hour. It's got one big minute hand.
Oh my God.
Unfortunately, I can't zoom it in.
Buckley, in case you're wondering, if you want to ask, the shoes on this one and the previous one, those were Cortez shoes.
I don't know that brand. I know about Santoni. I know about Berluti. I know about John Lobb. I used to be like into that stuff. I was very geeky with it.
Yeah.
I had a different job.
Well, Italian shoes are, and obviously the English shoes, they're known because of they're like boardroom shoes. They're beautiful shoes.
Yeah.
The Italian shoes, they got their own flair. But when it comes to French shoes, just like, to me, as beautiful as the 1950s and 60s Ferraris are, there's nothing out there like the 1930s and 40s French cars, like the Delage, the Delahaye, and the Vauxhall, and their shoes are just so beautiful. The Cortez, the Berluti sounds like it's not actually, it's actually a French shoe. It's just so beautiful, gorgeous.
Yeah.
And that's the pen that I was saying that goes great with my Beauvais. That's the Jules Verne Mont Blanc. And if you look at close and you put the light on it, you see waves, guilloche waves with the lacquer. It's just beautiful.
Wow.
You know how cool you have to be matching your pen, your watch, and your shoes?
Yeah, if there was any
cool.
doubt that Sean
It's
isn't the
sickness.
coolest
You have to be sick. They have to get you admitted, and
this is another level.
It's worse than COVID. Get vaccinated so you don't become one.
This is a leveling up.
Yeah, this is definitely leveling up.
You know when you go into, that saying, if you go into the room, you're the smartest one in the room, you're in the wrong room? Well, yeah. I am definitely in the right room, because
yeah, we need advice from Sean about shoes. Dang.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That is great.
By the way, George says, Sean, you need to come to OC South Coast Plaza.
It doesn't get any better than that. I mean, we got the rodeo, and we got the John Lobb is here now. For the longest time, John Lobb was only at the South Coast Plaza, and a couple of years ago, after COVID, they opened up a store right across from Berluti in Rodeo, and they got a great store. Yeah, absolutely. Either I'll come over there and you come to Rodeo. We'll go and have some drinks.
Where do you get your suits from?
The ready-mades, I typically get the Ermenegildo Xenia, but that fits me well. Now they call them Old Xenia. For the longest time, Ermenegildo Xenia were their top brand, and Xenia was more of like their second level now. And by the way, this is the Bordeaux version of the Visconti that I talked about. It takes so much time to make that spiral is just so beautiful, and it's got the perfect proportions of 1.6 to 1 ratio between the cap and the body. That is just such a beautiful, and that's
Oh,
Is
that's the
is
Patek.
anyone else freaked out? Is anyone
That's
else freaked out?
and that's the that's the Patek 5196 with the Patek Bordeaux strap. And again, Buckley, if you're interested, that's also a Berluti oxblood shoes.
damn. Wild.
Pull up
Wild
the
stuff.
Canali stuff there. I sent
Here
you
we
some
go. I got it
stuff.
right
I
here.
have Canali. Canali fits me well, actually. Also, Canali's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
But
kind
as
of
far as the custom
wool
stuff,
top.
yeah, the Vestrucci, I think Buckley was asking a question. Vestrucci, Italians, I love the Napolitan styling because it's got a very
Oh, you do?
relaxed, absolutely
Oh.
a relaxed shoulder. It's not as
Well, this isn't
structured.
that. This is northern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Buckley was asking about the suits. The Napolitan is the style that I actually gravitate a lot. But
Oh.
the English suits, they got so much. They got so much. They're beautiful. They're fitted. And what I like about the Vestrucci is probably they got their own style. The jackets are a little bit shorter, but they got a little bit of structure, but they still have a little bit of softness to them, like the Napolitan is splitting the two. To me, one of the best suits out there you can get is the Cesare Attolini, which is Napolitan. If you pull up Cesare, it's basically, it smells like Caesar.
That store is insane. That store is insane.
I kind of miss that watch now that I'm looking at it.
I was going to say, you know what? We're idiots with the whole, it's too small for me because that watch.
Yeah, I know. I'm missing it now. Fuck.
Oh, Sheen, if you take a look at, and Buckley, if you guys take a look at John, I think it's John Goldberger, he wears really small watches, and talk about collectors, he's probably one of the top 5 collectors ever, most knowledgeable. He's written books, and he wears like 1930s. 40 style watches.
Sure, there's certain men that can
so
get
class,
away with that.
so class.
Buckley, you'd be shocked though. Like that, it looks good in that photo. Are there any other photos that came through?
Yes.
You might
Yes, I got
see.
actually here.
Some of the photos you
one,
can actually see it.
This one you can see it.
It looks good though. Still.
It still looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks great.
That was the code I
thing
wanted
with
to
the
keep.
Daytona.
You know what it is?
Thing was $4,000.
I think.
Oh, Sheen, you look like a rock star. You look like a rock star there. Like you're a pissed off rock star. You're like annoyed, rock star. You got that look.
Annoyed.
They didn't let me keep this one.
Silk turtleneck. That shit was nice. That coat I wanted to keep. I wanted to keep the slacks. They're my own boots. Yeah, I actually put it in. My own.
Do you know what I in your wardrobe? Do you know what I like the most? Your leather motorcycle jacket.
Oh yes, yeah. That's the Cafe Racer thing. Yeah.
Cafe Racer. I got a Cafe Racer, so I dig it.
Now, isn't that funny?
Racer.
That's a 42. That's a 42-inch. That's my my Speedy, my 861.
Oh, that's your Speedy.
And look, it looks small on those fucking meat hooks. Look at that, awful.
It's
a 42
it looks good.
Inch watch. Like, what the hell?
I get it.
There's a lovely scarf though. That was nice. Yeah, they kept giving me turtlenecks. I think they were like, okay, he's got a bit of extra chin going on. Let's cover it with turtlenecks.
Oh, is that Boston Collector, guys? Is that Boston Collector on? I'm looking at.
Hey, Sean, how's it going?
And
oh my God,
Boston's here. Boston's here.
Boston,
yeah.
How are you, buddy?
Good. I didn't want to interrupt all of your coat talk.
I'm sorry, guys, but George Vargas said another $100 soup.
He's loving this. He's eating this shit up.
Oh yeah.
Yo, fuck me dead. I found my long lost brother, Sean. Your opinion on Brioni versus Keaton men's suits? Oshin, love the Canali, classic.
Brioni versus this guy's
your class act, George. Your class. Listen, Brioni. I love the way the shoulders
that's
are.
Dirk's favorite, by the way.
Yeah,
Dirk
but
Kennedy.
To me, Keaton is on a different level, and that's one thing that we are missing off of Rodeo. There, where Berluti is, where John Lobb is. We actually talk to those guys. You know, I sometimes, but the place I go to get my coffee on the weekend is just around the corner from there. So when I go, I get some. I ask the guys there, hey, do you want coffee? Do you want some cappuccinos? And I go and hang out and just chit chat on Saturday mornings. Sometimes I go to the office for a couple hours and I grab my coffee first. And we always talk about they need to, because they also have the I always screw up the name because I have their suits. Isaiah, and they have their boutique there. And the Kitan is what we're missing from Rodeo. Brioni is great. I love their shirts. Their jackets are great. They have some of the best scarves, and their pants are fantastic. Their suits are great. But Kitan is, to me, is probably at about the same level, just a little bit higher than Brioni. But Brioni is more of like a younger guys. I think on a younger person, somebody that's got the right physique. I think Brioni looks good, taller guy. I'm not a tall guy. I'm not a skinny guy. On me, probably Kitan would look better.
Oh, wow. Okay. Jesus, I'm gonna remember you for references for this shit, man. My God, encyclopedia, this stuff.
Yes, same thing with Cucinelli. Cucinelli, it fits the Far East, the physique of the Far East. They're a little bit shorter. They look better. I mean, you know, I'm not a tall guy, Cucinelli. I have Cucinelli. I have their suit jacket and suede jacket, the cashmere jacket I wore in Vegas when I saw you guys, Timmy. That was a Cucinelli. And when I was on the stream the other day when we were doing the rodeo drive-by that I was doing, that was a Cucinelli. Just, you know, it just fits better for me. It depends on your physique, which one. Both of them are great quality merchandise. It's just, you know, which one fits better. The cut fits better on you.
Keaton's unbelievable. I remember going in that store, looking at a sports coat and saying, "Oh, this sports coat is $8,000. Never mind. Never mind. Maybe one day. Maybe one day."
There's a car coat in these photos somewhere. I don't know if you got the other emails, man. I fell in love with it. I didn't know what a car coat was.
A car coat.
Yeah.
Car coat goes back to the turn of the century.
I know.
I'm talking about previous century.
Yeah, it's a car coat, so you wear it in the car. It's like it's thick, but it's cut really high above the waist. And the car coat really supposed to be protecting you from the elements, because in turn of the century, it was warm.
You were exposed.
We did this shoot in November, so I can't remember. It was cold.
It was 4 images. These are the.
That was the first mail. I think I sent you.
Oh, maybe this is the second one. Okay. Oh, okay. I see.
I fell in love with that thing. I wanted that damn thing.
Yeah.
Next time, it's like, I'll just run away with this. Bye. I only got one code out of them. That was the London Watch Show. When I went the first London Watch Show, they sent a ton of stuff to the hotel for me to wear for the weekend, and none of it fit me. I was like, you guys, do you know me? I can't fit into this little shit. And only one thing fit me, and that was the coat. I fucking stole it. That's the car coat. That thing was just so gorgeous.
Yep.
Wow.
You know, because it's like a heavy coat, but it's cut just at the ass.
Yeah.
Tell me that's not a beautiful
Looks good, man. Looks really good.
Wow.
Looks really good.
Wow.
$4,000, 4,500.
You know, the best thing about it is when you put it on, how it makes you feel, right? When you put that on, you just walked out of your place with a little bit more optimism, a little bit more vigor, a little bit more energy to go on.
Totally, 100%.
And telling the world, hey, bring it on, I'm ready.
It's so true. You feel, feel like a fucking gentleman. And with the nice watch on and so on. I don't know what I wore that day. Oh, that was a nice suit as well.
Yeah.
It's very Italian cut though, isn't it? I'm bursting out of it nearly. But it was nice, you know, wearing a fucking Daytona with that shit.
You look like a lady killer there. You're ready for business.
That girl on the right there with the blue scarf on, that is the most amazing human being I've ever met. Stephanie, she came in from Milan. She works for Pop Magazine. Mother of God, that's the most driven person I've ever met in my life. She was a powerhouse. She talked her way into like different places for us to shoot. That was on full lockdown. She just charmed everyone. It even came to lunch, and there was nowhere you could eat. There was no restaurants. She convinced the restaurant to sit us down and open their kitchen. And then she just fucked off later that evening and went back. I was like, oh my God, it's a tornado of a person. She just powerhoused her way through everything. A month or two later, Ashley, the director of the magazine, came and we got drunk and stuff. And I was like, that's Stephanie girl. Oh my God, like wherever you found her, I don't know. Now that's the code I wanted to keep. That was the best one. Yeah. It's nice and long, gives you a bit of height. You know,
someone's wearing a leather jacket, I believe.
Leather jacket.
Is that you? Yeah.
Hey, leather.
Blondie! Class.
Not leather.
Look at this. Talk about style.
Whoa.
Love it.
Whoa. Look at that Blondie in business attire. Let's actually do it like this. Nobody wants to look at us. We want to have Blondie.
Turn the mic on, Blondie. We want to hear you. Turn the mic on. Come on.
Mic on, please.
Mic on, please. Blondie, you're muted.
It
We
looks
want to
like
hear you. Come on.
It looks like
no.
It looks
you
like
have
she's
to.
well, more importantly, it looks like she's rebranded as B. Is that true? Have you rebranded, or have you just shortened?
Blondie, we want to hear you. You're not going to get off the hook. Come on, turn it on.
Is there a projector on the wall?
There you go. How are you, Blondie?
Looks like she has a rock group over at her house. Look at this. She's got a piano in the back, a guitar.
What is that? Are you in OC's room? Are you and OC in the same room? What's up with this?
They might.
Yeah, you guys have the same thing going on.
Mine looks like
That's so funny.
though.
I got my lights.
Hers is cotton candy, and mine is night storm or something like that. But we both have the same.
Blondie, you always look like you just stepped out of your hair is perfect. You're just ready to go.
Diego. Looks like a Russian
Diego.
reporter.
Oh, yeah.
Love
Maybe
it.
she's born with it.
Blondie, how you been? I'm still recovering after our outing, to be honest. I don't know if it was you or if it was me, but man.
Every time you and Blondie are out in New York by yourselves late at night, I'm like, I hope these guys are okay. You know.
Yeah.
That's awesome. God dang it, guys. We need to be in the same room. What's up with this?
We are virtually. We're virtually.
Yeah, but screw virtually. We have to get. We can't wait till October, guys. We have to get together before October, and just in same room and just have fun, just chit chatting.
You don't like being you don't like being on a Zoom call with 115 people watching.
No, it's great. No. I tell you what, we'll be in the same room, and then we'll have the 150 people join us.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Boston, what's happening, my man?
Not much. Boston. You're welcome to Boston anytime. Come this summer. I'll take you guys out on the boat.
Very cool. That's one place I have not been, and I want to see. It's a beautiful city.
Yeah, anytime.
Yeah. What are you wearing, Boston?
For lobster.
I got the code. Just kidding. The Royal Oak.
AP
Beautiful.
Chrono.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
Oh, shit.
Guys, if you know how cool Boston is, just wait till you meet him in person, and you sit down and you talk to him. He's a gentleman. He's such a great conversation about anything. Obviously watches, but in anything, the guy is brilliant. And clear mind. He's a clear thinker, and he's thought about everything that he says. It's not just by accident. So
Jesus sounds like the complete opposite to me.
You're too kind, Sean. I don't know.
No, that's how it is.
Oisín foot in mouth O'Malley.
I actually agree with you, Oisín. So that should make you feel better. So
Okay. That's great.
No, Sean's the
Oisín,
best.
this cigar has been awesome from the beginning till almost to the end.
I wish I had. I wish I.
You're
was
gonna have it.
smoking
I'm gonna put it.
Had I known
for
I'd
you.
be on here for an hour and a half listening to you lecture us all about actual class and style.
Oh my
which
God!
Clearly, none of us have.
That means I've talked too much. If I'm lecturing, that means I put you guys to sleep, and I've been boring.
Fantastic. I think everybody learned a lot tonight. Austin's got his tree up and everything. I gotta get a tree
It's for
up.
Buckley. Yeah, I cut that tree down myself. By the way, that's how we do it in the East Coast. Outside the city.
I'm looking at I'm looking at this on my phone. I can hardly see. What do you have there? Is that a GMT? No, I'm talking about your watch.
Oh no, this is the yellow gold sub.
Oh, beautiful.
Two-tone.
Wow.
Yeah. Bumblebee.
The 40.
Buckley was looking at this, right?
I am looking into it. Yes.
It's
Almost
nice.
had a deal going the other day, but it fell through.
Oh.
Yeah. I'll get another day date too, Sean, so that me, you, and Tim can have them. Join OC's club.
Very cool,
guys.
Oh,
Q
God.
Q at Vempe last night was had a friend there, and he was introducing this friend to watch collecting and to Rolex, and he helped this friend get that exact same watch. Actually, it was a two-tone sea dweller last night.
Look, somebody made a foot and mouth graphic. I love this.
It's hilarious.
Fucking perfect.
So funny.
It's like Oisín, stop talking, stop drinking, stop talking, go to bed. Go away.
You know what's cool about it, Oisín? You're at the point that you're actually laughing at this stuff. It doesn't bother you anymore.
I know.
That is so cool.
Of course.
Oh God, this is too funny.
You can't take any of this banter seriously.
Yeah, no, it's coming. These comments are coming from a good place.
Yeah,
it's just everybody having a laugh. Some of the funniest shit I've ever read in my life is in the comments here. Like it's so great. Like that guy, Oisín's liver. That guy is amazing. That might be the same guy, by the way. But he talks to me from the point of view of my liver.
Yeah. He's often right.
Yeah, he's completely right. Yeah. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I pay a man to cut my trees. What does that mean?
Oh, I said that I cut down my own trees. So he said,
he cuts down. I pay someone to cut down mine, right?
Okay, gotcha.
There aren't any trees in this town anyway.
Oh God.
Yeah, do they do fake ones there, Oisín, or do they just do lights and stuff?
No, they do they bring in the trees because we got the Alps nearby, so we got tons of that shit. They bring them in, and there's a little spot over in the Strada Nuova where you can pick them up for like $15 a pop.
$15?
It's grand.
Jeez.
Yeah, real cheap. Yeah, shit here's super cheap, man. Super cheap.
I won't tell you what I paid for my tree.
Well, you cut it down yourself, though.
I know.
And you still
got to pay for it. Still got probably $100, right? $100 or more.
130.
More.
150.
Yeah, 150.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Boston?
Yeah.
2 questions. How long did it take you to cut it down? That's question number 1. How long did it take you?
60 seconds.
How long did it take you to pick the right tree?
Oh gosh.
Exactly. Knowing you.
15 minutes.
15?
Yeah.
I thought it would take you longer. You would probably measure it from all different angles, make sure you got the perfect tree.
Yeah, it was. It took me 15 minutes to go through the whole tree farm, pretty much.
He got the tree that he'll be able then later sell above retail what he paid for.
I'll show you a little close up. You can't see it from there.
While you're doing the Blondie, what are you wearing?
She had a two-tone Datejust. White dial.
Ah, beautiful. Very nice.
Huge.
Kind of tall, yeah. It's big.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
We got
Nice.
9-foot ceilings, so.
And what a nice spot for it.
Well, you measured it very well because you didn't have to chop anything off the top.
Yeah, I've made that mistake before.
Right.
Yeah.
It's nice. Good job.
Beautiful.
Do you know who else I wish was on this panel? AKB, man. That guy is a legend. He's having so much fun with his watches and the cigars, and he's sending me videos, and I'm like, man, this guy's in a good place. Good for him. He's such a sweetheart.
Got a Speedy.
Yeah.
He joined the Speedy Club.
What a great guy.
Oh, Air King
Great
Ben,
guy.
I got it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he adores every watch he has. Like he sucked the juices out of that Air King for so long, and now he's a Speedy nut. He needs to change his name now to Speedy King.
Air Speed King. Air Speed.
There
King.
you go. There you go.
On the rubber.
On the
Beautiful.
rubber for because you need protection.
Gorgeous.
I love the strap. It's
Yeah.
so
Legendary watch.
comfortable.
Amazing watch.
It's just hard to beat this strap, guys.
No matter what kind of watch you're wearing, when you put that Speedy on, you still look at it like you looked at it for the first time, just appreciating for what it is.
It's minty.
So pure. It's pure. It's pure. They hit it. I mean, they hit the bullseye with that when they made it.
Oh, Michael Paris, $10 super chat. Blondie looks like a Bond girl. That's what I was saying. That's why I wanted to do a film with like a Sheen playing a kind of a James Bond type of character.
Hey, you know what? I didn't get the black memo.
The what?
Everyone's wearing black.
Yeah. I might be in navy blue.
Give me a minute. I
Gotta
put a
change.
black
Gotta
t-shirt
put
on.
a black t-shirt on.
I have a black t-shirt on. Give me a second.
All right.
And Blondie could be our Bond girl.
That's not black.
Blondie, why are you off the camera? Can you get in front of the camera, the lens? There you go.
There you go.
She's a true Bond
I
girl.
feel like we're playing charades, and she keeps.
Whoa, you see?
That's it. The
First
Bond
First
girl.
word.
She knows she's
No.
she knows she's muted. She just doesn't want to. She's
Nice.
teasing us with the video
She's
only.
such a tease.
Wait, what is that? What is the watch?
They just the two.
Oh, the Datejust. Yeah.
That's beautiful.
I thought for a second you got the Daytona.
Does she still have my Explorer
that you've been
one?
looking at.
Blondie, do you still have my Explorer one?
Of course.
Okay.
Who reads lips here?
She probably prefers that. That's one of her favorite watches, right?
Yeah.
Of course,
Is
now
it-
she has
is
a
it
fucking
loose lips
Patek.
read lips. Loose ships read lips.
She forgot where it was. Oh,
Scary.
Not in the toilet like Marcella.
She does not keep.
Marcelo is not in the toilet. He's in the little room.
The little.
Is Marcello
Ah,
still
It's a new
on?
There's always
stand. She got a
one
new
Matt.
stand. That's
Nice.
nice, though.
Mathis
Look
made
at that.
Nice.
Handmade
Oh, yeah?
by Mathis.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Legend.
That's cool.
That's
Look
nice.
at that. Wow.
Wow.
Nice. Beautiful. Blondie equals stoned? No.
Oh.
No.
When I see a Speedy, I think I should have bought a Rolex. Oh, James. David N. Why would clothing companies send clothes to a Shein? To model. To
I
model.
know. I know. Very good question. Very good question. You're
No,
right.
because look, people see you. Let's say, let's just take for an example. Okay, here this video right here, just really quickly, right here you are on out and about. I mean,
See,
people
I
are
have
gonna
to
be
stop
asking.
drinking Guinness.
Stop drinking Guinness. Yeah,
I'm
vodka
turning
soda,
into
vodka
Tim. I'm
soda.
getting the
vodka
Extra
soda,
gin.
man. Get a cut. Yo, that's not a good thing. I'm going to
It's
gym
alright.
tomorrow, Shane. You
It's all
gotta
right.
get
It
with
all
the
fluctuates.
program, man.
It comes and goes. It comes and goes.
Get with the program. But here's the thing: people are gonna be asking, "Hey, well, what is Shane wearing?" Or you could put in the video description. By the way, if you're interested in this clothing, go check it out. That's why companies would send it. It's advertisement. Advertisement.
I think. Listen, I don't believe in that kind of blatant commercialism. I think that's unseemly, and I don't believe. I will not stand for these kinds of lame endorsements. I just want to go on record as saying
I
that.
love it. I love it. I love it.
OC, how many watches have you bought from David SW?
I don't have any. I have not purchased a watch. I'm not a customer.
Not yet.
But if you're interested in one,
yeah, Boston. The question is not how many watches he's bought. How many people has he influenced that they've bought watches from his?
That's true.
David SW.
According to
He is
OC,
the
no
puppet
one, because
master.
apparently we have
He's
no
pulling
influence
all
at
the
all.
strings.
here's the influencer right here.
I'm convinced. I think I've sold at least 100 watches.
100
I'm
watches?
sure you have.
Yeah.
I'm sure somebody's
lot
buying
of
a Grossman right now as we speak.
Oh, he helped sell two Grossmans already.
Two gross.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Diego, now that you're a gym rat, convince Sashin to be a gym rat as well. Be each other.
I used to be a gym. I was a gym rat for years and years.
There you go.
Things move on. You move on.
And
Well,
by
whatever.
the gym, Oshin used to call gym the ladies.
No, I used to be in the gym 6 days a week. But whatever, you know, your life has different
Carolyn
moments.
Martin, $20 super chat. You're all outdone yourself tonight. 5 a.m. comes too quickly. Have a good night.
Good night,
5 a.m.
Carolyn.
For me.
Good night.
5:20 for me. I'm breaking my. No, my record is actually with you, Tim. When I went on the walkabout in Venice, remember the first time I met Blondie actually on the stream,
yeah.
and I did a walk around in Venice. Remember, and we watched the sun come up and stuff. That
We
one
did,
was
we
like,
did.
say I went to bed at 8 a.m. or something. But yeah, here I was getting on here at midnight, going, I'll do an hour, and now it's 5:20.
Crazy, dude. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. That's your window.
I should go to
to
bed.
get out.
I should. Otherwise, you know what it is? I would stay up another hour and would actually feel fine. I'll just shoot my entire day tomorrow, though. I'll wake up at like fucking 2 p.m., 2:30 and be like, oh shit, the day is half gone. Sun goes down here. Like
I'm jumping off when
4:30.
Oshin jumps off. So that's the
Okay,
incentive.
well, I'm jumping off now.
You know what?
All right, I'm
Good.
jumping. Off.
Okay, well maybe we'll end. Okay, well actually, okay.
It was a great chat, Sean.
Hey,
Jesus,
man. It
Jesus,
was a lot of fun.
It goes so deep with you, brother. To be continued, man, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Look forward to it again. Oshin, man, I need to get on with your stream when you guys are on live. I keep on catching you guys after.
iBashers?
Seriously.
Sure. Yeah, you should come on to iBashers. You can talk to Dirk about all the suits and the couture. He's a mega aficionado of that stuff.
Yeah, just catching you guys. Not necessarily just hopping on, but just catching you guys while we're live. You guys are streaming. I've missed it.
Sure.
Time
You're
and time
perfectly
after,
welcome.
so.
Of course, it's going to be early days for you. Like it's,
Yeah.
I think we do it like 11 for me, so that's whatever.
It's
2
5
in the
o'clock
afternoon.
New York time. Subtract 3 from that. That becomes 2 o'clock LA
2
time.
p.m. 2 p.m.
Oh, Oshin, why don't you do
Friday.
this? Why don't you also ask? Let's do that. Why don't we one weekend? Why doesn't this panel get on iBashers? And the following week we'll have you and
we should have
and
this
Derek
entire
get on-
panel on iBashers.
Yeah.
Blondie
Exactly.
included. A whole lot.
That would be cool.
Blondie
in.
can
Yeah,
just be silent and do her hand signals.
Blondie, we love Blondie.
Well, it gives all the men something to look at, at least, right?
Yeah. Blondie brings color and excitement to the
exactly.
discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's If we are a gift box, playing gift box, she's the ribbon on the gift box.
There you go. You see, he's
And
a charmer on
people can
top of
send
everything.
questions for Blondie in the chat. Great, George Vargas, great show, gentlemen and ladies. Classy discussion. Thank you,
George. Thank you very much.
Hold down
You're
to
a classy guy yourself, man. Seriously, I look forward to meeting you in person.
George has super sponsored today's show. Super sponsored. Seriously,
My God, he
legend
was
of the night.
loving that, huh?
Yeah.
He paid your rent all because he was digging
Unbelievable.
this shit about Italian shoes.
He
Awesome.
helped me pay for, you know what? I think I'm almost done paying
Cheers,
with
Blondie.
for what's it called? The monitor.
Cheers.
By the way, guys, you guys
Cheers,
want to
guys.
see this new
Liquid
setup?
death
Cheers,
this
man.
late at night. Oh my god.
Boston, what do you got on there, Day? I hate you.
Yeah.
You fucker. That's a watch. That's a 36 though. I can't wear that.
Yeah, this is the
It's a
8.
classic.
This is from 1980.
That's a
Vintage.
Dick Cheney watch, man.
Look
I
at the
love it,
setup,
Timmy.
new
That's
setup.
awesome.
Yeah.
What's that? That's your
See,
setup?
That's
the new
Timmy's
setup.
perspective.
Yeah.
I've never seen your setup,
love it.
man.
Yeah,
Wow.
there you go. You see that?
Nice.
That's great.
It's got this new vertical monitor. I went with the vertical because
Ooh.
I heard about people are going vertical these days because all
Yeah.
the social media stuff is vertical. Yeah. You have a little mixer. You mad,
Yep.
man.
Hey
Ooh,
guys,
the
you know,
mixer.
you know, Boston has been collecting watches for how long, Boston?
I mean, when did I
He's
get my
new.
first watch? This is like 2 years ago. I got this one.
So just
The
imagine 10 years, 15 years, 20 years from now. I got my first watch. I still have my watch since when I was 14, but I got my first watch when I was 12. And just imagine what this guy's collection and knowledge going to be like 10, 15, 20 years from now.
I don't want to imagine that.
Unbelievable.
The ego
He's
is
gonna
huge
be-
on him now already. I mean, can you imagine that? 10 years.
Just imagine. I mean, this guy is
I'm gonna lose my mind.
forced
Way
to be
before then.
reckoned with.
Oh.
We gotta one day we're gonna say, you know, I was on a stream with that guy.
No,
He
10 years.
had the box to the left, and I was the box on the right, top right.
10 years from now, we'll all be in New York.
Let me get a screenshot so people would believe me when I say that.
No, Tim will be. We'll all be long gone, and Tim will be like, you know, the big streamer. He'll be the Nico. He'll leave
Can I
us
tell
all
you
in
something? You know, Oshin, you bring quality with your talent, with your eye, with your knowledge of music. And Tim, nobody out there in the world of YouTube works as hard as you do. And the community that you have gathered around you is just expanding. And I'm not just saying it. This is not just bullshit and smoke. I really mean it. And you deserve all the success that you're going to have coming your way. Seriously.
Thank you.
Here.
And I mean it.
Mhm.
I am gone, guys. Hitting the hay.
Peace out,
Shane,
everyone. Tim,
thank
stay
you
until
so much.
midnight.
I'm not going to say good night to Oshin. I'm going to say good morning, Oshin.
Good
Good morning, Oshin.
morning. 20 minutes is
Good
going to be
morning.
bright here.
Get a quick
All right,
nap
brother.
in.
Cheers.
Over and out.
Cheers.
Ciao,
Take
ciao.
care, man. Bye. Ciao.
10 years from now, by the way, we will be at the
Arrivederci.
Phillips auction. We'll be at the Phillips auction. Boston will be auctioning off the Daytona, and it'll get $1 million. And we'll be like, we were there when he bought. We were there when he
That'd
bought.
be fun, actually. That'd be fun to.
Holy
For
Do you
everyone.
know what we should do? Do you know what we should do, Tim? I should ask. I don't know if he would oblige, but I should ask Alexandre Gutby to get on your. I don't know if he would. Alexandre Gutby to get on your stream one night.
We're gonna see. We're gonna see. I'm gonna see him Thursday night probably.
Yeah, he's a cool guy, and he knows a lot, and he knows vintage watches, not just contemporary watches. So yeah, he knows a lot.
He's going to be at the Phillips auction this weekend. Yeah.
Whoa.
So OC, are you going to every day of the auctions, or just some of them?
I don't know what I mean. I may not go to Sotheby's on Thursday, but Phillips is having a cocktail party on Thursday night, so I may be at that.
Nice.
And Friday's another auction, Christie's, I believe, and then Phillips is the weekend. So
Are you able to do a preview again? Like you?
Yeah. The preview's going on right now. As a matter of fact, for all of them.
Okay.
All week long at all three auction houses.
Yeah.
There's.
Are you gonna try to do a stream one of these days with them?
Ask Tim.
Hey, if
well, you
OC
pull all the
is
strings, so
there,
that's why I'm
let me
asking
know
you.
what time. Let's do it. We could do it. No problem.
Probably Thursday or Friday would be good days that we could do that.
This Thursday.
During the
we
day.
could do. I'm not doing anything. Perfect timing.
Perfect. All right, I'll set something up for Thursday.
Set it up. Let's go.
Yeah, that's cool.
OC, do me a favor. Text me because I'm hoping that he still remembers me when I met him at Cicconi's in London. But he's he's on my Instagram and he sometimes he responds, so he probably does remember. Seems to be a cool cat. So let me know so I can watch you guys.
Will do.
Yeah.
And by the way, you remember Tim, Cindy from the JLC Cafe? She was watching earlier, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
She made a comment in the stream. I highlighted it, so that was funny. She was as you know, she's super into fashion. You know, she had the $50,000 pay date and the Hermes belt, and she's from Paris, and I saw her in the chat.
We should have Cindy. Obviously, Blondie is the queen of the streams, and then we should have Audrey. Who else? Yeah, we should have all of them one day on our panel.
It wasn't a belt, by the way. It was
What's that, Blondie?
Belt.
What's that?
Speak up.
Belt.
Okay, you're far away from the mic.
You're far away from the microphone.
Far away from the mic. Okay.
What is Blondie saying? I want to hear Blondie. Blondie.
All right, guys. Peace out. I'll see you guys.
Good night.
Hey.
Good night, everybody. Great show, everyone. Peace out.
Hey.
Great seeing you all.
We're gonna do like a few more minutes. It's actually because I have to end the show as well because I'm actually waking up tomorrow in the morning to do the gym. And
yeah. So what's your plan, Tim, at the gym? What's your gym plan?
Well, it's just an appointment with they gave me like this free session with whatever I don't know what the instructor.
So you're gonna live stream that, right?
No.
Free session?
Embarrassing. No, but I think I'm gonna do.
It's gonna be more embarrassing than the 100 burpees.
Probably more embarrassing. Yeah. Yeah, definitely more embarrassing.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Good night, Andrew.
Good night, Andrew.
So have you guys heard about the Rolex Certified Pre-Owned thing?
No, never heard about it.
Hey, Tim, question. Is roommate still? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Is roommate still in New York, or is she?
No, she's still here. Yeah, she's still here. We'll see tomorrow. We'll see tomorrow whether she gets the job or no. Because she applied. You know, they took for some reason they took all these documents from her, but they didn't call her back. She said that usually if you got the job, they're supposed to call you back right after the interview or something. But they still haven't. It's been 3 days now.
Yeah.
And if she didn't get the job, she's gonna go to Korea. So
well, hopefully she'll get the job so she can stay. So
anyways, I told her I'm not allowing her to leave.
Good. You should.
Yeah, I just said, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. I know you want to go to Korea, but unfortunately I don't allow you to go. I don't know if it means anything, but I just thought, hey. Well, listen, if you're going, it's without my permission. Not that she has
hopefully it's going to work out. Hopefully it's going to work out.
Yeah.
George, good night to you, sir. Yeah. Thank you very much for your support of team's effort and all your kind words and your generosity. Thank you.
Really, really appreciate George's support today. It's huge. It's huge. Yeah. The Tim Peace Gentleman. Make sure you're wearing a ram on each wrist when you're at the gym. Oh wait, which watch should I wear tomorrow to the gym? It's gonna be my. Should I wear the Daytona? What if I wear the Panda Daytona? Or is that too?
I love
No.
it. Tim,
Too crazy?
Timepiece gentleman. That's
The
awesome.
Timepiece gentleman.
You should wear the Grossman.
No, it's too sweaty. Sweaty.
Yeah, exactly. That band's gonna reek after he's done.
You ever seen the photo of Daniel Craig working out with the Speedmaster on?
Ooh, rubber Speedmaster. Yeah, you're good.
It's a very
Yeah.
cool photo. It's a very cool photo. He's doing I don't know what he's doing, but he's got the Speedy on a NATO.
Yeah.
He's doing some workout.
Tim, you should tell the guy that you want to look like Daniel Craig.
There you go.
When I'm done here, I want to look like Daniel Craig, guys. Let's go. I need to look better for my upcoming watches, fashion, and pens channel. No, but it's seriously, I do. And like Oshin is right. I mean, there's just so much more opportunity on YouTube if you're skinny. That's just the truth, unfortunately.
You're on steroids.
Right, Blondie?
Steroids, Michael?
I mean, sounds ridiculous, but it's the truth. I'm sorry, but
Well, let me see. Tim, you, Archie, Oshin, I don't think you guys would qualify as skinny.
Yeah.
And you guys have a lot of followers. So I don't, it has to do with the personality, I think, more than anything.
Yeah, that's why.
But you know what? If you look at Teddy Baldessar.
Yeah, right. Think about
So
all
much
other
personality.
successful
He's
YouTubers.
Yeah, Nico's
except
skinny.
Nico. Except Nico. Nico is not. But
Yeah,
here's the thing.
exactly. Nico is
But
not
Nico's
skinny.
channel is not his own, guys. This is what you don't understand. Nico's channel does not belong to him. It belongs to like a conglomerate type of company. So he's just an employee. Okay.
Tim Mosso's kind of skinny, Tim.
Huh?
Tim Mosso's very skinny.
Tim Mosso. This is what I'm saying. Think about it. Tim Mosso, Teddy, Christian from Theo and Harris. Even think about it this way: Gringa, even Jenny L, even Adrian.
Be careful, Tim. Be careful.
Look, it also has energy, guys. When you
Liver King, yeah, get on a
Liver King.
Tim, you want to get on a celebrity cycle?
Celebrity cycle. What does that mean?
Steroid cycle?
Oh no, I don't. The Liver King. I heard the Liver King was.
You might know a guy.
I know a lot of guys.
Oh yeah.
I know a whole flock of guys. I get you whatever you want.
Real.
Get you on those Hollywood drugs.
I know some guys that know some guys too.
Know a guy that knows a guy.
No, don't do that stuff.
No. I don't. I can't afford that stuff. Okay, I've got other priority, guys.
Super chats for HGH.
I'm spending my super chats on this new monitor. Aren't you guys excited about this new monitor? It's so crazy. It's vertical.
Well, we don't get to see it, Tim, so it's not that
impressive.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
Will you be able to read super chats better?
Yeah, actually, yes, because everything is a little bit more
That's good.
Yeah, I'm telling you guys, if you're gonna buy a monitor in the future, get one of these vertical ones. It's genius. Okay, guys, we gotta end the show. What do you think?
Only if you have the ceiling space.
The ceiling. Oh yeah, and actually, I'm gonna get rid of I had this overhead lamp. I don't use it anymore because this monitor is so big. It actually projects a lot of light on me.
That dome piece.
David N says, don't need gym. Just tell yourself you're great like a Sheen. Oh, come on.
My favorite thing on this channel is watching all the people try and spell Oshin.
I like the emoji. Of the ocean.
That's easy.
The best way. That's the best way. Guys, if you don't know how to spell Oshin, you don't need to learn how to spell it. Just put the emoji. There's a name. There's a Oshin emoji. Look.
Oh yeah.
You see that?
Ocean, yeah.
It's the ocean. It's the ocean, guys.
Yep.
All right.
Hey, Buckley, thanks for being the inspiration for me to enjoy a nice smoke tonight.
It's
It
the
was
least I
cool.
could do because now you've given me inspiration for everything else in my life. I need
Please.
the shoes, the suits, I need everything.
You know what? Next time, before we jump on, we should time this so we can all have our drinks, whatever we want to drink, and have our cigar and just have a good talk like we did tonight. It was great. And Blondie, you need to jump on the streams more often.
Yes.
But just next time, turn on the mic and be a little bit more vocal because you have a lot to share. So it'll be good to hear from you.
Except for staticies, but I love you. Cheers, everyone.
Love you guys.
Cheers,
Okay.
everybody.
Cheers. Good night.
Guys, love you all. Please, before you leave, hit that upvote button.
Oh, get all the watches going.
All people.
Ooh, look at that camera.
Boston Collector. Buckley.
Good.
And Buckley, by the way, thank you so much for actually smoking the cigars, not me. Actually getting out there, going outside, bracing the cold, and actually smoking the cigars. It's a lot of respect. Respect to America 9634 for sending those. Guys, love you all. Upvote one more time before you leave, and I'll see you tomorrow after the gym.